Chapter 91. Ever since Su Yan obtained the pagoda sword and entered the pagoda, he was already the successor of the pagoda sword sect. However, he did not understand the pagoda sword sect at all. When he heard Mu Zijian say that the pagoda sword sect was the ancestor of all sword cultivators in the world, he was naturally shocked. However, Su Yan was even more confused about the pagoda sword venerable. Why would the ancestor of all sword cultivators in the world destroy the sect that he had created with his own hands? In his anxiety, Su Yan's vigilance towards Mu Zijian disappeared. Seeing that Mu Zijian did not reply, he asked again, "Senior Mu, since the pagoda sword sect was created by the pagoda sword venerable, why did he destroy the sect himself?" Mu Zijian looked at Su Yan's anxious expression and smiled. He did not reply and instead changed the topic. "Su Yan, my dreamscape is about to disappear. Now, I will impart my lifetime's cultivation to you. I hope that you can recreate the might of the pagoda sword." As Mu Zijian spoke, he suddenly waved his hand. A ray of light floated past and directly entered Su Yan's elixir sea. At this moment, Mu Zijian, who had been calm all this while, suddenly opened his eyes. With a face full of shock he said, "Su Yan, you actually stepped into that, the legendary level spirit realm level 10? Mu Zijian was shocked and suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha. Heaven's will. Heaven's will. There is hope for my pagoda sword sect to be restored. Su Yan, the pagoda sword sect is the ancestor of all sword cultivators in the world. Since you are the successor of the pagoda sword sect, you naturally have the fortune of the pagoda sword sect. I hope that you can demonstrate the might of the pagoda sword sect." Ha ha, ha ha. As Mu Zijian spoke, there was a roar of laughter. Then, his figure disappeared into the void. Mu Zijian had come suddenly, and now, he left even more suddenly. "Senior Mu." When Su Yan saw the figure disappear, he came to his senses. When he called out again, Mu Zijian's figure was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Su Yan, who was on the 6th level of the pagoda, slowly opened his eyes and looked at everything that had returned to normal. Su Yan was at a loss. So, he really is Senior Mu. Thinking of his attitude towards Mu Zijian just now, Su Yan felt guilty in his heart. However, this guilt was fleeting. However, he, Su Yan, was not someone who lived in the past. Ever since Su Yan had left the 5th level of the pagoda, he had been searching for Mu Zijian's lingering spirit. Now, he had found Mu Zijian. Mu Zijian's final words were clearly Mu Zijian's lingering will. Demonstrate the might of the pagoda sword. Su Yan's of the pagoda sword sect. Of pagoda sword. Of pagoda sword. Pagoda, pagoda sword. Will sword pagoda sword sect. PDA sword PDA sect. His voice was not loud, but it was as firm as a rock. The radiance in his eyes condensed into countless streaks of firm belief. At the same time, Su Yan also sensed the cultivation that Mu Zijian had left for him. However, Su Yan did not start refining it immediately. Instead, he thought about what Mu Zijian had said. He thought about how the pagoda sword sect was the ancestor of sword cultivation. A barrier that had always existed in Su Yan's heart was finally resolved at this moment. As the saying went, enter a sect, cultivate a sect. Enter 100 sects, cultivate 100 sections. There were many people in the world who had entered multiple sections. However, ever since Su Yan had obtained the pagoda sword and entered the pagoda sword sect, Su Yan had always had a knot in his heart. He had never told anyone about it. Even he did not realize it. However, when Mu Zijian said that the pagoda sword sect was the ancestor of sword cultivation in the world, Su Yan's heart was suddenly enlightened. Since the pagoda sword sect was the ancestor of sword cultivation in the world, the hidden sword tomb was also a branch of the pagoda sword sect. Since he had entered the pagoda sword sect, he did not go against the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan calmly thought about what Mu Zijian had said at the end. The legendary level was the 10th level of spirit realm. That day at the peak of the mountain at the entrance of the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan had lost his path of life and path of soul. He had absorbed the cultivation that Lu Hong had left behind and broke through the 9th level of spirit realm, reaching the 10th level of spirit realm. At that time, Su Yan had always thought that he was the first person in the world to reach the 10th level of spirit realm. Now that he heard Mu Zijian's words, it was obvious that he was not the first to reach the 10th level of spirit realm. I wonder who the senior who broke through the 10th level of spirit realm was. Su Yan muttered to himself for a while. He looked around but did not find the brocade box that he had seen on the 5th level. He was slightly disappointed in his heart, but when he thought about the cultivation that Mu Zijian had left behind for him, he understood. The 6th level was created by Mu Zijian in his dream. There was no danger, and he had obtained Mu Zijian's cultivation. This was already the greatest benefit and the greatest treasure. What treasure could be better than this? Su Yan suddenly looked at the stairs leading to the 7th level. Every level of the Buddha's pagoda is different. What kind of treasures and mysterious existences will there be on the 7th level? Su Yan looked at the stairs leading to the 7th level. A bright light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his heart started to boil. However, Su Yan did not immediately go to the 7th level. The Buddha's pagoda was mysterious. Before reaching this level, no one knew what would happen, and no one knew what kind of dangers existed. Since that was the case, he could only continuously become stronger. Only then would he have the qualifications to obtain a greater chance of survival in this mysterious place. And now, with the lifetime of cultivation that Mu Zijian had left behind, he could use it to break through to the 10th level of the spirit realm. Su Yan sat down cross-legged and activated his cultivation technique. He immediately began to absorb the lifetime of cultivation that Mu Zijian had left behind. Just as he started to operate his cultivation method, a majestic spirit chi suddenly gushed out. That majestic spirit chi was not as strong as the cultivation method left behind by Lu Hong. However, when this majestic spirit chi was released, Su Yan immediately knew that this person must be at the spiritual sea realm to have such majestic spirit chi. Spirit sea realm. Su Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he thought about it. One had to know that before the sword well was destroyed by the heaven-punishing sword, if someone with the strength of the celestial phenomenon stage wanted to enter the sword well, they would definitely be killed by the restrictions of the sword well. And one's strength would also be sealed. Unless one ascended to the celestial phenomenon stage within the sword well, one would be able to use spiritual energy. Right now, Mu Zijian's cultivation was at the spirit sea realm. That meant that Mu Zijian had stepped into the celestial phenomenon stage in the sword well. Not only had he stepped into the celestial phenomenon stage, he had also broken through the celestial phenomenon stage and reached the spirit sea realm. The opening of the sword well had only been open for a year. In a short span of a year, Mu Zijian was able to step into the celestial phenomenon stage and even reach the spirit sea realm. With such talent, it was no wonder that he was recognized as a genius in the hidden sword tomb. With this cultivation speed, Su Yan admitted that even he could not compare to him. For such a genius to fall here, the heavens and earth are truly playing tricks on people. Su Yan could feel Mu Zijian's cultivation realm and could not help but feel pity for him. At the same time, a wave of doubt surged in his heart. With Mu Zijian's cultivation in the spirit sea realm, it's enough to laugh arrogantly in the entire Jingzhou city. How could he die here? Could it be because of the coldness of the profound ice-cold pond? Su Yan thought of the bone-piercing coldness in the water and thought of this reason. However, when he thought about it, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Mu Zijian was in the spirit sea realm, and just by relying on his majestic spiritual energy, he was able to resist the coldness of the profound ice-cold pond. Then what was the reason for his death? Su Yan thought about it and couldn't help but frown. However, at this moment, Su Yan's dream realm and his remnant soul had already disappeared. It was already impossible for Su Yan to find the answer to his death. Su Yan unconsciously felt a wave of regret. Of course, although it was a pity, Su Yan quickly adjusted his state of mind. No matter what, since Mu Zijian had already left behind an obsession for him, then he had to complete his obsession. And the only way to complete his obsession was to become stronger. Continuously stronger. Break through the 10th level of the spirit realm and reach the 11th level of the spirit realm. Although Su Yan already knew that he was not the first to reach the 10th level of the spirit realm, Su Yan knew that after the 10th level of the spirit realm, there would definitely be an 11th level of the spirit realm. Now that he had the spiritual energy that Mu Zijian had left behind for him, he could use this opportunity to break through. The 10th level of the spirit realm was definitely an existence that broke the norm. The amount of spiritual energy that it required was not enough to be described with the spirit realm. Su Yan continuously absorbed the spiritual energy that Mu Zijian had left behind, pouring it into his dantian. However, it was like a bottomless pit, and there was not the slightest bit of progress. Su Yan sat cross-legged and narrowed his eyes, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy that Mu Zijian had left behind. The sun and moon alternated, and unknowingly, a month had already passed. However, Su Yan's body moved slightly, and the spiritual energy that his body emitted became denser and denser. After another month, Su Yan, who had been sitting motionlessly, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "With this one move, I will break through." In a month, the spiritual energy that Su Yan had left behind for Mu Zijian had been completely used up. Mu Zijian had the cultivation of the spiritual sea realm, so its spiritual energy was naturally boundless. If a normal person in the life-soul realm were to absorb the spiritual energy, they would definitely be able to rise several levels. However, Su Yan had only reached the peak of the 10th level of the spirit realm from the 10th level of the spirit realm, but the spiritual energy left behind by Mu Zijian had already been completely used up. Seeing that he was about to break through to the 10th level of the spirit realm, Su Yan was very unwilling to give up. He suddenly activated his cultivation method and absorbed the spiritual energy within the pagoda. After another month, there was a loud rumble. Countless rays of light were emitted from Su Yan's body, and a surge of boundless spiritual energy followed. The 11th level of the spirit realm. Su Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and he licked his lips. A bright light condensed in his eyes as he looked towards the stairs leading to the 7th level of the pagoda. The 11th level of the spirit realm. Su Yan felt the spiritual energy vibrations in his body. Now, even if a strong person in the 8th level of the life-soul realm came, Su Yan felt that he had the ability to fight. Since that was the case, Su Yan had no reason to hesitate. He immediately stood up and stepped towards the 7th level of the pagoda. His eyes flashed with determination. The 7th level of the pagoda was the last level of the pagoda. Su Yan did not know what kind of danger existed, but when he stepped forward, there was not the slightest bit of hesitation. Only the unswerving determination in his eyes. Chapter 92. 7 Steps of the Buddha, 7 Levels of the Pagoda. This time, Su Yan had passed through 6 levels. The 7th level was the last level. Su Yan did not know what would happen at the end. However, deep down, he had a feeling that the 7th level of the Buddha would change his life. Under the guidance of this feeling, the resplendent light condensed in his eyes. Not only did it represent determination, but it also represented hope. His footsteps towards the stairs leading to the 7th level also quickened at this moment. From the 1st level to the 6th level, Su Yan only used a few breaths of time to pass through each step. However, the stairs leading to the 7th level were like an endless winding corridor. No matter how fast he sped up, it still seemed like he could not reach the end. Su Yan did not become impetuous because of this. He slowly approached the 7th level step by step. Every time he stepped on a step, it seemed like there was a huge change in his heart. Every step he took felt like he had traveled in this world for a year. 1 step was a year, 10 steps were 10 years, 100 steps were 100 years, until he reached the end. The radiance emitted by Su Yan's eyes instantly converged together, revealing a hazy aura. There was also a faint aura that constantly spread out between his eyebrows. At the moment, no hostility could be seen from Su Yan. Not only was there no hostility, but there was also no fluctuation of aura. There was no trace of expression on his handsome face. If there was an outsider present and they saw Su Yan's current appearance, they would definitely think that Su Yan was very strong. He was so strong that no one could see through him. Of course, Su Yan himself did not notice this change. He could only converge all his emotions and stare at everything before him. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his expression, as if he had abandoned all his emotions. 7 Steps of the Buddha, the glory of all Buddhas. Reach the 7th level of the Buddha and comprehend the way of life. At this moment, a loud and clear voice suddenly rang out. This voice was frightening, and at the same time, it was mixed with countless dense auras that engulfed them. After experiencing 100 years of vicissitudes, Su Yan did not feel any apprehension. Instead, he was calm and composed. Only his eyes continued to emit a radiant light, as if he was thinking about something. Reaching the 7th level of the stupa, comprehending the Tao of life. Su Yan looked at the light and thought about the voice just now. He narrowed his eyes and opened them after a long time. He smiled and said, "The Tao of life is the Tao of the strong. Laughing at the 9 heavens is the Tao." As soon as Su Yan's words left his mouth, the bright light in the great hall on the 7th floor of the Buddha suddenly exploded. Countless bright lights scattered across the bronze wall. When Su Yan saw this, even though he had experienced the baptism of the endless corridor for 100 years, his eyes couldn't help but light up. The countless lights spread across the bronze wall like fireworks. In an instant, they jumped up and formed countless runes. Life has no Tao, and so does the soul. The Tao is only in the heart. Just as Su Yan was observing the changes in this mysterious rune, that slightly aged yet dignified and domineering voice sounded once again. When this voice rang out, Su Yan's heart suddenly shook. Life has no Tao, and so does the soul. The Tao is only in the heart. Su Yan silently recited these words and looked at the constantly changing runes on the bronze wall. He didn't know what it meant, but when he heard it, he suddenly understood. The world of martial artists was ever-changing. Only the Tao of cultivation remained unchanged. First one had to guide the spirit, then form the Tao of life and the Tao of soul. One had to break through the life soul and then regenerate the life soul. However, how could there be a Tao in one's life? How could there be a Tao in one's soul? The Tao of establishing the life soul could only add a shackle to one's body. The true Tao was in the heart. Only the Tao of the heart could be called the Tao. The runes on the bronze wall sometimes moved and sometimes were still. Sometimes they bloomed, sometimes they radiated in all directions, and sometimes they condensed. Su Yan understood that the Tao was only in the heart. When he looked at the runes on the bronze wall, a strange expression immediately appeared on his face. This is the Tao of the heart created by the ancestors. It is the 10th layer of the spirit realm. When Mu Zijian said that breaking through the 10th layer of the spirit realm was a legendary realm, Su Yan was still wondering which almighty ancestor had broken through to this realm. Who would have thought that an ancestor of the 10th layer of the spirit realm would appear on the 7th floor of the Buddha temple? Su Yan immediately became intoxicated. His eyes stared at the runes for a long time. At this moment, the runes seemed to come alive and rushed out, flying directly into Su Yan's mind. Breaking the life Tao, destroying the soul Tao, leaping over the life-soul realm, establishing the Tao of the heart. Condensing the spirit realm, it is the 12th layer of the spirit realm. When the runes entered Su Yan's mind, Su Yan seemed to understand something. His eyes narrowed and he immediately sat down cross-legged. The cultivation method in his body began to revolve. In the 7th floor of the Buddha temple, countless amounts of spirit qi rushed into Su Yan's body. Countless amounts of spirit qi rushed into Su Yan's body and gathered with the runes. They rushed into Su Yan's dantian and spread out. The 12th layer of the spirit realm, establishing the Tao of the heart. Su Yan muttered. The cultivation method in his body began to revolve even faster. Spirit qi constantly rushed out of his body and was absorbed back into his body. In this cycle, the sun and moon alternated. Unknowingly, 1 month had passed. Su Yan was still sitting cross-legged. On the bronze wall of the 7th floor, the runes continued to move and shake. The majestic spirit qi also continued to flow. The entire 7th floor of the Buddha temple was like a world filled with spirit qi. Another month passed. Su Yan, who had been sitting motionlessly, suddenly opened his eyes. A wave of dense spirit qi instantly gushed out and hit the bronze wall. When the spirit qi gushed out, it let out a loud sound. At this moment, the runes on the bronze wall turned into countless rays of light and rushed into Su Yan's mind. Immediately, a wave of dense spirit qi covered Su Yan like a fog. No matter how the golden light flashed, Su Yan's entire body was wrapped in the fog. From head to toe, there was not a trace of a figure. Under the shroud of the spirit qi, another month passed. The inside of the Buddha temple was silent again. Pudong. In this silence, a loud sound suddenly exploded. The fog exploded and Su Yan suddenly appeared. There was still a faint fog on his body, giving him a hazy feeling. At this moment, a light screen surged out from his eyes. All the fog dissipated, and Su Yan's handsome face reappeared on the 7th floor of the Buddha temple. Spirit channeling level 12. Su Yan felt the spirit qi flowing in his body. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a slight smile. Then, he flicked his finger and a golden light surged out. Bang! It hit the bronze wall and let out a loud sound. Su Yan saw the power of this finger and secretly smiled. With the power of spirit channeling level 12, it won't take much effort to fight someone at the peak of the life-soul realm. Su Yan thought and immediately knelt on the ground. He faced the center of the hall and kowtowed 3 times. He said respectfully, "Thank you for your teachings, ancestor." After he finished speaking, Su Yan kowtowed 3 more times. In these 3 months, He had absorbed the runes emitted by the golden light. He had a certain understanding of the Buddha sword venerable and the entire Buddha temple. The Buddha sword venerable was the ancestor of all sword cultivators. The reason why he could obtain such a high status was because he understood that there was no Tao in the world, and there was no Tao in the soul. The Tao was in the human heart. Not only that, but he also created a unique cultivation method. Spirit channeling level 12 was the Tao of the human heart. When the human heart was cultivated to spirit channeling level 13, one could form the Saint Meridian. Saint Meridian realm. Su Yan thought and his eyes immediately shone. In the past, Su Yan did not even dare to think about the Saint Meridian realm. Now, it seemed like it was right in front of his eyes. Su Yan was once conflicted about whether he could only break through to the spirit channeling realm for the rest of his life. After all, forming the Saint Meridian required the Tao of life and the Tao of the soul to form the Saint Meridian in one's body and reach the Saint Meridian realm. Su Yan, on the other hand, had no Tao of life and the Tao of the soul. When he entered spirit channeling level 10, there was no Tao in his body. Naturally, he could not form the Saint Meridian. He could only stay in the spirit channeling realm for the rest of his life and continue to break through. At this moment, he did not expect there to be someone who understood the human heart and the Tao of the human heart. With the Tao in one's heart, one could naturally form the Saint Meridian. Su Yan was excited. At the same time, he admired the strength of the Buddha sword venerable. Naturally, he could create his own cultivation method. It was no wonder that the Buddha sword venerable could become the ancestor of all sword cultivators. Just based on this, who else in the world could do it? Su Yan looked at the bright light that shone continuously in the hall. At the same time, his eyes also focused. He thought to himself, the Buddha sword venerable can become the ancestor of all sword cultivators in the world. He can create his own cultivation method. Now that I have understood the profound meaning, how can I let the Buddha sword venerable down? As Su Yan thought about it, his obsession with the Buddha sword venerable became even more resolute. It was like a boulder that was deeply imprinted in his heart. Just as this imprint was imprinted, the bright light that was floating in the hall became restless. Countless rays of light shone in all directions and once again shone on the bronze wall. After a few months of settling down, the runes had entered his body. Su Yan already knew that this pagoda was created by the Buddha sword venerable. The pagoda was triggered by the Buddha sword. Whoever obtained the Buddha sword would be qualified to become a disciple of the Buddha sword sect. However, this qualification did not come out of nowhere. Every level of the pagoda was a trial for the disciple of the Buddha sword sect. Those who could not pass the trial naturally could not become a disciple of the Buddha sword sect. Only by reaching the 7th level could one become a disciple of the Buddha sword sect. Su Yan did not know whether Mu Zijian had been to the 7th level before. However, based on his understanding of the Buddha sword sect, Su Yan believed that Mu Zijian had definitely been to the 7th level of the pagoda before. It was just that he had not broken through to the 10th level of the spirit channeling realm. Therefore, he did not trigger the runes and did not stimulate the way of the human heart. This was how Su Yan obtained it. The 7th level was the highest level left behind by the Buddha sword venerable. It was naturally extraordinary. This was no longer a trial for the disciples of the Buddha sword sect. It was a reward. This meant that Su Yan was truly accepted by the Buddha sword sect. Chapter 93. Not only that, but Su Yan also realized that the stairs from the 6th level to the 7th level weren't ordinary stairs. The Buddha sword venerate had obtained the wood of time from the North Sea cliff to train the disciples. Every time he walked on the stairs, it was like a year had passed. The reason why the disciples of the Buddha sword sect were allowed to experience this was to sharpen their minds and help them become truly powerful cultivators. Su Yan didn't feel anything when he walked on the stairs just now, but now he understood the mystery of the path he walked. Not only that, but Su Yan also understood what Mu Zijian meant when he said that the disciples of the Buddha sword sect had Buddha fate. The Buddha pagoda was Su Yan's greatest fate at the moment. He watched the light explode from the center of the hall and quickly condense on the bronze wall. Su Yan's eyes immediately narrowed and emitted a terrifying light. Even though Su Yan had just passed through the endless corridor's baptism of time, he couldn't help but be shocked. Sword technique. It's actually a sword technique. Su Yan watched as the golden light condensed and turned into countless little people on the bronze wall. Each of the little people held a long sword in their hands. Sometimes they swung the long sword to attack, and sometimes they jumped up lightly. They were displaying sword moves. Many powerful figures in the Qian territory mainly cultivated Dharma treasures. Some even cultivated strange things to attack. The appearance of the Buddha sword sect had set off a craze for sword cultivation in the Qian territory. Those who cultivated Dharma treasures could attack with Dharma treasures. But those who cultivated swords couldn't just rely on swords. There were also sword moves and sword techniques from the powerful figures of the past. Su Yan was a supreme swordsman in both his previous and current life. When he saw the jumping little people, he immediately recognized that they were sword techniques. In the world of warriors, cultivation methods were the most important. Sword cultivators used swords as their weapons. Of course, if they didn't have sword techniques, they would be weaker than those who cultivated Dharma treasures. However, if they had sword techniques, it would be a different story. Cultivation methods were hard to find, but sword techniques were just as precious. If two sword cultivators of the same level were to face off against each other, one of them would definitely be stronger than the one who did not have a supreme sword technique. Every sect and sword sect had their own Dharma treasures and cultivation methods. A sword sect would naturally have their own unique sword techniques. Of course, there was a limit to the sword art. A powerful sword technique had to be infused with spiritual qi. Those below the life-soul realm were not able to cultivate the sword technique. Only those who had reached the saintly bloodline realm could cultivate it. In the past, Su Yan had only been in the spirit channeling realm. He was still many years away from the saint bloodline realm. Su Yan didn't think about the sword technique. However, at this moment, Su Yan never thought that he would actually see the existence of the sword technique here. Although there was no spiritual energy in each of the small figure's moves, he could see a wisp of profound meaning moving when the small figure attacked and picked up the sword. Su Yan seriously watched the small figure perform once. The small figure immediately turned into a golden light and entered Su Yan's mind. The name of the sword technique also spread in Su Yan's mind. Su Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He secretly said in his heart, "What a good god-murdering sword technique. Who could resist such a domineering aura?" While exclaiming at the power of the god-murdering sword technique, Su Yan was naturally more happy. He really didn't think that the 7th floor of the pagoda would bring him so many benefits. Bang! Just as the god-murdering sword technique entered Su Yan's mind, there was a sudden loud sound. With a flash of golden light, the pagoda disappeared. Su Yan once again appeared in the profound Bing cold pond, and the bone-piercing cold pain immediately assaulted him. This time, Su Yan no longer used his spiritual energy to protect his body. His eyes suddenly shrank, and a ray of red light surged out. Suddenly, a bloody light flashed, and it was the dragon blood ice fire barrier that enveloped Su Yan's entire body. This dragon blood ice fire barrier had the effect of resisting the world's extreme cold and heat. The moment it landed, the bone-piercing cold immediately disappeared. Su Yan stretched his body and looked at Mu Zijian's corpse that had also disappeared, and sighed in his heart. Su Yan never thought that it would take so long for him to enter the sword well again. When he first came down, he mainly wanted to find Lu Fei and Mu Zijian's obsession. Now that he had found Mu Zijian's obsession, what about Lu Fei? Now that so much time had passed, was Lu Fei really still in the sword well? Was he still alive? Su Yan looked at the vast and boundless profound Bing cold pond, his eyes blurred. After experiencing the endless corridor, Su Yan's mind was naturally not something an ordinary person could compare to. He did not find Lu Fei, but he was not sad. It was not that he did not have feelings for Lu Fei, but he knew that sadness could not solve the problem. What he had to do was to search or not. After such a long time had passed, Su Yan felt that Lu Fei was definitely doomed. However, Su Yan was not willing to give up. After hesitating for a while, he raised his qi and once again searched the profound Bing cold pond. This was his only hope. Su Yan was not sure if Lu Fei was still alive, but at the very least, he had to find his corpse and not let him wander around here. At this moment, Su Yan's cultivation was at the 12th layer of the spirit realm. This strength was comparable to the peak of the life-soul realm, and his speed could not be compared to before. His divine sense and perception were also much stronger than before. While swimming in the profound Bing cold pond, his divine sense slowly spread out, searching every corner of the pond. However, after searching for an entire day, he did not find anything. "Fatty, I'll try my best." Su Yan looked at the empty profound Bing cold pond and said faintly. He immediately prepared to leave. But at this moment, bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came out. Su Yan was not surprised, but his eyes suddenly focused. He looked at the source of the sound and saw a bloody mist suddenly erupt from the profound Bing cold pond. Su Yan looked at the strange bloody mist and could not help but frown. When he looked again, Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up and his heart was excited. Fatty. It's actually Fatty. Lu Fei's huge body was so eye-catching in every place. At this moment, he was even more eye-catching in the profound Bing cold pond. Although Su Yan did not see Lu Fei's face, he was the most important person in the profound Bing cold pond. However, Su Yan immediately concluded that this person was the person he was looking for, Lu Fei, who was the fattiest person in the hidden sword tomb. Fatty! Su Yan shouted. Immediately, he activated his spirit energy and moved closer to Lu Fei. The moment he got close, Su Yan suddenly noticed something strange about Lu Fei. At this moment, Lu Fei's eyes were dim and his whole body was red. It was exactly the same as the day he didn't recognize Su Yan and attacked Su Yan. Could it be that the fatty turned into a monster again? Su Yan seriously looked at Lu Fei's appearance. I'm going to choke to death. I'm going to choke to death. Just as Su Yan was hesitating, Lu Fei, who had been motionless, suddenly struggled and shouted. When Su Yan heard this familiar duck voice, he no longer cared about Lu Fei turning into a monster. He hurriedly went up and patted him on the shoulder. Fatty! Who is it? Lu Fei was shocked by Su Yan's sudden pat. He turned his head and saw that it was Su Yan. His previously dim eyes immediately lit up and he immediately opened his arms to hug Su Yan. At the same time, he began to cry loudly. Su Yan, where did you run off to? Do you know how much I missed you? When Su Yan was hugged by Lu Fei's huge bear hug, his excitement immediately disappeared. He originally wanted to push Lu Fei away, but just as he was about to hug Lu Fei, Su Yan suddenly felt the fluctuation of spirit energy in Lu Fei's body. 9th level of Spirit Realm. This is the power of the 9th level of Spirit Realm. Su Yan felt the power in Lu Fei's body and hurriedly pushed him away. He asked with a serious face, Fatty, what's going on? How do you have the power of the 9th level of Spirit Realm? Even though Su Yan had been in the Buddha Pagoda for almost a year, with Lu Fei's power, it was impossible for him to break through from the 5th level of Spirit Realm to the 9th level of Spirit Realm. That was absolutely impossible. There must be something going on here. Su Yan thought as he looked at Lu Fei. His eyes narrowed and emitted a vicious aura. Lu Fei didn't notice the change in Su Yan's expression. It wasn't that he didn't notice, but that Su Yan had gone through the baptism of the endless corridor. After experiencing 100 years, Su Yan's heart had some fluctuations, but he would only hide them in his heart. From an outsider's perspective, Su Yan didn't change at all. Because of this, Lu Fei didn't care about Su Yan at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. Haha, Senior Apprentice Brother Su, how is it? Don't look at me because I'm fat. I'm also strong. Su Yan looked at Lu Fei's expression. Seeing Nisa's expression, the vigilance in her heart immediately relaxed. Ever since he entered the hidden sword catacomb, other than the time he spent cultivating, he spent most of his time with Lu Fei. He naturally knew Lu Fei the best. Normally, Lu Fei would act like this to him the most. Just this expression of the fatties was definitely not something that could be faked by normal people. 9th level of Spirit Realm. Hee, Senior Apprentice Brother Su, you seem to only be at the 9th level of Spirit Realm. The more Lu Fei spoke, the prouder he became. Actually, Lu Fei was also a very strong person. Normally, he didn't care about his own strength, but it was all a facade. He cared about it in his heart, and he also hoped that one day he could stand at the peak. And Su Yan had always been his goal. Now that he and Su Yan were both at the 9th level of Spirit Realm, Lu Fei was naturally happy. How could Su Yan not know what Lu Fei was thinking? Naturally, he couldn't bear to tell him that although he was only at the Spirit Realm, he was at the 12th level of Spirit Realm. The 12th level of Spirit Realm was comparable to the peak of the Fate Soul Realm. Fatty, what the hell is going on? Su Yan was more concerned about what had happened in the short period of time that he had been here. Chapter 94. Hee, Junior Brother Su, I have my own fortuitous encounters. Don't be jealous. I will guide you in the future. When Lu Fei heard Su Yan's words, the fat on his face trembled. That face. He still couldn't hide the joy in his heart. Su Yan couldn't be more happy for Lu Fei. So why would he be jealous of Lu Fei? Seeing Lu Fei's expression, he suddenly had the urge to beat him up and let him try out the power of the 12th layer of Spirit Realm. Of course, Su Yan knew that if he exploded with the power of the 12th layer of Spirit Realm, it would definitely extinguish the joy in Lu Fei's heart. And to be honest, even though Su Yan had the urge to beat Lu Fei up, but now that they were reunited after such a long time, he really couldn't bear to. How could he bear to beat him up? Just as Lu Fei had said, for him to be able to reach the 9th layer of Spirit Realm in such a short period of time, this was his luck and fortuitous encounters. Every martial artist had their own luck, their own fortuitous encounters, and their own secrets. If Lu Fei didn't want to talk about it, Su Yan also didn't want to ask. But looking at Lu Fei's joyful appearance and thinking about Lu Hong's death, a wave of sadness suddenly surged in his heart. When Lu Hong died, Su Yan had already experienced that moment of sadness and walked through the endless corridors in the pagoda. It had already been 100 years. The pain of Lu Hong's death had mostly faded in Su Yan's heart. But Lu Fei was different. He still didn't know about Lu Hong's death. Seeing Lu Fei so happy, Su Yan didn't know what to say to Lu Fei. That joyful expression also began to dim. Okay, junior brother Su, why are you so stingy? I'll tell you. Lu Fei saw that Su Yan's expression suddenly dimmed and thought that Su Yan became depressed because he didn't tell him his secret. So he told Su Yan about his fortuitous encounter. Actually, Lu Fei wasn't someone who could stay idle. How could he not share his secrets with Su Yan? He just wanted to pretend in front of Su Yan. Seeing Su Yan's dejected expression, Lu Fei told Su Yan everything that had happened. That day, after he and Su Yan parted ways at the Swordwell volcano, Lu Fei had returned to his original place to wait for Su Yan. But Su Yan had stayed at the peak of the volcano for a long time, and Lu Fei was someone who didn't want to be lonely. And stupidly, as time passed, his heart became more and more. Under that irritability, Lu Fei's Lu Fei heart. Lu Fei's, Lu Fei's, Lu T. Lu, He, Yen, Lu Tes Chi. This time, there was no one beside Lu Fei. Lu Fei was alone. He was like an enraged wild beast, scurrying around in all directions. Lu Fei had lost his mind at that time. However, for some reason, there was a mysterious force in his heart that called out to him. Lu Fei was led here by this force. When he arrived at the bottom of the ice-cold pond, Lu Fei immediately saw a huge blood-sucking scourge. Lu Fei, who was in his demons, wasn't afraid of the blood-sucking scourge. However, Lu Fei was too weak and was directly devoured by the blood-sucking scourge. Speaking of this, Lu Fei looked at Su Yan's frown and suddenly laughed. Haha, junior brother Su, you must have thought that I would be devoured by the blood-sucking scourge. Actually, that's not the case. It was this devouring that allowed me to be reborn. As Lu Fei spoke, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. He waved his arm, which was thicker than Su Yan's thigh, and continued without waiting for Su Yan's response. Junior brother Su, I really didn't think that the blood-sucking scourge was the bloodline inheritance of our Lu family. The blood-sucking scourge's devouring activated the bloodline in my body. When the bloodline in my body was activated, it wasn't the blood-sucking scourge devouring me, but me devouring the blood-sucking scourge. In this period of time, I have been devouring the bloodline in the blood-sucking scourge's body. It wasn't until the moment you saw me that I was able to come out. It was also because I devoured the blood-sucking scourge that I was able to jump from Spirit Realm Level 5 to Spirit Realm Level 9 in such a short period of time. Blood-sucking scourge. Su Yan murmured. He had some thoughts in his mind. Obviously, he had never heard of such a beast. However, since Lu Fei said that it was the bloodline inheritance of the Lu family, then it must have been the blood-sucking scourge. It must have been left behind by the ancestors of the Lu clan in the Well of Swords. The Lu clan, Lu Fei's father Lu Hong, was in the Dragon Realm, a strong warrior who could control the 9 heavens. With such a strong warrior, how could there not be some hidden meaning? Although Su Yan could feel the danger at that time, after all, Lu Fei had turned the situation around and his strength had increased. This was a good thing, so why should he care about the past? Su Yan understood as he thought about it. However, looking at the excited Lu Fei, he didn't know how to tell him about Lu Hong's death. Although the father and son would quarrel every day when they met, blood was thicker than blood. However, the kinship that was thicker than blood was constantly blossoming between the two of them. especially when Lu Hong had specially instructed him to take good care of Lu Fei when he died. Su Yan naturally knew that the quarrels between the two were just a way for them to communicate. The more they ignored each other's existence, the more they were angry at each other, which proved that they cared about each other. With such a strong relationship between father and son, Su Yan really didn't know how to tell Lu Fei about Lu Hong's death. How am I supposed to tell him? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei's excited expression and found it even more difficult to speak. However, he had to tell him about this matter. After Lu Fei finished speaking, his fat jiggled uncontrollably. He squinted his small eyes, still with a look of disbelief. However, he still looked like he didn't notice Su Yan's dejected expression. Himself? After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought of something. He suddenly turned around and shouted at Su Yan. "All right, senior brother Su, do you know how the publicly acknowledged genius of the sword collection tomb died?" Su Yan was stunned when he heard Lu Fei's sudden question. Su Yan naturally knew who the publicly acknowledged genius of the sword collection tomb was. Other than Mu Zijian, who else could be publicly acknowledged as a genius by the sword collection tomb? Originally, Su Yan didn't understand Mu Zijian's death and had been brooding about it. Now that he heard Lu Fei's words, Su Yan's eyes immediately narrowed. He looked at Lu Fei and asked, "Fatty, how did senior brother Mu die?" "He was trapped in the profound ice-cold pond by the demonic blood beast that I devoured." Lu Fei naturally didn't know about the relationship between Mu Zijian and Su Yan. However, in view of the fact that Mu Zijian was a publicly acknowledged genius of the hidden sword tomb, and Mu Zijian's death was a secret of the entire hidden sword tomb, Lu Fei did not hide anything from Su Yan and directly told him everything. It must be known that in the sword storage tomb, everyone believed that Mu Zijian had taken the cursed sword and died in the sword well. The cursed sword was naturally the pagoda sword that Su Yan currently possessed. However, the pagoda sword had already returned to its original appearance, and was no longer as black as when Su Yan had just obtained it. Lu Fei also didn't know that Su Yan had never changed the cursed sword that he mentioned. Now that Lu Fei told Su Yan about this, he wanted to tell Su Yan that Mu Zijian didn't die in the hands of the cursed sword. Instead, he died in the mouth of the demonic blood beast in the profound ice-cold pond. When Su Yan saw Mu Zijian's corpse, he had always been suspicious as to why Mu Zijian, who was so powerful, would die here. It turned out that it was all because of the demonic blood beast. Senior brother Mu, who was so powerful, died in the hands of the demonic blood beast. Just how powerful is this demonic blood beast? Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked as he thought about it. At the same time, he was secretly glad that the demonic blood beast was the inheritance of the Lu family's bloodline. Otherwise, if he came to the profound ice-cold pond with his own strength and encountered the demonic blood beast, he would definitely be doomed. Hearing Lu Fei's words, all the doubts in Su Yan's heart were all solved at this moment. Everything that happened seemed to have been predestined. Mu Zijian was recognized as a genius in the hidden sword tomb. He obtained the Buddha sword, became the successor of the Buddha sword sect, and entered the sword well. Originally, all of this should have belonged to Mu Zijian. However, Mu Zijian was killed by the demonic blood beast in the profound ice-cold pond. All of this light dissipated, and Su Yan obtained the inheritance. Maybe this is senior brother Mu's luck. Su Yan sighed in his heart. He wasn't angry that the demonic blood beast killed Mu Zijian. After all, Su Yan's mind had been baptized by the endless corridor for 100 years. Naturally, he wouldn't be so easily angered. Lu Fei didn't know the relationship between Su Yan and Mu Zijian. He also didn't care about the change in Su Yan's expression. He maintained his composure and laughed. "Hee, junior brother Su, don't you think the two of us are becoming more and more compatible? The 9th layer of spirit realm and the identity of an inner disciple. This is definitely unprecedented in the hidden sword tomb." Because of the time constraints, Su Yan was still wearing the inner disciple's clothes. Looking at Lu Fei's happy expression, Su Yan couldn't bear to tell him that he was already a true disciple. "Hee, junior brother Su, if I go back now, what kind of expression do you think that old man will have if he sees me?" Lu Fei licked his lips and said excitedly. His eyes narrowed. Obviously, he was looking forward to what kind of expression Lu Hong would have if he saw this scene. However, he didn't know that Lu Hong would never see this scene. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heart ached. Although Su Yan didn't know how to tell Lu Fei, he also knew that it wasn't appropriate to say this to Lu Fei now. However, looking at Lu Fei who was still in the dark, Su Yan couldn't bear to continue lying to him. Fatty. What's wrong, junior brother Su? Why is your expression so strange? Could it be that you're blaming me for stealing your limelight? Lu Fei looked at Su Yan's serious expression and laughed. His expression was filled with NSE. Su Yan shook his head. He took a deep breath and slowly said, Fatty, your father has fallen. What? Chapter 95. Fatty, I know this is a bit cruel, but this is the truth. Su Yan looked at Lu Fei's sad expression and sobbed. After all, this was too cruel for Lu Fei. No, I don't believe it. Lu Fei shook his head and his whole body trembled. He pointed at Su Yan and roared, Su Yan, you must be lying to me, right? You're lying to me, right? No, Fatty, this is the truth. Although Su Yan did not have the heart to do so, Lu Fei would find out about this matter sooner or later. Thus, he gritted his teeth and told Lu Fei about how Lu Hong had suppressed the raging bull, and how he had perished together with Elder Tong Jian. No. This is impossible. Impossible. Lu Fei heard Su Yan's words and immediately roared. His whole body trembled. Although his mouth kept shouting that he didn't believe it, his eyes were still filled with tears. No, this can't be real, it can't be real. Lu Fei's body continued to tremble. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar. A wave of spirit energy rushed out and cut through the water of the profound ice-cold pond. Then it rushed out. Fatty! Su Yan wanted to stop him, but Lu Fei didn't listen to Su Yan. He kept rushing out of the profound ice-cold pond. Although Lu Fei was fat, it didn't affect his speed. With the addition of spirit energy, he rushed out of the profound ice-cold pond and disappeared in front of Su Yan. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't want to chase, but Su Yan knew that this kind of thing could only rely on Lu Fei to calm down. If he chased after him, it would only stimulate his pain. Sin. Su Yan helplessly sighed and shook his head. Because of the matter of Lu Hong's death, he had forgotten that Lu Fei was immune to the bone-chilling cold of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan had returned to the sword well in order to find the lingering will left behind by Lu Fei and Mu Zijian. Now that both matters had been completed, there were no more secrets in the sword well. Su Yan didn't have any attachment to Jian Jing. Not long after Lu Fei left the ice-cold pond, Su Yan also followed him out. This time it was different from when he came in. He was not in a hurry, nor was he slow as if he was traveling. Because of the heaven-punishing godly sword, the sword well only existed in name. It no longer had the reputation of the sword well. Now, anyone could enter the sword well. It was also because of this that the Well of Swords no longer had its former mystery, majesty, or prohibition. It had become a place that was like a mountain behind the sword burial mound. The entire sword well was now open to the entire hidden sword tomb. Any disciple could enter the sword well to search for treasures. When Su Yan left the ice-cold pond and arrived at the sword well, he saw many hidden sword tomb disciples searching for treasures in the sword well. Not only that, there were many more monsters in the sword well. That day, when the Sacred Beast Mountain's raging bull beast awoke, it swallowed the Sacred Beast Mountain in one gulp. The Sacred Beast Mountain's Sacred Beast was devoured by the raging bull beast, and the raging bull beast was destroyed by Lu Hong's Buddha Divine Pagoda. There were no more monsters around the hidden sword tomb. However, the world was big, and monsters were endless. How could they all be killed? With the Sacred Beast Mountain gone, the sword well became a gathering place for many monsters. During the days that Su Yan stayed in the profound ice-cold pond, many demonic beasts gathered in the sword well. When Su Yan arrived at the sword well, not only did he see the hidden sword tomb disciples, there were also many monsters. However, they were all low-level monsters, so Su Yan was too lazy to kill them. After all, the spirit stones obtained from the ice-cold pond were enough for Su Yan to use for a while. As for these low-level monsters and beast cores, Su Yan did not dare to be interested in them at all. Su Yan did not interfere with the disciples of the hidden sword tomb. The sword well was so big that perhaps these disciples could find some useful things in it. After all, Su Yan was able to exist for so many years. No one knew how many treasures there were in it. Of course, for Su Yan, the treasures he wanted in the sword well were already in his hands. The sword well had long lost its attraction to him. He rode the sword dragon all the way out of the sword well and returned to the peak of the hidden sword tomb. He inquired about Lu Fei and knew that Lu Fei had returned to the hidden sword tomb. Since he had returned to the hidden sword tomb, it meant that he was safe. Su Yan did not disturb him. After all, this matter was too big of a blow to him. He still needed some time to heal his wounded heart. Su Yan returned to the Immortal Sword Peak. At the moment, he was a true disciple and enjoyed a peak alone. The Immortal Sword Peak was the first peak of the hidden sword tomb. The spiritual energy there was not more than the spiritual energy in the secret room of the hidden sword tomb's sect master. In the past, Su Yan had always dreamed of cultivating here. However, at this moment, Su Yan was not busy cultivating on the Immortal Sword Peak. Instead, he was flipping through the hidden sword pavilion that was set on the Immortal Sword Peak. The encounter in the sword well this time made Su Yan deeply aware of his lack of knowledge of the world. In the past, Su Yan rarely went to places like the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion in the outer sect. This was because Su Yan thought that with Lu Fei, a genuine sect member of the Hidden Sword Tomb, he could ask Lu Fei if he had any questions. However, as the saying goes, one learns from one's mistakes. The people from the other sects that Jian Jing had met, as well as the worldly anomaly, had made Su Yan realize that his knowledge of the world was lacking. Perhaps it was nothing to the current Su Yan. However, if he left the Hidden Sword Tomb one day, he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he did not know anything about the world. Furthermore, Su Yan did not know why, but when he returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb, he vaguely felt that he would not be able to stay in the Hidden Sword Tomb for long. It was not that Su Yan wanted to leave the Hidden Sword Tomb, but that Su Yan knew that if he wanted to become stronger and let the Buddha Sword sect stand at the peak again, he had to leave the Hidden Sword Tomb. The Immortal Sword Peak was the first peak of the Hidden Sword Tomb. The elder in charge of the peak was the Sword Connection Elder. The Sword Connection Elder was an elder who surpassed the sect master. On top of the first peak of the Hidden Sword Tomb, this place belonged to the Sword Connection Elder. Although it was the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion of the Hidden Sword Tomb, to be more precise, it was the Sword Connection Elder's personal treasure vault. There were many spiritual herbs and elixirs stored in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion of the Immortal Sword Peak. Now that the Sword Connection Elder had passed away and Su Yan was a core disciple of the Immortal Sword Peak, he naturally did not stand on ceremony when he saw the spiritual herbs and elixirs. He actually put them all in his storage ring. Su Yan only stopped when he put everything he thought was useful in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion into his storage bag. Only then did Su Yan start to observe the scriptures stored in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. Although Su Yan had entered the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion of the Outer Sect when he was in the Immortal Sword Peak, he was now in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion of the Immortal Sword Peak. Only now did Su Yan realize how small the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion of the Outer Sect was. Compared to the Hidden Sword Pavilion of the Immortal Sword Peak, the two were simply like a small stream compared to the sea. In fact, this difference was inevitable. After all, the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion of the Outer Sect was a place that all the Outer Sect disciples in the Hidden Sword Tomb could read. How could there be anything good in it? The Hidden Scriptures Pavilion of the Immortal Sword Peak was the personal treasure vault of the Sword Connection Elder. How could the two be compared? Not only did it contain the records of the various sects, but it also contained records of the entire Qian territory. Su Yan didn't know how big the Qian territory was before he saw these records. At that time, Su Yan had just arrived in Jingzhou City and thought that the Hidden Sword Tomb was everything. Now, Su Yan finally understood that the Hidden Sword Tomb was just a corner of Bingshan compared to the entire Qian territory. The entire Qian territory was divided into 5 counties and 9 states. Jingzhou City was just a branch city of the 5 counties. The Qian territory is so big. Just how many factions are there? Su Yan couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the records of the entire Qian territory. At the same time, he felt a bit of yearning. If the Qian territory was so big, then how many factions were there? If the Buddha Sword sect was able to stand above the entire Qian territory, then how strong was the Buddha Sword sect? As Su Yan lamented, he became even more determined to become stronger. Of course, with this belief, Su Yan also knew that cultivation couldn't be rushed. After looking through the records of the Qian territory, Su Yan went to look at the records of the unique treasures of heaven and earth. The unique treasures of heaven and earth could be divided into 6 levels. Ordinary treasures, spiritual treasures, Qian treasures, immortal treasures, saint treasures, and divine treasures. Each level was further divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. They were level 1, level 2, and level 9. Su Yan's heaven-punishing divine sword was naturally a divine treasure. However, because the heaven-punishing divine sword had lost its sword spirit, it couldn't use the power of the divine sword. Although Su Yan felt regretful, he also felt a little comforted. Although the divine sword is powerful, I can't control it with my current strength. Now that it has lost its sword spirit, I can hide the light of the divine sword and avoid trouble. Su Yan naturally knew how tempting the sword was to the people of the world. It was fine if no one wanted to snatch it from him in the hidden sword tomb. However, if he left the hidden sword tomb and some powerful people found out about the existence of the sword, he would definitely be killed. Through the endless winding corridor, Su Yan had seen all of the Dry Realm's strange sights, and knew that in order to get stronger, he needed to be patient. Only by learning all of this could he stand above the 9 heavens and regain the glory of the Buddha sword sect. Apart from the records of the unique treasures of heaven and earth, there were also records of the classification of pills. Pills were divided into 9 levels, from level 1 to level 9. The higher the level, the better. Su Yan was very clear about the classification of pills. However, when he read the last part, Su Yan was shocked. Because Su Yan saw that apart from the 9 levels of pills, there were also divine pills, immortal pills, and divine pills. In Su Yan's mind, level 9 pills were already legendary existences. What kind of existences were sage pills, immortal pills, and divine pills? Chapter 96. When Su Yan had just entered the inner sect, he had traveled to the sacred beast mountain every day to kill monsters and obtain beast cores and elixirs. Naturally, he was clear about the effects of elixirs on cultivation. Now that he saw that there were records of divine elixirs, celestial elixirs, and divine elixirs, Su Yan was naturally fascinated by them. However, he also knew that even 8th level and 9th level elixirs were legendary existences, not to mention divine elixirs, celestial elixirs, and divine elixirs. Those were definitely things that could only be encountered but not sought. It was even uncertain whether these 3 levels of elixirs even existed in this world. Su Yan shook his head and threw the fascination in his heart towards these elixirs out of his mind. Not to mention whether these elixirs existed, even if they did, they were definitely not something he could pursue with his current strength. What Su Yan needed to do now was to increase his own strength. Before reaching the 10th level of the spirit realm, Su Yan didn't know that there was an ancestor who had already stepped into this realm. After entering the 7th level of the Buddha Pagoda, Su Yan understood the cultivation method of the 10th level of the spirit realm. Abolish the path of life and the path of soul, the 12th level of the spirit realm, the path of forging the human heart. After entering the 13th level of the spirit realm, the path of forging the human heart could be formed directly. Now that I've just begun the path of forging the human heart, if I want to enter the 13th level of the spirit realm, then I must forge the human heart before I can enter the 13th level of the spirit realm, Su Yan muttered to himself. He had a certain understanding of this completely new cultivation method. Of course, Su Yan knew that although this path of forging the human heart was easy to say, it was actually abnormally difficult to do. Perhaps from the 10th level of the spirit realm to the 13th level of the spirit realm, one could form a holy vein, skipping the life-soul realm and cultivating much faster than normal people. However, from the 10th level of the spirit realm to the 13th level of the spirit realm, the amount of spirit chi needed was much more powerful than the entire life-soul realm. From this, it could be seen that from the 10th level of the spirit realm to the 13th level of the spirit realm, although there were only 3 levels, it was much more difficult to cultivate in the life-soul realm. From the 9th level of the spirit realm to the 10th level of the spirit realm, Su Yan had borrowed the lifetime of cultivation left behind by Lu Hong in the dragon realm to form the 10th level of the spirit realm. Reaching the 11th layer of the spirit channeling realm was the cultivation that Mu Zijian had left behind in his entire life. Only with the addition of the dense spiritual energy in the profound ice-cold pond could he break through. Reaching the 12th level of the spirit drawing realm was due to the enlightenment of the runes on the 7th level of the pagoda. It was due to the enlightenment of the runes on the 7th level of the pagoda that he was able to reach the 12th level. Every breakthrough was accompanied by a fortuitous encounter. Of the 12 layers of spirit channeling, the way of heart forging had reached the 13th layer. It seemed like there was only a difference of 1 layer, but this 1 layer was like a heavenly chasm that was difficult to cross. The amount of spiritual chi required was immeasurable. Although the spirit chi on this immortal sword peak is dense, it is still not enough. If I continue to cultivate at this speed, I don't know how long it will take to reach the 13th layer of spirit drawing realm. The moment Su Yan activated his cultivation method, the spirit chi entered his dantian. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, and it did not bring any fluctuations to his body. Su Yan concluded that with the density of the spirit chi on the immortal sword peak, if he wanted to break through to the 13th layer of spirit drawing realm, it would not be possible in a day. Although it was said that on the path of cultivation, It would often take dozens of years to break through to the next level, but Su Yan could not wait, because only by reaching the holy bloodline could he cultivate the sword arts. Only then could he be said to be a true master, and only then could he be said to have stepped onto the path of cultivation. And only when he reached the holy bloodline realm could he leave the hidden sword tomb. Although Su Yan was conceited, he was not arrogant, especially after seeing the strange records of Qian Jing. Su Yan was even more aware of how big the world was and how many masters there were. If he wanted to leave the hidden sword tomb, then he had to reach the holy bloodline realm. Only by reaching the holy bloodline realm and cultivating the sword arts could he leave the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not cultivate anymore, but continued to browse the records of other strange records in the hidden sword pavilion, hoping to find some useful things from these records. In addition to various strange records in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion, there were also many sword arts. For example, the Ghost Howl sword art that Xiang Tianba once used was also inside. Su Yan saw the power of the Ghost Howl sword art, used by Su Yan against the people of the Thunder sect that day. Its power was naturally fierce, and the Ghost Howl sword art was a sword art specially made for the Ghost Howl sword art. Combined with the Ghost Howl sword, the power it displayed was even more amazing. If it was in the past, it would be useless for Su Yan to obtain the Ghost Howl sword. After all, without the Ghost Howl sword in his hands, if he cultivated this sword art, the power would be reduced by half. But now, Su Yan had the red parting sword casket. When Xiang Tianba fell that day, his sword, the Ghost Howl sword, was also absorbed into the red parting sword casket. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of swords in the red parting sword casket, and countless spiritual swords were stored within it. If he did not see the Ghost Howl sword art, Su Yan really would not have remembered this Ghost Howl sword. Looking at the Ghost Howl sword art, Su Yan immediately used the incantation that his father taught him, and activated the red parting sword casket. The Ghost Howl sword immediately leaped out from the red parting sword casket. The ghost howl pierced through the air, and that deep and serene taste at that moment caused fear to rise in people's hearts. This Ghost Howl sword is indeed extraordinary. Su Yan looked at the sharpness of the Ghost Howl sword and secretly admired it. Xiang Tianba was a direct disciple, so how could his sword be ordinary? Of course, Su Yan was not too moved by this. After all, the pagoda sword and the heaven-destroying sword in his hands were not inferior to the Ghost Howl sword. However, the Ghost Howl sword art together with the Ghost Howl sword art could produce a different level of power, which made Su Yan quite moved. It was a pity that the sword art could only be used after reaching the Holy Vein realm. Otherwise, without enough spiritual energy, there would be no way to use it. Although Su Yan was moved by the Ghost Howl sword art, he could not cultivate it, so he could only give up. He could only memorize the Ghost Howl sword art in his mind and cultivate it when he reached the Holy Vein realm in the future. Sword art. I wonder what my invincible golden body is. When Su Yan thought of the sword art, he thought of his invincible golden body. After coming out of the Ancestor Pagoda, Su Yan could use his spiritual energy to activate the invincible golden body. Although it consumed a lot of spiritual energy, he could activate it a few times. However, since the blood in the sword well entered his body and was strengthened by the cloud beast core in the pagoda, the invincible golden body became stronger. However, the spiritual energy required to activate it also increased. I wonder how many times I can activate the invincible golden body with my current spiritual energy. As Su Yan murmured, the cultivation method in his body suddenly began to operate. Whoosh! A bright light rushed out and directly penetrated the top of Su Yan's head, enveloping his entire body. The golden light flickered and illuminated the entire scripture depository. The golden light also revolved around Su Yan's body. After a few rounds, Su Yan's face immediately turned pale. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan coughed a few times, and the golden light on his body disappeared. He looked at his hands and laughed self-deprecatingly. It seems that with my current strength, I can barely activate the invincible golden body once. However, looking at the flickering golden light, its sturdiness is much stronger than before. A Saint bloodline expert definitely won't be able to break it in one hit. It's a pity that it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. It seems that I can only use it as a trump card in the future and can't use it casually. Su Yan concluded the usefulness of the invincible golden body and quickly returned to the blood dragon pupil. All of these were the benefits that Su Yan brought from the sword well. Although he had used it in the sword well, Su Yan hadn't used it properly. This was a good opportunity for him to study it properly, so that he could use it flexibly when facing enemies in the future. Blood Dragon Pupil. Open. Su Yan called out softly, and a blood-red light suddenly bloomed from his eyes. As the light swept past, everything around him seemed to slow down. In the past, Su Yan's eyes had such a miraculous effect, but it was impossible for them to not have such an obvious effect. After the double dragon pupil, the effect was even more obvious. This blood dragon pupil can be considered a trump card. I just don't know if the effects of the blood dragon pupil will be even more obvious as my cultivation increases in the future. Su Yan smiled. He was clearly very satisfied with the effects of the blood dragon pupil. After all, the blood dragon pupil was produced by eye power and didn't require any spiritual energy. Under these conditions, it would definitely be an unexpected trump card when fighting against enemies. It was also because of this trump card that Su Yan had turned misfortune into blessings many times. Now that he had the double dragon pupil, Su Yan was looking forward to seeing how the blood dragon pupil would grow in the future. Su Yan used it for a while more. Just as he was about to withdraw the blood dragon pupil, his eyes suddenly focused. A small hole had been pierced through the scripture in front of him. When Su Yan saw this, he immediately stood up and went forward to take the scripture. He looked at the small hole in the scripture. Although it wasn't big, it wasn't deep either. However, Su Yan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Of course, Su Yan wasn't sure at the moment. He just stared at the scripture in his hand. His eyes focused, and a ray of red light condensed. Whoosh! A small hole appeared in the scripture. Su Yan's suppressed excitement completely bloomed at this moment, and it took him a long time to calm down. I didn't expect the blood dragon pupil to have such a miraculous effect. Su Yan always thought that the blood dragon pupil could only slow down the speed at which he looked at his enemies. He didn't expect the light emitted by the blood dragon pupil to be able to attack as well. Although the current attack was insignificant, Su Yan believed that as long as he became stronger, the blood dragon pupil's attack would definitely become stronger as well. When the time came, it would definitely be a big trump card for him. After reading the records of the Qian realm, Su Yan knew that there were many capable people in this world. If he wanted to leave the hidden sword tomb, then he had to continuously become stronger. And this invincible golden body and the blood dragon pupil were definitely his biggest trump cards. After understanding the invincible golden body and the blood dragon pupil, Su Yan began to try to absorb the Ling Qi of heaven and earth to cultivate his own strength. Although he didn't know how long it would take him to cultivate the Ling Qi of heaven and earth, it was still better than nothing. At least if he cultivated, it would increase his strength a bit. Although he might not be able to break through in one go, it would at least allow him to establish his cultivation at the 12th layer of the spirit realm. However, Su Yan didn't cultivate for long. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. Chapter 97. Although Su Yan was only at the 12th level of the spirit realm, he was still in the spirit realm. However, this was a realm that broke the norm. The spirit qi in the 12th level of the spirit realm was enough to fight against those at the peak of the life-soul realm. Not only that, when one reached the 12th level of the spirit realm, their perception of their surroundings would be much stronger than normal spirit realm cultivators. When he heard the loud noise at the foot of the mountain, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes, and a ray of red light suddenly bloomed. He had already sensed that there were people fighting here. Ever since the Heaven Sword Sage chased away the 4 great sects, the hidden sword tomb had returned to its former glory. The other 4 great sects in Jingzhou City not only had to offer various treasures and spirit stones to the hidden sword tomb every year. The people from the 4 great sects were also not allowed to come within 100 miles of the hidden sword tomb. Now that there was a loud noise, it definitely wasn't an attack from the outside. It was definitely a fight between disciples within the sect. When Su Yan first entered the hidden sword tomb, he already knew about the survival of the fittest. As for the fights between normal disciples, Su Yan originally didn't want to pay attention to them. However, ever since he entered the Immortal Sword Peak, he had never left the Immortal Sword Peak. At this moment, since he couldn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation, Su Yan wanted to go down the mountain to take a look. He didn't hesitate and didn't use the transportation formation. Instead, he directly summoned the sword dragon and pierced through the clouds. Soon, he arrived at the scene of the incident. Su Yan looked down and saw that there was a group of people in the square. One of the people facing each other was actually Lu Fei. This made Su Yan frown. However, he didn't immediately go down. Instead, he quietly floated in the air to see what was going on. Damn fatty, do you still think you're the young master from before? Opposite Lu Fei stood a youth in red, holding a green sword in his hand. He was clearly an inner disciple. The spirit chi on his body faintly surged. His strength was already at the 8th level of the life-soul realm. Although most of the inner disciples were at the life-soul realm, being able to reach the 8th level of the life-soul realm meant that he was one of the best in the inner sect. After all, other than the elders in the Hidden Sword Tomb and the 2 direct disciples, there weren't any saint bloodline experts in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Only by entering the saint bloodline realm could one truly enter the world of the strong. 9 chi in one bloodline meant that in the saint bloodline realm, a single bloodline saint would have 9 times more spiritual energy than a life-soul realm saint. From this, one could see how powerful the saint bloodline realm was. There was also an insurmountable gap between a life spirit and a saintly meridian. Some people might not be able to form a saintly meridian even after decades, remaining in the life spirit realm for life. This was also the reason why there was a lack of saintly bloodline cultivators in the entire Sword Vault. Without a holy bloodline realm expert, all the disciples were at the life-soul realm. Those at the 8th level life-soul realm were definitely considered the best among the disciples. This person also considered himself to be an expert. His expression was cold and the eyes he looked at Lu Fei with were filled with disdain. As he spoke, he raised the green sword in his hand and pointed it at Lu Fei. Fatty Lu, when your father was in the sect, perhaps everyone would have given you some leeway. But now that your father is dead, you, a 9th-layer spirit realm cultivator, are just a fart in the inner sect. A fart, you know? That person even emphasized the word fart at the end, not giving Lu Fei any face. When Lu Fei heard this person's words, he showed a different personality than usual. He didn't say a word and only looked at that person. His eyes slowly condensed and a killing intent suddenly appeared. The spirit chi on his body also slowly condensed and surged into the broadsword in his hand. This broadsword was clearly not the one that Su Yan had found for him in the sword well, nor was it the one that Lu Fei had always worn. This broadsword was completely black without any luster. It was a few feet long and a few inches wide, much larger than normal swords. If it was in the hands of a normal person, they would definitely feel that it was not suitable. However, this sword did not feel out of place when paired with Lu Fei's body. Instead, when the spirit chi trembled, there was a faint pressure that flowed. Wang Chao die. As the spirit chi surged, Lu Fei suddenly roared and waved the broadsword in his hand to meet the youth that had slandered him. Lu Fei's body was fat, but his attack was not slow at all. He waved the broadsword and immediately formed a strong air current that attacked. Su Yan, who was in the air, saw this scene and could not help but secretly nod. He knew that Lu Fei was no longer the trash that he used to be after going through the inheritance of the Lu family's bloodline. Seeing his good friend become stronger, Su Yan was naturally happy for him. Of course, Su Yan knew that even so, it would still be difficult for Lu Fei to win against Wang Chao. After all, Wang Chao was a powerhouse with an 8th level fate soul. No matter how fierce Lu Fei's attacks were, he was only in the 9th layer of spirit realm. In a few moves, if Lu Fei did not have any special moves, he would definitely lose. However, Su Yan was not in a hurry to make a move because he saw the light in Lu Fei's eyes. That was the dignity of a man. If he were to make a move now, it would definitely be an insult to Lu Fei. Wang Chao saw Lu Fei's ferocious attack and was shocked. In his eyes, Lu Fei was just trash. Who would have thought that he would explode with such a powerful attack? Especially when the giant broadsword was waved, Wang Chao actually felt his body faintly tremble. However, Wang Chao was still a powerhouse with an 8th level fate soul and had been in the Hidden Sword Tomb for a long time. Naturally, he had rich battle experience. When he saw Lu Fei make a move, he was momentarily stunned before quickly regaining his composure. Fatty, if you want to beat me with this ability, it's far from enough. Although Wang Chao secretly admired Lu Fei's ferocious attacks, his face still had a frivolous expression. He pointed his sword at Lu Fei and smiled coldly. His body suddenly rushed forward. The difference between the fate soul and the spirit realm was suddenly revealed. Although Lu Fei's speed was also fast, it was only for those of the same level. The moment Wang Chao made a move, his body was like an arrow that left the bow. Lu Fei's speed immediately paled in comparison. Pong! The two swords collided and a thick wave of spirit energy rose up, exploding into a cloud of white mist. Lu Fei's body immediately staggered back a few steps, but Wang Chao stood his ground without moving at all. Ah! The moment Lu Fei retreated, he suddenly let out a low roar and his body rushed forward again. Fatty, I said, you're not my opponent. You're just a scammer. Wang Chao saw Lu Fei rush forward again and the smile on his face became even wider. His laughter carried waves of disdain. Most of the onlookers on the side were on good terms with Wang Chao. Seeing this scene, they all began to jeer. Hey Fatty, get out of here. Don't embarrass yourself. Yeah, Fatty. Do you really think you're that strong? Before, it was all because of your father that everyone didn't beat you up. That's right, or else you'd have died who knows how many times already. Fatty, hurry up and scram. Be good and go play with your other 9th level spirit channeling. Su Yan heard this and was suddenly startled. His gaze suddenly turned towards the person who said this, not understanding what this person meant. In reality, how could Su Yan know that in the inner sect of the hidden sword tomb, everyone was dissatisfied that Su Yan, who was only at the 9th level of spirit realm, had entered the inner sect. Last time, when Su Yan obtained the heaven-punishing sword and was appointed as a direct disciple by the Sky Sword Master, the disciples were even more dissatisfied. A direct disciple was the pride of the hidden sword tomb. Every direct disciple's strength was above all the other inner sect disciples, and Su Yan was only at the spirit realm. A spirit realm cultivator didn't even have the qualifications to enter the inner sect, but he was still able to become a direct disciple. There were many inner sect disciples who thought they were stronger than Su Yan, so how could they accept this? And this person in Wang Chao's group was the representative of those who didn't accept Su Yan. They didn't have the qualifications to enter the Immortal Sword Peak, so they went to find Lu Fei. He was also at the 9th level of Spirit Realm, but he was a problem for the inner sect disciples. For them, in their eyes, Su Yan and Lu Fei were both trash who didn't have the qualifications to enter the inner sect. Of course, Su Yan didn't know this, but Lu Fei did. Not only did Lu Fei know, but he was also proud of it. Today's battle was for his dignity. He, Lu Fei, wanted to prove that he was still a man even after leaving his father, and that he could still do well in the hidden sword tomb. Not only that, but he and Su Yan were both historical figures in the hidden sword tomb. This was because they were both spirit realm inner sect disciples, which was enough to laugh at all the other inner sect disciples. Wang Chao die. Lu Fei didn't care about the ridicule of the bystanders. His eyes were fixed on Wang Chao as he waved his large sword, turning it into a fierce dragon and attacking. No matter if it was speed or strength, the previous attack couldn't compare to it. Wherever the broadsword passed, it was like a whirlwind, sweeping up countless sand and stones. Seeing this, Wang Chao was shocked. He didn't dare take it head-on, and he hurriedly retreated a step, dodging Lu Fei's attack. Wang Chao, you don't dare to take my attack head-on? Seeing that Wang Chao didn't dare to take his attack head-on, Lu Fei couldn't help but sneer. Wang Chao didn't think that Lu Fei, who was only at the 9th level of Spirit Realm, would be able to unleash such a fierce attack. When he saw Lu Fei's expression, his eyes immediately emitted a murderous aura. Fatty, if I don't show you some power, do you really think that a Spirit Realm cultivator like you can contend against a Spirit Realm cultivator? Wang Chao coldly looked at Lu Fei. His eyes flashed as he quickly activated the cultivation method in his body. A dense spiritual energy suddenly surged out, pressing down on Lu Fei's body. The difference in strength between the two was also displayed at this moment. Lu Fei was relying on his unique strength and body, but in front of the powerful spiritual energy, Lu Fei still felt a stifling feeling in his chest. Chapter 98. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Wang Chao was clearly worse than Lu Fei in terms of intelligence. He was provoked by Lu Fei's words and was instantly enraged. If it was a battle of the same level, it would definitely be a fatal blow. But now, it was a different story. After all, Wang Chao's strength was much stronger than Lu Fei's. The enraged Wang Chao no longer held back and attacked with all his strength. The strength of an 8th-level Fate Soul exploded in an instant. His body flashed like lightning and arrived in front of Lu Fei in an instant. Lu Fei's words were domineering, but when he saw Wang Chao's fierce move, he was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but he was only in the 9th level of Spirit Realm. How could he keep up with his speed? Damn it, I'll go all out. Lu Fei saw that he couldn't dodge, so he didn't try to dodge. He clenched his teeth and activated his cultivation technique. Spirit Chi suddenly turned into Spirit Chi and shot towards his broadsword. His fat body didn't retreat, but instead charged towards Wang Chao. Although his spiritual energy was much weaker than Wang Chao's, there was a faint baleful aura on his chubby face, giving him a powerful aura. If it wasn't for the disparity in strength, Lu Fei's attack would have already won against Wang Chao. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two was too great. Wang Chao saw that Lu Fei didn't dodge and sneered. "Fatty, you're courting death. Don't blame me for not caring about our relationship." "What do I need you to care about?" Lu Fei knew that he was going to lose today. But so what? He couldn't lose his dignity as a man. When the crowd saw that Lu Fei didn't retreat, they all began to laugh. This fatty is really overestimating himself. He actually dared to fight against senior brother Wang. Isn't he courting death? That's right, this fatty is courting death. While the crowd was talking bang, there was a loud sound as Wang Chao and Lu Fei collided. Just when everyone thought that Lu Fei was going to die, there was another bang and Wang Chao's body was pushed back dozens of steps. On the other hand, Lu Fei didn't move at all. Puchi! The moment Wang Chao was pushed back, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Lu Fei in shock and shouted, "This! How is this possible? Fatty, how could you push me back?" Lu Fei was also confused by this situation. Whether it was his strength or speed, he was weaker than Wang Chao. However, in the collision just now, Lu Fei suddenly felt a huge surge of spiritual power in his body. What's going on? Lu Fei also had a face full of confusion. However, looking at the wretched Wang Chao, he quickly reacted and said with a cold smile, "Wang Chao, how is it? This young master is amazing, right?" "You." Looking at Lu Fei's arrogant appearance, Wang Chao's entire body trembled with anger. Everyone who saw this scene was also stunned. Lu Fei was only in the 9th layer of Spirit Realm. If he fought against Wang Chao, even if he didn't die, he would at least be seriously injured. But now, the two were completely opposite. Lu Fei was completely fine, but Wang Chao was injured. What is going on? What kind of sorcery did Lu Fei use? That's right, how could he possibly defeat senior brother Wang? Everyone was confused because none of them noticed Su Yan floating not far behind them. That's right, it was Su Yan who helped Lu Fei. Otherwise, with Lu Fei's strength, he would have definitely died if he fought against Wang Chao. Haha, so this is all there is to an 8th level Fate Soul? Although Lu Fei didn't understand, he didn't care. Looking at Wang Chao's wretched appearance, he suddenly laughed with a trace of contempt on his face. "Ah, you're courting death." Wang Chao looked at Lu Fei. His entire body trembled with anger, and the cultivation method in his body began to quickly revolve. That rich spiritual energy once again gushed out. All of a sudden, his body rushed out like a cheetah, and the long sword in his hand was thrust out, instantly causing a rumbling sound. The sword roared and the sword flashed. The strength of an 8th level Fate Soul was completely displayed at this moment. As the long sword slashed down, a violent gust of wind and waves swept up. In an instant, the entire square was wrapped up in a cloud of dust from the ground. Su Yan saw this scene from behind and knew that Wang Chao had used his full strength. That meant that he had to make a move as well. "Wang Chao, you've got guts," Su Yan shouted. His voice was infused with spirit chi, and it was like a muffled thunder that exploded in the square. It reverberated in everyone's ears, creating a roar. Everyone present, except for Lu Fei, was shocked. Wang Chao was also startled. He hurriedly withdrew his attack and retreated. Su Yan's elegant white robes fluttered in the air as the sword dragon emitted a resplendent radiance that illuminated the entire square. Under the illumination of the radiance, Su Yan's entire body slowly appeared in front of everyone. "Su Yan, it's Su Yan." Although everyone was making fun of Lu Fei and Su Yan for only being in the 9th level of Spirit Realm. However, when Su Yan appeared, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Only Lu Fei's expression didn't change. He slowly walked to Su Yan's side and meaningfully looked at Su Yan. He didn't have the enthusiasm from before, but there was a trace of respect in his eyes. Su Yan looked at Lu Fei's expression and couldn't help but frown. He used to hate Lu Fei's friendly appearance, but looking at Lu Fei's current appearance, he felt awkward. However, Su Yan didn't say anything. He only lightly asked, "Fatty, are you okay?" Su Yan's question had a double meaning. First, it was to comfort Lu Fei for losing his father. Second, it was to ask if Lu Fei was injured in the fight with Wang Chao. Actually, the second question was a bit redundant. After all, Su Yan had been watching the entire time. "I'm fine." Lu Fei shook his head. Looking at the terrified people in front of him, the corner of his mouth immediately curled into a smile. "Wang Chao, didn't you look down on us two people in the 9th level of Spirit Realm? Why are you all so scared now that you don't dare to speak?" Wang Chao and the others looked at Su Yan and then at Lu Fei. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do for a moment. They were all elites of the Hidden Sword Tomb and had their own pride. However, Su Yan's feats in the Hidden Sword Tomb were obvious to all. Although they didn't accept it in their hearts, it didn't mean that they didn't fear Su Yan. After all, Xiang Tianba was indirectly killed by Su Yan. Xiang Tianba was the strongest disciple in their hearts, and even this strongest disciple had been defeated by Su Yan. How could they still dare to look at Su Yan as normal? However, Su Yan was only in the spirit realm, and they were all in the life-soul realm. They were unwilling to admit defeat to Su Yan. Why should they be afraid of someone who was only in the spirit realm when they were in the life-soul realm? In particular, Lu Fei, who had always been at the mercy of others, dared to clamor above their heads. It hurt their self-esteem even more. Lu Fei saw that no one dared to answer and the smile on his face became even brighter. He laughed and said, "What, Wang Chao? You don't even dare to fart?" Under these words, Wang Chao finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Brothers, what are you afraid of? No matter how strong Su Yan is, he is only in the spirit realm. Why should we be afraid of him when there are so many of us?" Wang Chao's words immediately woke everyone up. It was just as he said. Yes, no matter how strong Su Yan was, he was only in the spirit realm. They were all in the life-soul realm. Why should they be afraid of him? Everyone came to their senses and their fear of Su Yan lessened. They all stood up and shouted, "Su Yan, today's matter is between us and the fatty. It has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, leave quickly." When Su Yan heard these people's words, he didn't get angry. He only glanced at Lu Fei and said indifferently, "He is my friend." As he spoke, he didn't even look at these people. It wasn't that Su Yan looked down on these people, but that these people couldn't arouse Su Yan's desire to fight at all. Water flows downwards, and people walk upwards. If it weren't for Lu Fei, Su Yan wouldn't have even bothered with these people. "Su Yan, don't be too arrogant." When Wang Chao saw Su Yan's cold and arrogant appearance, he became even angrier. However, he didn't dare to act recklessly. After all, Su Yan's reputation in the Hidden Sword Catacomb wasn't something that normal disciples like them could do. Su Yan still didn't care about these people. Instead, he turned to Lu Fei and asked, "Fatty, what do you think we should do?" Lu Fei didn't think that Su Yan would turn around and ask him a question. He froze for a moment, then laughed and said, "What else can we do? Teach them a lesson and let them know the power of the Spirit Realm duo." "All right." Su Yan nodded. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Today, he was here to stand up for Lu Fei. He would do whatever Lu Fei said. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and counted the people standing on Wang Chao's side. There were a total of 5, and they were all at the mid-stage of the Life-Soul realm. Su Yan nodded approvingly. After all, it wasn't easy to cultivate to the mid-stage of the Life-Soul realm. They were only at the mid-stage of the Life-Soul realm, so they couldn't arouse Su Yan's desire to fight. Su Yan couldn't be bothered to fight them one by one. He waved his hand and shouted, "All of you come at me together." "What?" When Wang Chao and the others heard Su Yan's words, they were stunned. Of course, while they were stunned, their faces flushed red. Humiliation. A naked humiliation. Su Yan was only at the spirit realm, but he dared to challenge 5 life-soul realm cultivators. This wasn't an insult, but Su Yan was courting death. Wang Chao and the others were originally afraid of Su Yan, but when they heard Su Yan's words, they immediately laughed. Wang Chao pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, you want all of us to come at you together? Are you courting death? Anyway, all of you can come at me together." Su Yan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Wang Chao was overjoyed when he received confirmation. They all began to circulate their cultivation methods. Their eyes were filled with greed as they looked at Su Yan. Wang Chao took the lead and shouted, "Everyone, attack together. Today, we will let this arrogant person know what absolute strength is." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 Life Soul Realm cultivators raised their swords and attacked Su Yan. Be careful. Chapter 99. The 5 of them were all experts in the middle stage of the Life Soul Realm. Wang Chao was also at the 8th level of the Life Soul Realm. He was already at the late stage of the Life Soul Realm. Even in the entire inner sect, there weren't many who had this kind of formation. Now that the 5 of them were attacking together, their aura was naturally majestic. In an instant, sword light flashed and a bright light shot out. It was as if it dared to compete with the sun and the moon. The sword aura exploded like 5 angry dragons. In an instant, several layers of stormy waves swept towards Su Yan. With such a fierce attack, it was no wonder that Lu Fei, who had always been confident in Su Yan, couldn't help but warn him. However, with this reminder, Lu Fei realized how unnecessary his reminder was. His worried expression turned into shock in an instant. One breath. That's right. In just one breath, 4 experts in the middle stage of the Life Soul Realm and 1 in the late stage of the Life Soul Realm were sent flying with 5 bangs. In that moment, no one clearly saw when Su Yan attacked. They only saw a white shadow flash and the 5 of them fell to the ground. Poochie. The 5 of them fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, they all spat out a mouthful of blood. Shock appeared in their eyes as they looked at Su Yan. Of course, there was even more disbelief. The 5 of them had always thought that Su Yan dared to be so arrogant because he had reached the Life Soul Realm. But when they attacked, they saw the spiritual chi surge from Su Yan's body. He was clearly only at the spirit realm, and his aura was clearly only at the spirit realm. How could a mere spirit realm cultivator be so powerful? How is this possible? Who is this Su Yan? How could a middle-stage Life Soul Realm cultivator not be a match for a spirit realm cultivator? They looked at Su Yan with even more disbelief in their shocked eyes. How could a spirit realm cultivator defeat a Life Soul Realm cultivator? And 5 of them at that. They didn't even see how Su Yan attacked. Disgrace. This was definitely a disgrace to the 5 of them. Su Yan didn't have the time to care about these people. He also wouldn't tell them that he was indeed at the spirit realm, but only at the 12th level of the spirit realm. This was even stronger than the strength of someone at the peak of Life Soul. Let's go. Su Yan turned around and shouted at Lu Fei, who was also in a state of shock. He completely ignored Wang Chao and the others. In Su Yan's eyes, these people were just like ants. If it wasn't for Lu Fei today, he might not have anything to do with these people in his life. Lu Fei only reacted when he heard Su Yan call him. He stepped onto the sword dragon that Su Yan had summoned and left, leaving behind the 5 people on the ground with shocked expressions. How is that possible? Is he really only at the spirit channeling realm? No, why? What realm is he in? The 5 of them stared at Su Yan's departing figure, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Today's scene was destined to become a disgrace in their cultivation path. This humiliation would seep deep into their bones. If they couldn't see through it, it would definitely become a hindrance on their path of cultivation. If there were strong restraints on the path of cultivation, then it would be impossible for him to advance further in the future. At this moment, on top of a building in the plaza, an old man sat and watched this scene. He slowly nodded and said, "Su Yan, you really didn't disappoint Senior Lu's expectations. With just the strength of the spirit channeling realm, you were actually able to defeat 5 people at the Life Soul realm." This person had crimson hair and a white beard. He wore a black robe and his hands were clasped behind his back. His eyes were looking in the direction that Su Yan had left in, constantly flashing with light. This person was none other than the head of the Hidden Sword Catacomb, Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword. Previously, Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword had thought that Su Yan would forever remain at the spirit channeling realm. In his anger, he had gone into seclusion. However, just as he had gone into seclusion, he had learned that Su Yan had obtained the heaven-destroying sword. Naturally, he was overjoyed. Just a moment ago, when he came out of seclusion, he saw that Su Yan had defeated 5 people from the inner sect. They were experts at the Life Soul realm. In his heart, he had a whole new level of respect for Su Yan. However, the moment he had a whole new level of respect for Su Yan, Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword frowned again. Just now, I clearly felt that Su Yan's strength was only at the spirit channeling realm. However, why did I feel that the majestic spiritual energy was not at all at the spirit channeling realm? As Reverend Heaven's Sword muttered to himself, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes abruptly opened and a bright radiance shot out from them. His aged face could not help but tremble. Could it be that this brat has reached the legendary level? Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword thought as his entire body trembled with excitement. He carefully felt the fluctuations of Su Yan's spiritual energy just now. In his heart, he was even more certain that Su Yan had truly reached the legendary level. For my hidden sword tomb to produce such a disciple, perhaps one day, he will be able to leave the Jingzhou city. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword was the sect master of the hidden sword tomb, so he naturally worked wholeheartedly for the sect. If a genius disciple appeared in the sect, it would naturally be a powerful affirmation of the hidden sword tomb's position in the future. However, when he remembered that Su Yan was a disciple of the Buddha sword sect, Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword felt a bit depressed. However, this depression only lasted for a moment. In exchange, he laughed at himself. The World Sword Cultivation sect belongs to the Buddha sword sect. Why should I be depressed? In the future, Su Yan will really be able to shake up the reputation of the Buddha sword sect. He came from my hidden sword tomb, so naturally, he will have his own prestige. As Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword thought about this, he suddenly understood. He stroked the little white beard on his chin. The hidden sword tomb sword well has been broken, and this brat has broken through the legendary level. This hidden sword tomb is simply not enough for him to roam freely. It seems that it is time to arrange for him to leave the mountain. However, the Ancestor Pagoda of the hidden sword tomb can still give him a little help. The Ancestor Pagoda has not been opened for hundreds of years. I wonder if this brat can gain the favor of the Ancestor Pagoda. As Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword spoke, he stroked the white beard on his chin. He immediately leaped out and arrived in front of the 5-colored giant stone square. When he landed, a few black figures landed beside him. These people were the elders of the hidden sword tomb. Senior Brother Sect Master, what are your orders? When they landed, they cupped their hands respectfully towards Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword. Open the Ancestor Pagoda. Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword did not waste any time and directly said a sentence. A majestic spiritual energy instantly surged out from his body and attacked the 5-colored giant stone. The elders were stunned, but they did not say anything. At the same time, they operated their cultivation techniques. Countless spiritual energies surged out from their bodies and turned into rainbows that attacked the 5-colored giant stone. As the spiritual energies fluctuated, the 5-colored giant stone shone brightly in an instant. The bursts of light were like the radiance of a scorching sun, enveloping the entire hidden sword tomb. At the moment when the light shone, the elders of the hidden sword tomb, including Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword, had respectful expressions on their faces. Ancestor Pagoda. Every family and every sect had their own Ancestor Pagoda. This Ancestor Pagoda was the most sacred place in the entire family or sect. It was the burial place of every sect's strongest expert when they died. Of course, every Ancestor Pagoda had different settings. For example, the Ancestor Pagoda in the hidden sword tomb was different from the Ancestor Pagoda that Su Yan challenged in the Su family. The Su family's Ancestor Pagoda was erected in the Su family's courtyard and could be seen on a daily basis. As for the hidden sword tomb's Ancestor Pagoda, it was secluded. In order to open the Ancestor Pagoda, the hidden sword tomb's sect master and the elders of the sect must jointly offer sacrifices before it could be opened. Under the efforts of Spiritual Master Heaven's Sword and the elders, the 5-colored giant stone shone even more brightly, turning into rays of light that shot out. At the same time, a purple-brown light screen appeared in the center of the 5-colored giant stone. Under the illumination of the light, it immediately attracted the attention of all the disciples of the hidden sword tomb. Regardless of whether they were inner, outer, or true disciples, they all rushed over. Su Yan and Lu Fei were returning to the Immortal Sword Peak. Before they landed, they noticed the dazzling light. Sect Master Su, what's going on? Lu Fei was stunned and immediately asked Su Yan. Su Yan was also puzzled when he saw the dazzling light, but he didn't feel anything. After all, it had nothing to do with him. However, when he heard Lu Fei's words, he was stunned. He looked back at Lu Fei and asked, Fatty, what did you call me? Sect Master. Lu Fei smiled casually. Su Yan, you're the only successor of the Buddha sword sect, so you're naturally the sect master. I'm a protector of the sect, so I naturally have to call you sect master. Su Yan finally understood why Lu Fei looked at him like that when they were in the inner sect. He thought he was the sect master of the Buddha sword sect. Of course, Su Yan was even more confused about how Lu Fei knew he was the successor of the Buddha sword sect and how he was a protector. Fatty, what's going on? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei with a serious expression. After all, the Buddha sword sect was too important. Su Yan didn't dare to overlook it. Lu Fei looked at the nervous Su Yan and smiled. Sect Master Su, to be honest, I only found out after my father died. Our Lu family is one of the 4 protectors of the Buddha sword sect. After my father died, I inherited the bloodline of the Lu family, so I'm naturally one of the protectors of the Lu family. Your father is one of the 4 protectors of the Buddha sword sect. Su Yan had some understanding of the Buddha sword sect, but he didn't know they had 4 protectors. Yes. Lu Fei nodded. That's right. Sect Master Su, that's why I'll follow you in the future and restore the name of the Buddha sword sect. Su Yan glanced at Lu Fei meaningfully. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. At this moment, a call rang out from the horizon. Su Yan, you're a true disciple of the sect. You've obtained the right to enter the ancestral tower. Come to the training ground and report immediately. The voice was old and contained a sliver of pressure. It was clearly an order from the Heavenly Sword Master. Although Su Yan still wanted to ask Lu Fei how much he knew about the Buddha sword sect, Su Yan immediately perked up when he heard the words, Ancestral Tower. Chapter 100. The Ancestor Pagoda was the strongest place in the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan still remembered clearly that he had obtained the invincible golden body in the Su family's Ancestor Pagoda. If he could obtain such a powerful object in the Su family's Ancestor Pagoda, what would be in the Ancestor Pagoda of the Hidden Sword Tomb, the #1 sect in Jingzhou City? As Su Yan thought about it, he looked at the 5-colored boulder. Suddenly, a bright light condensed in his eyes. The light expanded in all directions with anticipation. The Ancestor Pagoda of the Hidden Sword Tomb only opens once every 100 years. This time, all the inner disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb have the opportunity to enter. When he saw Su Yan's arrival, enlightened Master Skysword didn't wait for the others. He looked down at everyone and opened the pagoda. With a wave of his hand, the purple light screen on the 5-colored boulder's teleportation array became even brighter. The purple light that was faintly emitted a sense of mystery at the same time. From now on, 3 disciples will take the lead and enter the Ancestor Pagoda in succession. Enlightened Master Skysword had always been swift and decisive in doing things. This time was no exception. When he saw that the Ancestor Pagoda had opened, he immediately shouted for the inner disciples to enter the hidden sword tomb together. Although enlightened Master Skysword had opened the Ancestor Pagoda for Su Yan, how could he not know that the hidden sword tomb couldn't keep Su Yan? He had opened the Ancestor Pagoda just to complete the obsession left behind by Lu Hong. In the future, the hidden sword tomb's true glory would still depend on the support of the many disciples of the hidden sword tomb. Only then would it be able to stand at the peak of Jingzhou City again. In addition, the hidden sword tomb was a 1,000-year-old sect. The Ancestor Pagoda was naturally magnificent. It wasn't impossible for all the disciples of the hidden sword tomb to enter. How could enlightened Master Skysword let go of such a good opportunity for his disciples to gain experience? Su Yan had long been looking forward to the Ancestor Pagoda. Now that he heard enlightened Master Skysword's words, he didn't hesitate and took the lead to enter the teleportation array that connected to the Ancestor Pagoda. The rest of the disciples followed closely behind and entered the teleportation array. The moment they entered, all the disciples disappeared from the training grounds, leaving behind only a group of outer sect disciples. They looked at the inner sect disciples with envy. At the same time, it also aroused their desire to enter the inner sect. All of them no longer stayed on the training grounds and scattered. Some went to the scripture pavilion, some went to the sword pavilion, some went to the sword well, some went to the open sword well, and some directly sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. In short, no one was idle. They all wanted to quickly improve their strength and enter the inner sect. When Reverend Heaven's Sword saw this, he nodded in gratification. However, when his gaze returned to the teleportation formation, his eyebrows immediately furrowed as he muttered to himself, Su Yan, this ancestral pagoda might be your final training in the sword collection tomb. I hope it will be of help to you. The Ancestor Pagoda was the strongest place in the clan and the strongest place in the sect. The reason why it was called the strongest place was because the Ancestral Pagoda contained the crystallization left behind by generations of sects and clans. The ancestors who were able to enter the Ancestral Pagoda were all peak experts of their clans and sections. As time passed, countless peak experts were buried in the Ancestral Pagoda. How many heavenly treasures and the cultivation crystallization of the ancestors would be left behind in the Ancestral Pagoda? Of course, that wasn't all. The biggest function of the Ancestral Pagoda was to protect the entire sect. Because every powerful sect's Ancestral Pagoda must have a restriction set up by the ancestors to prevent the invasion of a strong enemy. Therefore, the Ancestral Pagoda must be opened by a clan elder, or sect master. The Ancestral Pagoda could be said to be in existence that everyone in the Tianjin continent knew about. Of course, every sect or clan's Ancestral Pagoda was different. For example, Su Yan experienced the Ancestral Pagoda in the Su family. The Ancestral Pagoda was really in the shape of a pagoda and was divided into various floors. But this sword collection tomb Ancestral Pagoda was different. It was hidden in the fragment space created by the ancestors, so everyone needed to use the teleportation formation to teleport. Not only that, but after entering the teleportation formation, everyone arrived at the Ancestral Pagoda. This Ancestral Pagoda was not an ordinary pagoda, but a new world, a new space. During this period, Su Yan had been in the scripture pavilion of the Immortal Sword Peak every day. Although he couldn't be said to have read all the books in the world, he had read all kinds of books. The Immortal Sword Peak was the first sword peak of the sword collection tomb. Most of the scriptures in the scripture pavilion were kept by the sect's #1 expert, the Sword Master Elder. How could they be ordinary? These scriptures not only covered everything in the world, but also records about the sword collection tomb. This was also why Su Yan recognized the teleportation formation to the Ancestral Pagoda when he saw it for the first time. Not only that, Su Yan also knew the essential difference between the sword collection tomb Ancestral Pagoda and the Su family's Ancestral Pagoda. The Su family's Ancestral Pagoda was in the shape of a pagoda. It existed within the family and was guarded by only a few guardians. As long as the family elders gave permission, they could enter the Ancestral Pagoda. However, the sword collection tomb Ancestral Pagoda was different. In addition to being opened by Immortal Sky Sword and the elders this time, the sword collection tomb Ancestral Pagoda could also awaken on its own. Yes, it was awakening on its own. This was also the other purpose of the 5-colored boulder test. All disciples who entered the sword collection tomb must first pass the 5-colored boulder test. The purpose was to show their strength and see if they could make the Ancestral Pagoda awaken on its own. Obviously, for hundreds of years, no one could make the sword collection tomb Ancestral Pagoda awaken on its own. Even Su Yan couldn't do it during the test. Su Yan didn't care about it. After all, he didn't think about these things at all at that time. He only yearned for the sword well. Now that it was over, Su Yan was no longer the newborn calf when he first entered the sword collection tomb. His wisdom was no longer comparable. How could he care about these things? He was now more concerned about what inheritance he could get from the Ancestral Pagoda. Looking at the space in front of him that was like a secret chamber, Su Yan didn't feel anything strange because he already knew that this was the Ancestral Pagoda of the sword collection tomb from the scripture pavilion. Although he didn't feel strange, Su Yan was still shocked the moment he stepped in. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, it's worthy of being called the sword collection tomb Ancestral Pagoda. This power is definitely not comparable to the Ancestral Pagoda of the Su family. The interior of the Ancestral Pagoda wasn't in the shape of a pagoda. Instead, it formed a space of its own. This space was like a secret chamber. It was extremely spacious and there were various statues everywhere. Not only that, but there were also many densely packed runes on the floor that was covered with stone bricks. When a person walked past the runes, they would move about like thin dragons. As they moved about, a mysterious aura was faintly emitted from them, bringing with it an intimidating aura. After a short moment of astonishment, Su Yan quickly recovered. He didn't stay in the same place, but looked around. Since he knew where the Ancestral Pagoda was. Naturally, he also knew that the Ancestral Pagoda was more about luck and fate. The Ancestral Pagoda is about luck and fate. Everyone, don't gather together and search for your own luck, Lin Hualu said when all the disciples entered the Ancestral Pagoda. Lin Hualu was still wearing her red clothes. Her face was as cold as ice and her every movement carried a trace of majesty. Although that was the case, She still explained the matters of the ancestral pagoda to the other disciples who didn't know what was going on. Lin Hualu had always been good to the disciples of the sect. Now that all the disciples had entered the ancestral pagoda, it wasn't strange for Lin Hualu to explain these matters to them. When Su Yan heard her voice, he couldn't help but look at her. However, he saw that her face was as cold as ice and she didn't pay attention to him at all. The attention that she once paid to him was gone. In exchange, there was only endless indifference. Seems like senior sister Lin still cares about what happened that day. Su Yan thought of the day when he saved Lin Hualu in the sword well. He laughed at himself and didn't say anything else. He immediately turned around and walked forward. At the moment when Su Yan's figure disappeared, Lin Hua too turned her head to look at his departing figure. That frosty and beautiful face slightly moved at this moment, but it quickly disappeared. No one knew what she was thinking. Only Qin Hao, who was standing beside her, saw this scene and his eyes couldn't help but tremble. However, it was fleeting. The ancestral pagoda wasn't any smaller than the sword well. Although all the inner sect disciples of the sword collection tomb had entered this time, it didn't seem crowded. After walking for an hour, Su Yan was the only one who could see in the ancestral pagoda. However, Su Yan didn't stop and continued to walk forward. The ancestral pagoda was the resting place of the sect's ancestors. There naturally wouldn't be any danger in it. However, if he wanted to obtain the inheritance left behind by the ancestors, it would be like what Lin Hualu said. It would depend on luck and fate, not force it. Su Yan didn't know what the ancestral pagoda would bring him at this moment. He could only walk numbly, hoping to find something left behind by the ancestors. Unfortunately, after walking for several hours, he didn't see anything other than the constantly moving statues and the jumping runes under his feet. There wasn't even any sound. Could it be that I don't have any luck in the ancestral pagoda? After walking for a while, he still didn't see anything. Su Yan couldn't help but wonder if the ancestral pagoda didn't have any luck that belonged to him. Pudong. At this moment, a sound suddenly rang out. Su Yan was overjoyed. There was no danger in the ancestral pagoda. This sound was clearly the sign of the arrival of a treasure. Su Yan was overjoyed and directly sent his luck in the direction of the sound. When Su Yan arrived at the source of the sound, the joy on Su Yan's face suddenly sank. It wasn't that he didn't see the treasure appear, but that this item already had an owner. Su Yan didn't like to force things, and he didn't like to bully his fellow sect members like Xiang Tianba did. Seeing that this item already had an owner, Su Yan didn't stay. He shook his head in disappointment and was about to leave. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out and stopped him. Chapter 101. At this moment, Su Yan could be considered a celebrity in the hidden sword tomb. When he heard that someone recognized him, Su Yan did not feel strange. He only turned around and saw the person in purple fluttering clothes with a cold expression. He could not help but frown. The person who called out to him was none other than Qin Hao, who was also a direct disciple like him. Su Yan did not know this person and did not have any feelings for him. He only knew that there was such a person in the sect who was also a direct disciple like him. However, thinking that Qin Hao had been in the sect longer than him and was stronger than him, Su Yan cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Senior Qin, why did you stop me?" Qin Hao did not answer Su Yan directly. Instead, he raised a treasure that he obtained from the ancestor pagoda and asked Su Yan, "Su Yan, what do you think of this item?" Purple silkworm golden armor. During this period of time, Su Yan naturally did not stay in the scripture depository pavilion of the immortal sword peak for nothing. When he saw the item in Qin Hao's hand, he immediately recognized that it was a Xian artifact. Immortal weapons, holy weapons, and godly weapons were legendary existences. From this, one could see the value of Xian weapons. Moreover, this purple silkworm golden armor was soft and comfortable to wear. It also had a strong defense and was at least a level 5 Xian weapon. Although this Xian weapon could not be compared to Su Yan's heaven-destroying sword, it was still a Xian weapon. However, it was definitely a rare treasure. When Su Yan saw it with a glance, his eyes immediately surged with an excited glow. At the same time, he secretly envied Qin Hao for being able to obtain such a precious treasure. However, he did not obtain anything and felt depressed. Of course, this depression only lasted for a moment, and Su Yan quickly recovered. Looking at Qin Hao holding the purple silkworm golden armor, he was puzzled, but because he had nothing to do with Qin Hao, Su Yan still had a smile on his face and said, "Congratulations, Senior Qin, for obtaining such a precious treasure." Qin Hao looked at Su Yan's expression and smiled in satisfaction. He waved his hands and threw the 5th rank Xian weapon to Su Yan. "Junior Su, seeing that you are interested in this treasure, I will give it to you now." "Give it to me?" Su Yan was shocked by Qin Hao's action and caught the purple silkworm golden armor. Even though Su Yan still had the heaven-destroying sword in his storage pouch, the heaven-destroying sword had lost its sword spirit, blade and tassel. Even though it was a divine sword, it did not have a single trace of radiance. It was not as useful as the purple silkworm golden armor. If Su Yan's current strength was at the 12th level of the spirit channeling realm, he would be able to fend off an expert at the pinnacle of the life-soul realm. With the purple silkworm golden armor, Su Yan was confident that he could fend off an attack from a saint of the holy bloodline realm with one holy bloodline. The preciousness of this item could be seen from this. But now, Qin Hao had casually given it to him. How could Su Yan accept such a generous gift? If this item was given to him by Lu Fei, Su Yan might not feel anything. But since it was given to him by Qin Hao, it would not be so simple. After all, Su Yan did not have any relationship with Qin Hao in the past. Even if Qin Hao was a true disciple of the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan believed that Qin Hao would not casually give away a Xian weapon. As the saying goes, if something strange happened, there must be something wrong. "Senior Qin, how can I accept such a precious item without doing anything?" Su Yan said. Even though he was reluctant to part with the purple silkworm golden armor, he knew that he had to do something. However, he knew that there were things that a man could and could not do. At the very least, Su Yan would not accept a favor for no reason. As he spoke, he threw the purple silkworm golden armor back to Qin Hao. "Su Yan, since you call me Senior Qin, why can't I give you a Xian weapon?" The moment the purple silkworm golden armor was thrown out by Su Yan, before it reached Qin Hao waved his hand. As Qin Hao spoke, he waved his hand and a powerful spiritual energy suddenly appeared. The purple silkworm golden armor that was in mid-air suddenly turned around and flew back to Su Yan's side. When Su Yan saw this, he also slightly exerted his spiritual power on the purple silkworm golden armor. The purple silkworm golden armor returned to him again. "Senior Qin, although you say so, it is difficult for me to accept such a precious treasure." Su Yan narrowed his eyes and smiled. "What's so difficult about it? Just accept it." Qin Hao said and exerted his spiritual power again. The purple silkworm golden armor returned to Su Yan's hands. Su Yan also decided not to accept it. When the purple silkworm golden armor returned to him, he also exerted his spiritual power and the purple silkworm golden armor flew back to Qin Hao. After going back and forth a few times, the purple silkworm golden armor flew back to Qin Hao. Qin Hao's originally cold face suddenly became gloomy. He looked at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, I'm giving it to you. Accept it." When Su Yan saw Qin Hao's gloomy face, his expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Senior Qin, I can't accept something I didn't do." "Su Yan, are you determined not to accept it?" When Qin Hao saw the purple silkworm golden armor fly back, his expression became even gloomier. The more this was the case, the more Su Yan could not accept Qin Hao's things. Otherwise, in the future he would be in trouble. He smiled and said, "Senior Qin, it's not that I don't want it. It's just that I can't accept it." "I can't accept it." Qin Hao coldly smiled. He looked at Su Yan with contempt and shouted, "Su Yan, let me tell you. Today, even if you don't want it, you have to accept it." As he spoke, a burst of boundless spiritual energy suddenly surged out from Qin Hao's body. In an instant, it attacked Su Yan. Although the spiritual energy was invisible, the might that it brought was like a big tiger pouncing toward Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked. His eyes suddenly narrowed and a red light surged out at this moment. A red halo floated around his body and directly wrapped his whole body in it. The moment the faint red light surged, Su Yan felt a little better. The pair of eyes that looked at Qin Hao no longer had the respect from before. Instead, there was a faint evil aura surging. "Senior Qin, I, Su, have no enmity with you. Why are you doing this to me?" Su Yan was not afraid of Qin Hao. In the past, Qin Hao did not have the slightest enmity towards him. Moreover, they were from the same sect. Su Yan thought that he would not stay in the hidden sword tomb for long, and did not want to cause any more trouble. No enmity. Qin Hao coldly smiled. He looked at Su Yan with contempt and said, Su Yan, don't think that just because you became a direct disciple, you can be as famous as me and Junior Lin. You can have improper thoughts. Improper thoughts? When Su Yan heard Qin Hao's words, he could not help but frown. Then, when he saw the anger surging on Qin Hao's face, he suddenly understood. Obviously, Qin Hao was angry because of Lin Hualu and misunderstood the relationship between him and Lin Hualu. He could not help but laugh and said, Senior Qin, I think you have misunderstood. Senior Lin and I have always been innocent and have no relationship. How can I have improper thoughts? You don't? Qin Hao clearly did not believe Su Yan's words. His brows were tightly furrowed and the gaze he used to look at Su Yan became even colder. It was as if he wanted to see through Su Yan. After a long time, he suddenly pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Su Yan, since you say you have no improper thoughts towards Junior Lin, do you dare to swear? Su Yan did not know how to reply. Improper thoughts? Although it was a little unpleasant to hear, did he really not have any feelings for Lin Hualu? Su Yan was in a daze. Ever since he entered the sword collection tomb, Su Yan was focused on cultivation and did not think about anything between a man and a woman. However, when he thought about how Lin Hualu stood up for him a few times and the enchanting body he saw at the bottom of the sword well, Su Yan suddenly had mixed feelings. Do I really not have any feelings for Senior Lin? Su Yan was in a daze. He was not sure about his feelings for Lin Hualu. Especially when he thought about how Lin Hualu did not even look at him when she was explaining the Ancestor Pagoda to the disciples. He felt a little sour in his heart. When Qin Hao saw Lin Hualu's dazed look, he immediately said angrily, Su Yan, do you still dare to admit that you have no feelings for Lin Hualu? Su Yan pondered for a long time in his heart. In the end, he seemed to have understood something. He turned his head and looked at Qin Hao without the slightest hesitation. He smiled softly and said, Senior Qin, to be honest, I have feelings for Senior Lin. Good Su Yan. When Qin Hao heard Su Yan's words, he immediately flew into a rage. His voice was trembling because of his agitation, and the cold expression on his face was also slightly trembling because of his agitation. When Su Yan saw Qin Hao's expression, he could not help but laugh. Senior Qin, Senior Lin is not married yet. Why can't I have feelings for her? Of course not. Qin Hao gritted his teeth and pointed at Su Yan. Su Yan, I know you have feelings for Lin Hualu, so I gave you the purple silkworm golden armor to tell you that only I can control what belongs to me. What belongs to you? Qin Hao. When he heard Qin Hao's domineering tone, Su Yan's chest faintly surged with anger. He looked at Qin Hao and smiled coldly. Senior Qin, your words are too domineering. Senior Lin is not married yet. How can she be your woman? If I say she is, then she is. Qin Hao still said domineeringly. Lin Hualu was a direct disciple of the hidden sword tomb. Although her expression was usually cold and emotionless, she was gentle by nature. In addition to her beauty, all the disciples in the sect were fond of Lin Hualu. Qin Hao was a direct disciple and often went in and out of the sect with Lin Hualu. Naturally, they were very close. Secretly, he had long regarded Lin Hualu as his wife in the inner sect. At that time, when he saw Lin Hualu treating Su Yan well, he only felt that Lin Hualu was a good person. But today, when Lin Hualu looked at Su Yan, Qin Hao immediately felt a bad premonition. Chapter 102. Qin Hao used to be worried about Xiang Tianba, but Xiang Tianba was stronger than him, so he didn't dare to do anything. But now, Su Yan was only in the spirit channeling realm, and he was already a threat to him. How could Qin Hao tolerate this? He raised his eyebrows and threw the purple silkworm golden armor at Su Yan. He said coldly, Su Yan, you and I have no enmity, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. Take this armor, and don't think about Lin Hualu in the future. Su Yan caught the purple silkworm golden armor and couldn't help but smile at Qin Hao's expression. Su Yan used to think that Qin Hao was a true disciple and had some ability. But now, it seemed that Qin Hao was just a clown. Su Yan didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Lin Hualu. If fate brought them together in the future, Su Yan didn't care about these things. But now, Qin Hao was using such a strong attitude to force him to give up Lin Hualu. That was impossible. This was no longer about his feelings for Lin Hualu, but about his dignity as a man. As a man, Su Yan was a swordmaster of his generation. How could he allow others to guide him on what he wanted to do? Senior brother Qin, since you are so sincere today, I will accept this purple silkworm golden armor. Su Yan was originally interested in the purple silkworm golden armor. But now that Qin Hao didn't care about it, Su Yan didn't refuse. He put the purple silkworm golden armor into his storage bag. When Qin Hao saw Su Yan accept the purple silkworm golden armor, he thought that Su Yan had given in. His cold expression relaxed at this moment. A faint smile appeared on his face. However, before the smile could cover his entire face, he heard Su Yan's words. His entire face twisted in anger. Senior brother Qin, the purple silkworm golden armor was given to me by you. Since you are so sincere, I, Su, will naturally accept. But if you want me to leave senior sister Lin, that is impossible. What, Su Yan, you dare to trick me? When Qin Hao heard Su Yan's words, his entire body trembled. Anger surged within him as he stared at Su Yan. Because of his anger, his voice trembled slightly. Compared to Qin Hao's anger, Su Yan still maintained his calm smile. He did not even look at Qin Hao. To the current Su Yan, Qin Hao was only a coward. He couldn't even compare to Xiang Tianba. A person like Qin Hao was destined to stay in the hidden sword tomb for the rest of his life, never to take half a step out. As for Su Yan himself would definitely roam the 9 heavens and stand at the peak of heroes. Why would he bother with someone like Qin Hao who was destined to stay in the hidden sword tomb for the rest of his life? Since he had accepted the purple silkworm golden armor and the ancestor pagoda had not been opened for long, Su Yan still wanted to obtain something useful from the ancestor pagoda to prepare himself for leaving the hidden sword tomb. As Su Yan thought about this, he no longer paid any attention to the enraged Qin Hao and turned to leave. Disregard. This was absolutely a blatant disregard for Qin Hao. As a pro-disciple, Qin Hao had never been ignored like this. Immediately, a wave of anger surged up in his heart. Qin Hao was originally angry because Su Yan had rejected him. Now that he saw that Su Yan dared to ignore him, he was even more furious and did not say anything more. Su Yan, you are courting death. Qin Hao immediately shouted coldly. Suddenly, the spiritual qi in his body erupted, forming a powerful pressure that pressed towards Su Yan. At the same time, Qin Hao quickly moved. The speed of the Saint Bloodline realm was like an angry cheetah. The moment he pounced, a gust of wind immediately swept up. Not only that, when Qin Hao's figure surged out, a long sword that was emitting purple light had already landed in his hand. The purple cloud sword was obtained by Qin Hao from the sword pavilion of the successor peak when he entered the hidden sword tomb. Although it was slightly different from Su Yan's pagoda sword and ghost howl sword. However, if a pro-disciple like Qin Hao took a fancy to it, it would naturally not be an ordinary item. The moment the long sword was unsheathed, a dazzling purple light immediately surged. The purple light shot out in all directions. Under the effect of Qin Hao's spiritual qi, it immediately condensed into a long dragon and attacked Su Yan. Indeed, he is angry. Su Yan had long known that today's matter would not be resolved so easily. The moment the spiritual qi fluctuated, Su Yan had already made preparations. Su Yan was at the 12th level of the spirit realm. With this strength, he might be able to fight against a saint of one bloodline. Against a saint who had opened 2 meridians, it would be a little difficult. And this Qin Hao happened to be a saint of 2 bloodlines. Although it was only a difference of 1 bloodline, he was definitely much stronger than Su Yan. Just the rich spiritual qi that burst out was enough to surpass Su Yan's. However, Su Yan's face did not have a trace of fear. It was not that Su Yan was arrogant. It was that between men, there were things that could be done and things that could not be done. Although he did not know what kind of feelings he had for Lin Hualu, this was a matter between him and Lin Hualu. It was not up to Qin Hao to decide. Therefore, even though Qin Hao was stronger than him, Su Yan was not afraid. Instead, when he looked at Qin Hao's attack, a bright light suddenly condensed in his eyes. The light overflowed, revealing a sense of determination and desire. That's right. Desire. Desire for a strong opponent. From several experiences, Su Yan knew that his cultivation path was more suitable for battle. Now that Qin Hao was a saint of 2 bloodlines in the Saint Bloodline realm, he was always stronger than him. And it was this strength that was enough to evoke Su Yan's desire to battle. Seeing Qin Hao's purple cloud sword that was as fast as lightning, Not only did Su Yan not have the slightest trace of panic, he also did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Only at the moment when Qin Hao came over, those wriggling pupils of his suddenly turned and condensed. His entire eyes turned blood red. At the same time, a blood-red light was emitted from Su Yan's body, enveloping Su Yan within. And the moment the red light surged in his pupils, Qin Hao's rapid speed suddenly slowed down in Su Yan's eyes. Su Yan grasped the opportunity and shouted. Immediately, the spirit qi in his body gushed out. This spiritual qi was from a new realm. It was the spiritual qi of the 12th level of the spirit drawing realm. When it erupted, although it only displayed the strength of the spirit drawing realm, the boundless spiritual qi was even stronger than that of the peak of the life-soul realm. Qin Hao felt the strange spirit qi emitted from Su Yan's body and could not help but frown. After a moment of shock, his speed slowed down. In just a moment of shock, Su Yan patted his storage bag and immediately took out the Buddha sword. It instantly emitted a bright light. The Buddha sword was the inherited sword of the Buddha sword sect. Although it was not a divine weapon, it was not a sacred weapon, and it was not even an immortal weapon. Although Su Yan didn't know why the pagoda sword, which wasn't even an immortal weapon, would become the inherited sword of the pagoda sword sect, the pagoda sword was far superior to Qin Hao's purple cloud sword. The purple cloud sword and the Buddha sword could at most be considered Xian weapons based on the energy they emitted. But although they were both Xian weapons, the Buddha sword was a level 9 Xian weapon, while the purple cloud sword was only a level 5 Xian weapon. When the two swords were unsheathed, it was clear who would win. Of course, Su Yan knew the difference between the two swords. A difference of a few levels was not enough for him to win. If he wanted to win, he had to use an unconventional method. But this time, Su Yan did not back down. He swung his sword forward. Although the power contained in it was not as strong as Qin Hao's, Su Yan was not inferior to Qin Hao. However, Su Yan's speed was not slower than Qin Hao's in the slightest. When he struck out with his sword, the humming of the sword shook the entire area. Golden light flickered. If Qin Hao's sword was like a long purple dragon, then when Su Yan's sword struck out, it was definitely like a golden dragon king. Bang! At that moment, the two swords collided. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion and a dazzling light scattered from the point of collision. The light overflowed and illuminated the entire Ancestor Pagoda as if it was daytime outside. When Qin Hao obtained the purple silkworm golden armor, many people had noticed the commotion. Now the commotion caused by the fight between the two, coupled with the intense light, had attracted the attention of many inner disciples. When the two of them collided, many inner disciples had gathered around to watch. When the inner disciples saw Qin Hao, they all looked at him in disbelief and exclaimed, "Hey, look, that's Qin Hao, senior brother Qin. Now in the sect, except for senior sister Lin, who dares to go against senior brother Qin Hao?" Yeah, brother Xiang is dead. Apart from senior sister Lin, senior brother Qin Hao is the strongest disciple in the sect. Who dares to go against him? Just when everyone was puzzled, the light slowly fell and Su Yan's figure appeared in front of them. "Hey, look, that's Su Yan. Su Yan, how is it possible? How dare he go against senior brother Qin Hao?" That's right. Although this Su Yan is also an elite disciple, his strength is even weaker than mine. In my opinion, this Su Yan is definitely an arrogant person. He thinks that because he is also a true disciple, his status is on the same level as senior brother Qin Hao. He can't recognize himself. Asterisk bang. Asterisk at this moment, when the two of them collided, there was a subtle confrontation of strength. Qin Hao's powerful strength suddenly suppressed Su Yan, causing the blood in his body to surge. Su Yan's entire body also retreated several steps back. However, Qin Hao only staggered a single step back. In the midst of this exchange of blows, Qin Hao's entire body trembled. Although Su Yan's speed was not inferior to Qin Hao's, after all, there was a great disparity in strength between the two of them. In this exchange, Qin Hao won. Just a moment ago, the inner disciples saw that Su Yan dared to go against Qin Hao. They thought that Su Yan would do something monstrous again. After all, Su Yan had done too many magnificent things in the hidden sword tomb. Now that they saw Su Yan being forced back by Qin Hao, their hearts calmed down and they felt a little comforted. This Su Yan, I really thought that he had become a spirit and dared to go against senior brother Qin Hao. Turns out he is just courting death. What spirit? I think this Su Yan is just a lucky bastard. He obtained the divine sword and was chosen by the headmaster. That's how he became a true disciple of the peak. Yeah, otherwise with his strength, how could he become a true disciple? Chapter 103. The world of martial artists was definitely a world where martial arts were respected. If a spirit realm cultivator wanted to fight against a saint bloodline expert, it would be a laughingstock, and that was the truth. For a normal spirit drawing realm martial artist to fight against a saint bloodline realm martial artist, that was simply a fantasy. A saint bloodline expert could easily take the life of a spirit realm cultivator with just a wave of their hand. Thus, even though Su Yan had done many shocking feats in the hidden sword tomb, in front of absolute strength, everyone still felt that Su Yan was just a clown jumping around. Seeing that Su Yan still dared to challenge Qin Hao, most of them ridiculed him. Su Yan listened to the ridicule of the inner sect disciples below and didn't react at all. If he did, he would only sneer. These people were ridiculing him for overestimating himself and saying that he was only in the spirit realm. How could they know that he was in the 12th layer of the spirit realm? This was a realm that they had never heard of before. It was also a realm that they would never be able to reach in their entire lives. Of course, even so, Su Yan could faintly feel Qin Hao's strength in that one move. The Saint Bloodline realm is indeed a huge gap in the path of cultivation. Just this difference in spirit chi is enough to see the strength of the Saint Bloodline realm. Su Yan looked at Qin Hao with caution in his eyes. The strength of the Saint Bloodline realm was something that Su Yan had already felt from Xiang Tianba. At that time, he was in Xiang Tianba's hands and could only be trampled upon. Although he was in the 12th layer of the spirit realm and had the strength to fight against a Saint Bloodline expert, compared to a Saint Bloodline expert with 2 bloodlines, there was still a large difference in strength. Qin Hao is a Saint Bloodline expert. His strength will always surpass mine. If I want to defeat him, I will have to rely on speed. Su Yan looked at Qin Hao for a while and quickly found the key to his victory. Su Yan, I will ask you one last time. What is your choice today? Qin Hao pointed his sword at Su Yan. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and the purple robes on his body fluttered. Together with his cold, arrogant and handsome face, he was indescribably handsome and domineering. The inner sect disciples of the underground sect started another round of worship. While they were worshipping, their disdain for Su Yan increased by a few points. However, Su Yan didn't care at all. He even glanced at Su Hao and coldly laughed. Senior brother Qin, I, Su Yan, will naturally make my own decisions. It is not up to you to interfere. You are courting death. When Qin Hao heard Su Yan's words, he immediately let out an explosive roar. His entire body surged, and the moment he attacked, all the spiritual qi in his body surged. When the surrounding inner sect disciples felt the majestic spirit qi, they screamed again. Wow, what a powerful spiritual qi! Senior brother Qin Hao is indeed senior brother Qin Hao. Of course. You should know that senior brother Qin Hao is a core disciple of our hidden sword tomb. Everyone was talking nonsense. They ignored Su Yan, who was also a core disciple. Su Yan didn't care about this. When he saw Qin Hao attack, his eyes were like torches. His mind was spinning rapidly. Just a moment ago, he had almost been shattered. If they were to fight again, he would definitely not be defeated. If he wanted to win, he could only use speed. Speed was his strongest barrier. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. The moment the red light trembled, Qin Hao's speed suddenly slowed down in Su Yan's eyes. This arrogant brat is dead today. Yes, with senior brother Qin Hao's speed, this brat will definitely not be able to dodge. This Su Yan will definitely be killed by Qin Hao's sword. Although Qin Hao's speed had decreased a lot in Su Yan's eyes, in everyone's eyes, there was no change at all. Seeing Qin Hao's ferocious move, everyone thought that Su Yan was dead for sure. Ever since Su Yan became a core disciple, everyone was unconvinced of Su Yan. They thought that Su Yan was just lucky. Now that they saw that Su Yan was going to die in Qin Hao's hands, not only did they not feel sad for him, they even felt excited. Some people even shouted, "Senior brother Qin, kill this arrogant brat." Yes, kill this brat and steal his godly sword. This brat is only in the spirit realm. What ability does he have to become a core disciple? What ability does he have to possess a godly sword? In fact, when Su Yan stole the godly sword, he had already been targeted by many people. After all, the strength that Su Yan had displayed in the sect was only in the spirit realm. Not only were the disciples tempted, but even the sect elders were tempted. Unfortunately, the sect master, Taoist Heaven's Sword, had directly given the elders an order. Those elders didn't dare to make a move, and the sect disciples didn't dare to casually offend Su Yan. Now that they saw that Qin Hao was going to kill Su Yan, everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. Even if they couldn't obtain the godly sword, they still felt that only a core disciple like Qin Hao had the qualifications to obtain it, not Su Yan. Xiao. Just when everyone thought that Su Yan was going to die in Qin Hao's hands, the standing Su Yan suddenly moved. His entire body jumped out, narrowly dodging Qin Hao's attack. What? How is this possible? Yes, how did he dodge it? Impossible. This brat must have gotten lucky again. The inner sect disciples below all thought that Su Yan wouldn't be able to dodge Qin Hao's attack. Now that they saw that Su Yan had actually dodged it, their faces were filled with shock. Of course, most of them didn't believe it. In their eyes, Su Yan was a person with good luck. This time, it was only because of his good luck that he was able to dodge Qin Hao's attack. When Qin Hao made his move, he also thought that he would definitely be able to kill Su Yan in one strike. When his sword passed, a mocking expression appeared on his face. To him, Lin Hualu now belonged to him alone. He, Su Yan, didn't have the qualifications to steal it. Now that he saw that Su Yan had actually dodged his attack, his face couldn't help but twitch. Hearing the inner sect disciple's words, he also felt that Su Yan had just gotten lucky. Su Yan, you have such good luck to dodge my attack. Now, let's see how you're going to dodge it. Qin Hao looked at Su Yan, who still maintained his cold and arrogant expression, and said indifferently. Without waiting for Su Yan to speak, he immediately took a step forward and attacked Su Yan with his sword again. Even though the 3 attacks were all the same, without anything fancy to speak of, each and every attack, regardless of whether it was in terms of speed or power, Qin Hao was much more powerful than the previous one. At this moment, when he attacked with his sword, his figure quickly leaped out. Suddenly, he was like a cheetah that pounced forward. Wherever the long sword passed, a purple light would flicker and a loud sound would be heard. Faintly, a powerful spiritual energy condensed on the purple cloud sword and emitted a terrifying power. The instant the purple cloud sword cut through the air, it caused a violent gale that swept downwards. When the surrounding inner court disciples saw Qin Hao's swift and violent attack, they couldn't help but take a step back. Because of the spiritual energy that was constantly emitted, their blood and spiritual qi seemed to be suppressed. Only by retreating could they be relieved. Of course, at the moment when they retreated, the inner sect disciples looked at Su Yan with mocking smiles on their faces. This Su Yan just got lucky. Now that senior brother Qin Hao has such a fierce attack, I want to see how he's going to dodge it. How can he dodge it? He's going to hell. Whoosh. Before that person could finish his words, he saw Su Yan's figure suddenly move. Qin Hao's sword once again slipped past Su Yan's side. Everyone's gaze congealed together as they looked at Su Yan with a face full of suspicion. Once was good luck, but what about twice? At this moment, Qin Hao launched another attack. Qin Hao was also angered by how Su Yan was able to dodge his attack time and time again. When he saw Su Yan dodge, he no longer hesitated and waved his hand. The purple cloud sword directly slashed towards Su Yan's body. Such a fast reaction, as expected of our senior brother Qin Hao. Yeah, this time Su Yan definitely won't be able to dodge it. Seeing that Qin Hao was able to react so quickly and draw his sword to slash at Su Yan, they all looked at Qin Hao with admiration and ridiculed Su Yan. Su Yan had dodged it once and Su Yan had dodged it twice. They only thought that Su Yan was lucky and that Qin Hao hadn't used his full strength. Now that Qin Hao had such a fast reaction and slashed down, they didn't believe that Su Yan would be able to dodge it. Although this move looked simple, the energy and skill contained within it wasn't something that an ordinary person could casually do. Qin Hao had used all the power in his body to quickly attack Su Yan. When that huge amount of power rushed over, his body would definitely move forward for a moment. Not only that, under such a high-speed movement, his line of sight wouldn't be able to follow. Not only did Qin Hao stabilize his body under that speed, but he also quickly withdrew the spirit energy from his attack. He quickly caught sight of Su Yan's figure and slashed back at Su Yan. This was definitely an amazing move. Su Yan was also stunned when he saw Qin Hao's quick reaction, but his reaction wasn't slow either. His pupils suddenly shrank and he released all the spirit energy in his body. His entire body flew back. Qin Hao's sword just happened to slash across Su Yan's body at the moment he bent down. His move was once again dodged. When the inner sect disciples saw this scene, all of their faces were filled with shock. The first and second time Su Yan dodged, it could be said that Su Yan was lucky. But what about the third time? Was this still luck? It wasn't luck, but strength. Not only that, but in the midst of everyone's shock, Su Yan's body bent down. Su Yan didn't stop moving. He raised the Buddha sword in his hand and directly attacked Qin Hao. Seeing this scene, the entire crowd was shocked. That's right, shocked. No one dared to say anything to mock Su Yan. Not only did Su Yan dodge Qin Hao's move, but he was also able to launch an attack. Was this still the performance of a spirit realm cultivator? Naturally, they didn't know that Su Yan was in the spirit realm. However, it was a completely new realm that had broken through the path of cultivation, the 12th layer of the spirit realm. Chapter 104. Qin Hao was already shocked when he saw that Su Yan had dodged his attack. Now, not only had Su Yan dodged his attack again, he had even taken the initiative to attack him. He was even more shocked. However, he was still a tuple saint, so his reaction speed was naturally very fast. When he saw Su Yan's sword sweeping over, he was stunned. While Qin Hao was shocked, his body did not slow down at all. He leaped up and dodged Su Yan's attack. However, although his body had dodged the attack, he was unable to dodge it. Although he had dodged the attack, his elegant purple robe had been sliced off by the pagoda sword. Shame. This was definitely a shame. It was already a disgrace that a tuple saint in the saint realm could not kill a spirit realm warrior in one move in a fight. Not to mention that his clothes had been sliced off. Su Yan. Qin Hao looked at Su Yan and roared angrily. All the anger in his body surged. As expected, I still can't hurt him. Su Yan did not care about Qin Hao's roar at all. He only looked at the remnants of the purple robe on his pagoda sword with a self-deprecating smile on his face. At this moment, the inner court disciples below were all dumbfounded. When they first saw the battle between Su Yan and Qin Hao, they all thought that Su Yan was just an arrogant guy who did not know what was good for him. But now, with Su Yan's performance, no one dared to doubt him. All the disciples here were in the life-soul realm. Some were even in the late life-soul realm. They were the geniuses of the inner sect. However, when they saw the battle between Su Yan and Qin Hao, they could not help but be overshadowed. Perhaps they were unwilling to admit it, but everyone had already understood in their hearts that Qin Hao's move just now was already not something they could block. Just now, if it were them facing Qin Hao, they would definitely die without a doubt. However, not only did Su Yan avoid Qin Hao's attack, he even cut off a piece of clothing from Qin Hao's body. Su Yan, I have to admit that you are quite capable, but it is precisely because of this capability that you must die today. Qin Hao might not have thought of taking Su Yan's life at the beginning. As Su Yan cut off the clothes on his body, the pair of proud eyes on Qin Hao's cold and arrogant face immediately surged with killing intent. At the same time, the cultivation method in his body quickly operated, and a majestic spirit qi rushed out. The purple cloud sword in his hand also let out a roar at this moment, and a burst of bright purple light burst out. The purple light was dazzling and illuminated the entire secret chamber of the ancestral pagoda. It was like the radiance of a scorching sun. Everyone felt their blood boiling. Sword technique. Senior brother Qin Hao is going to use a sword technique. This is a sword technique that only those with a saint bloodline can cultivate. What kind of monster is this Su Yan? He is only in the spirit realm, yet he is able to force senior brother Qin Hao to use a sword technique. That's right. Even those of us in the life-soul realm can't do it. When everyone saw Qin Hao use a sword technique, they no longer looked at Su Yan with ridicule in their eyes. Instead, there was only shock. Not only that, but there was also some anticipation in their shock. They were looking forward to whether Su Yan could block a sword technique that only those with a saint bloodline could use. When Su Yan saw the majestic spirit qi surge from Qin Hao's body, he knew that Qin Hao was going to use a sword technique. His eyes suddenly focused, and the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body was operating to the extreme. Su Yan naturally knew the power of a sword technique. Furthermore, Qin Hao was a two-bloodline saint, so the sword technique he used must be even more powerful. Purple Cloud Divine Beam. The moment the spirit qi surged, Qin Hao suddenly shouted. He raised the purple cloud sword in his hand high up and directly slashed down toward Su Yan's head. The moment the purple cloud sword slashed down, there was a loud explosion. The brilliant purple light exploded, but this time it didn't spread out. The moment the purple light exploded, it passed through and condensed in the air, forming a powerful sword light visible to the naked eye. The sword light shot into the sky. The purple cloud sword in Qin Hao's hand seemed to become huge under the cover of the purple light. As it swept down, there was a loud explosion in the air and a gust of wind attacked. Purple Cloud Divine Beam. This seems to be Qin Hao's famous sword technique. It's a profound level sword technique. That's right, it's a profound level sword technique. I didn't think that senior brother Qin Hao would have mastered a profound level sword technique. On the continent, sword techniques had the same classification as other people who cultivated magic treasures. Yellow level, profound level, earth level, heaven level, and divine level. Heaven level and divine level were legendary existences. Earth level was also an existence that could only be encountered but not sought. From this, one could see the preciousness of a profound level sword technique. One had to know that there were only a few dozen people in the entire Jingzhou city who possessed a profound level sword technique. Of course, the degree of mastery of a profound level sword technique and the spirit chi required was also stronger than that of a yellow level sword technique. The power that erupted from it was naturally stronger than that of a yellow level sword technique. From the purple cloud divine beam that erupted from Qin Hao, one could see how powerful the profound level sword technique was. I didn't think that Qin Hao would have mastered a profound level sword technique. When Su Yan saw the power that erupted from the purple cloud divine beam, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Sword technique. During this period of time, Su Yan had been staying in the scripture pavilion of the immortal sword peak, so he naturally knew how precious a profound level sword technique was. Not only that, he also knew how difficult it was to control a profound level sword technique, and he also knew how powerful it was. For example, Xiang Tianba's Ghost Howl sword technique was only a yellow level sword technique. Because he and the Ghost Howl sword were complementary, he was able to resist a profound level sword technique. If I could use the Ghost Howl sword technique now, I wouldn't be afraid of this purple cloud divine beam. Unfortunately, I am only at the 12th layer of the spirit realm and can't cultivate sword techniques. As Su Yan muttered to himself, his heart once again thirsted for power. Of course, this thirst only lasted for a moment. Looking at the purple cloud divine beam that was closing in, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank and he coldly said, "It seems that I can only rely on this last move." Pudong. At this moment, the purple light beam descended from the sky like a huge python. The purple lightning flashed like a huge thunderbolt that exploded from the edge of the sky. Suddenly, it struck Su Yan's body. The runed stones under Su Yan's feet were suddenly blown into a deep pit. The shattered stones flew out like sand and stones, and a powerful spirit chi also followed the explosion, and a mist directly surged up. The many inner sect disciples who were watching all took a few steps back. Looking at the rising mist, they were all dumbfounded. Their hearts were all shocked by the power of the purple cloud divine beam, and when they looked at the deep pit on the ground, they all had the same thought in their minds. Is Su Yan dead? When this question flashed through their minds, everyone immediately confirmed it. Su Yan is dead. Definitely dead. Even a saint bloodline expert might not be able to take on the power of the purple cloud divine beam, let alone Su Yan, a spirit realm martial artist. Su Yan is dead for sure. When everyone saw the battle between Su Yan and Qin Hao, they all thought that Su Yan was arrogant and didn't know the difference between life and death. They even thought that Su Yan, a true disciple, was just a lucky bastard. He didn't deserve his reputation, but Su Yan dodged Qin Hao's attacks several times. Not only that, he even cut off a piece of Qin Hao's clothes. Everyone's hearts had already undergone a huge change. Su Yan didn't deserve his reputation. Just based on the power that Su Yan had displayed, it was enough to prove that Su Yan deserved his status as a true disciple. Su Yan was a true expert. A spirit realm martial artist was able to resist a saint bloodline expert. Who in the world could do such a thing that defied the natural order? Because of the change in their hearts, when everyone saw the deep pit, they were no longer happy about Su Yan's death. Instead, they felt a sense of sorrow and regret. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Hao looked at the deep pit that was wrapped in fog and coughed a few times. His entire body fell from the sky. Clang, clang. He used the purple cloud sword in his hand to support himself on the ground and barely managed to stabilize his body. Poochie. At the same time, his body surged and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and bitterly smiled. It seems that the spiritual qi required for the purple cloud divine beam isn't something that I can use as I wish. However, when he looked at the deep pit, a trace of coldness flashed across Qin Hao's face. Su Yan, you're only in the spirit realm, but you forced me to use the purple cloud divine beam. You died a worthy death. As Qin Hao spoke, he activated his cultivation method and a strand of spiritual qi entered his body from the air. At the same time, Qin Hao slapped his storage bag and swallowed a spirit pill. His pale face regained some color and he slowly stood up. His cold and arrogant expression returned to his face. He no longer looked at the deep pit and turned to leave. At this moment, cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a coughing sound came from the deep pit covered in fog. Although the cough was weak, it reverberated in the ancestor pagoda like a muffled thunder. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. It was unknown who among the inner court disciples was the first to shout, but everyone immediately became excited. Su Yan, that's right. It's definitely Su Yan. He didn't die. Didn't die, that's great. Su Yan didn't die, he didn't die. Everyone started to shout excitedly, especially the female disciples. They were so happy that they started to shout and shout. In their eyes, Qin Hao was no longer the object of admiration in the inner court, but rather Su Yan, who was only in the spirit realm. Chapter 105. Su Yan, you didn't die. Qin Hao's expression was ugly as he looked at the young man who had climbed up from the deep pit. His entire face was twisted because of his unsightly expression. You want to kill me? How could it be so easy? Su Yan looked at Qin Hao's ugly expression and sneered with difficulty. He couldn't help coughing again. Poochie. At the same time, there was a sweet taste in his throat and a mouthful of blood spurted out. This Qin Hao really has some strength. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and thought to himself. When he looked at Qin Hao again, his eyes immediately became cautious. Although Su Yan was conceited, it didn't mean that he didn't know his own limits. Just now, Qin Hao had released the great power of the purple light beam and forced him to use the invincible golden body. The invincible golden body had been strengthened by the blood of Buddha Slayer and the blood of Jian Jing. It was no longer comparable to when Su Yan was in the Su family's ancestral pagoda. It was also because of the strengthening of the invincible golden body that Su Yan's invincible golden body was able to withstand the purple light beam that Qin Hao had released. However, because of the strengthening of the invincible golden body, the amount of spirit energy required to activate the invincible golden body was not something that Su Yan could maintain at the moment. After just one use, Su Yan felt as if his body had been emptied. Su Yan looked at Qin Hao and hurriedly took out a spirit-raising pill from his storage bag and swallowed it. Only then did his body recover a wisp of spirit energy and barely support his body. Looking at Qin Hao's current appearance, it seems that he can't withstand the power of the purple light beam of the profound level sword technique. Now, he's not much better off. After recovering a wisp of spirit energy, Su Yan stared at Qin Hao. At this moment, it was no longer about the problem of Lin Hua Tu, but the arrogance between men. Today, it would definitely be a fight to the death. Today, he had to defeat this Qin Hao. As Su Yan thought about this, a bright light immediately appeared in his eyes as he looked at Su Yan. The cultivation method in his body slowly began to circulate. Within his storage bag, an unremarkable-looking sword case appeared in Su Yan's hand. At the same time, Qin Hao's eyes became increasingly gloomy as he looked at Su Yan. The cold and arrogant expression from before had long disappeared, and in exchange, there was only killing intent. Su Yan, you must die today. Qin Hao looked at Su Yan and shouted coldly. Immediately, the cultivation method in his body circulated quickly. He immediately stepped out and aimed his sword at Su Yan. Although this sword didn't have the might of the purple light godly beam from before, its speed was still very fast. In an instant, the sword shot down like a long dragon and violently surged out. When the inner disciples saw this, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. At this moment, they no longer had any intention of mocking Su Yan. Instead, they all hoped that Su Yan could win. This was because they no longer looked at Qin Hao with admiration, but disdain. In their eyes, Qin Hao was an unjust person who used his strength to bully the weak. They really wanted to help Su Yan, but due to Qin Hao's reputation in the hidden sword tomb, they didn't dare to casually make a move. They could only look at Su Yan with anticipation in their eyes. They were looking forward to Su Yan being able to create another miracle. 10,000 sword attack. Under everyone's expectant gaze, how could Su Yan disappoint them? With a shout, 3 spiritual swords suddenly floated in front of Su Yan. The moment the 3 spiritual swords floated in the air, they suddenly emitted a demonic light. The light overflowed and the 3 spiritual swords shot down at the same time, directly attacking Qin Hao's body. What is this? When Qin Hao saw the 3 spiritual swords attacking him, he couldn't help but panic. In a hurry, he put away the purple cloud sword and blocked in front of him to block the 3 spiritual swords. However, the 3 spiritual swords were surging. Even though Qin Hao's reaction was fast and blocked 2 of the spiritual swords, he still missed a long sword. That long sword directly attacked Qin Hao's head. Qin Hao was startled and hurriedly rushed to the side. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. The long sword attacked Qin Hao's bun, and his long hair suddenly fell down. His long hair draped over his shoulders, covering his cold and arrogant face. At this moment, Qin Hao no longer had his usual handsome appearance. His long hair was messy, and his clothes were tattered. He was in a sorry state. You still can't. When Su Yan saw that the 3 spiritual swords didn't hit Qin Hao, the spiritual qi in his body finally couldn't support his body. Bang! Su Yan knelt on the ground. Only the Buddha sword in his hand barely supported his body and prevented him from falling to the ground. It seems that it's still too difficult for me to fight against a saint bloodline saint with my current strength. Although Su Yan was unconvinced, he had no choice but to admit that his spiritual qi was lacking. Only his eyes, which were looking at Qin Hao, revealed an unchanging light. At this moment, Su Yan spat out another mouthful of blood. Using the invincible golden body had already caused his spiritual qi to be lacking. Although he had swallowed a spirit-amassing pill, how could such an ordinary pill support his spiritual qi? Although there were only 3 spiritual swords, it was enough to exhaust all the spiritual qi in Su Yan's body. This time, Su Yan really couldn't muster any strength. On the contrary, Qin Hao wasn't much better off. His long hair was messy and his robes were ragged. He was in an indescribable sorry state, but Qin Hao could still barely stand. His eyes that were looking at Su Yan were filled with intense killing intent. Su Yan, die! Qin Hao didn't want to waste any more words with Su Yan. Only by killing Su Yan could he vent the hatred in his heart. With a cold shout, he immediately stepped towards Su Yan. He no longer had the arrogant aura from before, nor did he leap up. Instead, he walked step by step towards Su Yan. Clearly, he was also heavily injured. When everyone saw Qin Hao walking towards Su Yan step by step, they recovered from the shock of seeing the 3 flying swords erupting from Su Yan's body. Su Yan had given them too many miracles. When they saw Su Yan, they no longer had the contempt they had when they first arrived. Instead, they admired him. Senior brother Qin, you've gone too far. At that moment, a young girl with a 5th-level fate soul jumped out and stood in front of Su Yan. When Qin Hao saw this young girl, his cold and arrogant face couldn't help but crack into a cold smile. You, a 5th-level fate soul, want to stop me? Although Qin Hao looked like he was in a sorry state, his saint bloodline aura didn't dissipate. His disdainful words carried an unquestionable dignity. When the young girl with a 5th-level fate soul heard Qin Hao's words, her face couldn't help but redden. Suddenly, she didn't know how to respond. At that moment, another inner disciple stood out. This time, it was a young man. The spiritual qi on his body was slightly more obvious. He was clearly stronger than the young girl. The young man looked at Qin Hao, neither servile nor overbearing. He faintly smiled and said, Senior brother Qin, Su Yan is only in the spirit realm, yet he almost killed you. We are in the fate soul realm, why can't we stop you? These words were said with great skill, piercing deeply into Qin Hao's heart. Qin Hao was an expert in the saint bloodline realm, yet he couldn't do anything to a spirit realm martial artist. If this were to spread, it would definitely be a huge joke. When Qin Hao heard this person's words, he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He angrily shouted, Do you want to die? You want to die? The young man coldly smiled and said, Senior brother Qin, you are a true disciple, and we all respect you. However, if you want to bully the weak, we definitely won't let you. Brothers, what do you say? This person was clearly a smart person. He knew that he wasn't Su Yan, so he definitely couldn't do something as monstrous as Su Yan. Thus, when he spoke, he immediately summoned all of the inner disciples standing here. When every inner disciple saw Su Yan, they only had worship in their hearts. Naturally, they didn't want to see Su Yan fall here. When they heard the young man's words, all of the inner disciples stood out and shouted, "That's right, senior brother Qin Hao. Could it be that you can only bully the weak? You. When Qin Hao heard the words of the inner disciples, he became even more furious. After a short moment of anger, Qin Hao suddenly calmed down. A cold smile appeared on his face as he looked at Su Yan and said, "Haha, Su Yan, do you really think that these people can stop me? Su Yan, do you really think that I don't have any trump cards?" As Qin Hao spoke, his expression became even more ferocious. He slapped his storage bag and took out a pill. When the pill appeared, it immediately exploded with a dazzling light. Rank 6 Demonic Frenzy Pill. When Su Yan saw the pill that Qin Hao took out, his expression immediately became twisted. When he was in the Su family, he had obtained a Demonic Frenzy Pill. However, that Demonic Frenzy Pill was only rank 4, while the one in Qin Hao's hand was rank 6. The Demonic Frenzy Pill could temporarily allow a person's spirit energy to erupt, but it couldn't absorb spirit energy for a period of time. However, if it was a rank 6 Demonic Frenzy Pill, then the side effect of not being able to absorb spirit energy would no longer exist. Not only that, when swallowing this Demonic Frenzy Pill, not only would it allow one's spirit energy to erupt for a short period of time, it would also increase one's strength. A rank 6 pill was definitely a unique treasure between heaven and earth, not to mention a Demonic Frenzy Pill. In the entire Hidden Sword Tomb, one might not be able to find a rank 6 pill. Who would have thought that Qin Hao would actually have a rank 6 Demonic Frenzy Pill? Among the inner disciples, there were also knowledgeable people. When they saw the pill in Qin Hao's hand, their expressions couldn't help but twitch. Qin Hao looked at everyone's expression and suddenly laughed. "Haha, a bunch of trash want to stop me?" Humph. Qin Hao suddenly snorted as he looked at Su Yan with a strong killing intent. He slowly raised the Demonic Frenzy Pill in his hand. "Su Yan, today you can force me to take this rank 6 Demonic Frenzy Pill. Consider it your fortune." Chapter 106. The moment Qin Hao swallowed the Demon Frenzy Pill, the effects of the pill were immediately unleashed. The surrounding spirit qi inside the Ancestor Pagoda formed a powerful vortex that attacked Qin Hao's body. Roar. At the same time, Qin Hao let out a low roar. This roar shook the heavens and the earth. The many inner sect disciples standing in front of Su Yan were all stunned. Their hearts were filled with terror. Some people even wanted to dodge out of fear. The youth that stood up for Su Yan also had a twisted expression as he used his cultivation method to resist. Fellow disciples, today Qin Hao swallowed the Demon Frenzy Pill. In the future, he will definitely kill all of us. Today, we must work together to kill this person. This youth was clearly a smart person. He knew that if everyone retreated today, not only would he not be able to protect Su Yan, he would also not be able to escape. So what he needed to do now was to have all the inner sect disciples here fight against Qin Hao. Only then would he have a chance to survive. Especially when his gaze swept past Su Yan, his eyes became even more determined as he shouted, "Su Yan is only at the spirit realm, yet he can fight against Qin Hao. We are all at the Fate Soul realm, so why can't we?" The moment he said this, everyone's hearts trembled. That's right. Su Yan is only at the spirit realm, yet he can do it. Why can't we do it? Why can't we do it? Everyone roared in their hearts. At the same time, the blood in their bodies began to boil. They no longer retreated, but instead stood in front of Su Yan. When they looked at Qin Hao, there was no longer fear in their eyes. Instead, they were filled with determination. At this moment, the effects of Qin Hao's Demonic Frenzy Pill were fully unleashed at this moment, and the strength of the Saint Bloodline expert also recovered at this moment. "Ha ha ha, you think you can stop me with just these people?" Qin Hao recovered his strength and looked at the inner sect disciples with disdain. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a burst of majestic spirit qi pressure swept out like a violent storm and stormy sea. All the inner disciples who were standing couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. Their entire bodies were trembling because of the powerful spiritual pressure. "All of you, why haven't you retreated yet?" Qin Hao coldly shouted. "No, brothers, we must not retreat." The young man gritted his teeth and shouted. Yes, we can't retreat, we can't retreat. The other disciples also began to shout one after another, forming a united force of will. Air disciples were originally filled with disdain towards inner disciples. However, considering that they were fellow disciples, Qin Hao did not want to make things difficult for them. At this moment, however, these people were actually standing up for Su Yan. A wave of anger immediately surged within Qin Hao's body. He no longer cared about the feelings of being from the same sect as he sneered. Fine, since it's like this, I want to see which one of you can stop me. After Qin Hao swallowed the Mad Devil pill, under the effects of the Mad Devil pill, his strength was even greater than when he was at his peak. The inner disciples couldn't help but take a few steps back. Some of the weaker ones even spat out a mouthful of blood under the pressure of the spirit qi. Just now, Qin Hao had been forced into such a sorry state by Su Yan, a martial artist in the spirit realm. This caused him to be greatly affected, and he even thought that his saint bloodline strength was inferior to a martial artist in the spirit realm. Now that he saw these inner disciples, martial artists in the life-soul realm, being forced to retreat under his spirit qi pressure, Qin Hao's confidence was restored. Looking at the twisted expressions of the inner disciples, his eyes shined with a mocking light. You want to stop me with just the few of you? You're courting death. As Qin Hao spoke, a majestic spirit qi burst out once again. Although the inner disciples' hearts were as firm as a rock, in front of absolute strength, they were indeed very weak. Haha, I want to see how you're going to stop me. Qin Hao gazed at the numerous inner court disciples retreating in defeat, and a cold, arrogant, and mocking expression surged onto his face once again. They can't stop you, but I can. At this moment, a voice that was like the sound of nature came. Then, a red dress flashed, and a gentle and beautiful figure appeared in front of the inner disciples. As the red dress fluttered, the pair of clear eyes on the frosty face flashed. Her beautiful body moved slightly, and immediately, a wave of spirit energy surged out and suppressed the spirit energy emitted from Qin Hao's body. At this moment, all the inner court disciples who were pressured by Qin Hao's spiritual qi immediately felt a sigh of relief in their bodies. When they saw the beautiful figure in red, a wave of excitement surged in their bodies. Senior Sister Lin. It's Senior Sister Lin. Senior Sister Lin is mighty. Although Lin Huatu was usually as cold as ice, everyone knew that Lin Huatu was always thinking about the disciples in the hidden sword tomb. At this moment, when Lin Huatu appeared, the inner disciples immediately saw hope in their hearts. When Su Yan saw the red dress fluttering body, his eyes narrowed slightly. When he thought of what happened at the bottom of the sword well, a complicated expression surged in his body. When Qin Hao saw Lin Huatu, he was also stunned. Then, the gloomy expression on his face immediately eased up. He looked at Lin Huatu and smiled. Junior Sister Lin, why are you here? Lin Huatu did not answer Qin Hao's question. Instead, she turned around and glanced at Su Yan. When their eyes met, Lin Huatu suddenly thought of the day when she was with Su Yan at the bottom of the sword well, and her face immediately flushed red. Although the blush only lasted for a moment, it was caught by Qin Hao's eyes. Today's matter was originally caused by Qin Hao's jealousy of Su Yan and Lin Huatu's friendship. At this moment, when Qin Hao saw Lin Huatu looking at Su Yan, her face flushed red, a wave of anger immediately surged in his body. However, he did not dare to vent his anger on Lin Huatu. He could only vent all his anger on Su Yan. He pointed his long sword at Su Yan and shouted, Su Yan, no matter who protects you today, you must die. Before Su Yan could reply, he saw Lin Huatu's body move and block in front of Su Yan. The blush on her face had already been covered by her, and only a faint coldness remained. Senior brother Qin, you are a Saint Vein expert. Why bother with Su Yan, who is only at the spirit realm? Lin Huatu said calmly. However, her words caused a huge ripple in Su Yan's heart. Weakling, I'm actually a weakling in her eyes. Su Yan looked at the floating enchanting body in red with mixed feelings. Although he was only at the spirit realm, how could she know that he was at the 12th layer of the spirit realm? This was a completely new realm. I can't let her look down on me, Su Yan thought. The cultivation method in his body quickly revolved and suddenly condensed. The great sun-colored glass sword manual seemed to have been activated by his anger. It revolved faster than usual. As it revolved, the surrounding spirit qi instantly condensed into a whirlpool and continuously surged into Su Yan's body. The blood water that had been absorbed under the Well of Swords also began to gush at this moment. A burning sensation instantly spread throughout Su Yan's body. The Tao of the heart also began to emit countless rays of light at this moment, constantly attacking Su Yan's dantian. The majestic spirit qi rushed up. Its power was even stronger than when Qin Hao had taken the demonic frenzy pill. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but be stunned. Even Su Yan was slightly stunned. However, as the cultivation method in his body revolved, Su Yan, who hadn't touched the 13th layer of the spirit realm for several days, suddenly felt that the moment the Tao of the heart tugged at him, he touched the spirit wall. Is it going to level up? Why is it at this time? Su Yan muttered to himself. A complicated light appeared in his eyes. Weakling. Perhaps he didn't care if others called him a weakling. But when it came from Lin Hualu's mouth, Su Yan didn't know why he felt an unprecedented anger. It was because of this anger that stimulated Su Yan's Tao of the heart. Under the influence of the great sun-colored glass sword manual, Su Yan felt the barrier of the 13th layer of the spirit realm. But Su Yan was clear that the 13th layer of the spirit realm required a huge amount of spirit qi. It wasn't something that could be leveled up in a day or two. If it was under normal circumstances, Su Yan could slowly spend time absorbing the spirit qi around him. But now he still had to face Qin Hao. If he leveled up at this moment, if he used his strength recklessly, he would definitely go crazy. Su Yan really wanted to suppress the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra that was revolving in his heart. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to suppress it, the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra seemed to have gone crazy. It kept surging up and could not be stopped. Why is the great sun-colored glass sword manual out of control today? The moment he obtained the great sun-colored glass sword manual, Su Yan knew that this cultivation technique was extraordinary. But he wasn't sure what was so special about this great sun-colored glass sword manual. During this period of time in the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan had always wanted to enter the sword well. He also encountered many strange things, so he didn't have the time to study it. Now that the great sun-colored glass sword manual's strange behavior, Su Yan couldn't help but be suspicious. This great sun-colored glass sword manual was left behind by my physical body's father. Could it be that there is something mysterious about it? Su Yan kept absorbing the spirit qi around him. At the moment, he began to study the characteristics of the great sun-colored glass sword manual in his mind. His entire body was no longer standing. Instead, he sat cross-legged. His body faintly emitted a light that wrapped around him. He was absent-minded to the people around him. It wasn't that Su Yan was peacefully cultivating here, but that the great sun-colored glass sword manual in his body couldn't stop. The spirit qi kept gathering, so Su Yan had no choice but to cultivate here. As for Qin Hao's covetous eyes, Su Yan could only resign himself to fate at this moment. After all, if he moved recklessly now, the great sun-colored glass sword manual in his body wouldn't stop. What awaited him was only qi deviation, and in the end, death. Since it's like this, why don't I take this opportunity to break through to the 12th layer of spirit realm? As long as I reach the 13th layer of spirit realm, will I still need to fear Qin Hao? Chapter 107. What's going on? Could it be that Su Yan is going to level up? How is this possible? Su Yan clearly lacked spirit qi just now, so how could he level up? Seeing Su Yan sitting down cross-legged to cultivate, the faces of all the inner sect disciples were filled with shock. Su Yan had given them too many surprises. They clearly saw that Su Yan's spirit qi was lacking and that he couldn't even stand up, so how could he suddenly level up? It had to be known that leveling up was so difficult that under normal circumstances, one might not even be able to touch the barrier of one level up, let alone in the middle of a battle. And the spirit qi that circled around Su Yan was even denser than when Qin Hao swallowed the demonic frenzy pill, causing them to tremble even more. Not only that, they seemed to feel that the long swords in their hands were trembling along with the surge of spirit qi. While everyone was puzzled, they could only hope to see Su Yan's eyes and come to a conclusion. A monster. When Lin Hualu and Qin Hao saw this scene, they couldn't help but frown. The two of them were true disciples, so their horizons were naturally higher than the other inner sect disciples. When they saw Su Yan's situation, they immediately sensed that the spirit qi in Su Yan's body was different from that of the spirit realm. But when they carefully sensed it, it was indeed only the aura of the spirit realm. What is going on? Lin Hualu looked at Su Yan's appearance and also frowned. But in the next moment, Lin Hualu felt that Su Yan's spirit qi was different from that of the spirit realm. Her body suddenly trembled. Could it be that this brat has stepped into that legendary existence? Lin Hualu thought as she looked at Su Yan with a gaze of disbelief. A legendary existence. Since it was a legend, then it was unknown whether it existed or not. Lin Hualu had only seen records of the 10th layer of the spirit realm in her heavenly sword peak. At that time, when Lin Hualu saw this existence, he only laughed it off. 10 levels of spirit realm. There were only 9 levels of spirit realm in the world, so where did the 10 levels come from? At this moment, when he saw the spiritual energy floating around Su Yan's body, Lin Hualu's cold face was filled with shock. He could not believe that everything before him was real. Although Qin Hao also knew about the existence of this legend, he was currently blinded by anger and did not consider this aspect. His gaze was completely focused on Lin Hualu. When he saw Lin Hualu staring at Su Yan with an uncertain expression, the anger in his body grew stronger. However, when he saw that Su Yan still dared to cultivate at this moment, his anger surged. He shouted, "Su Yan, you still dare to cultivate when death is right in front of you." Dang! Qin Hao roared and immediately moved his body. The purple cloud sword in his hand turned into a purple ray of light and shot towards Su Yan. Although Qin Hao only had the strength of a 2-meridian saint in the saint bloodline realm, after consuming the demonic frenzy pill, he now had the strength of a 3-meridian saint in the saint bloodline realm. The speed of the sword was so fast that it immediately stirred up countless gales and waves. The gravel that exploded from the deep pit also rolled up at this moment, producing countless sharp sounds. "Senior brother Qin, don't hurt him." When Lin Hualu saw Qin Hao's attack, her heart trembled. However, her reaction was not slow at all. She immediately shouted and took out her sword at the same time. She leaped and blocked in front of Qin Hao. Although Qin Hao's attack was fierce and had the effect of the demonic frenzy pill, he was only a 2-meridian saint after all, while Lin Hualu was a 3-meridian saint. When Lin Hualu waved her sword, Qin Hao's attack was blocked. When Qin Hao saw Lin Hualu blocking his attack, he immediately roared, "Junior sister Lin, I want to kill an ordinary disciple. Why are you stopping me?" "Senior brother Qin, you're a true disciple. Why are you so calculative with an ordinary disciple?" Lin Hualu said expressionlessly. She did not even look at Su Yan. Just when the two of them were talking about ordinary disciples, an inner court disciple suddenly shouted, "Junior brother Su Yan is no longer an ordinary disciple. He's the same as senior sister Lin and senior brother Qin Hao. He's a true disciple." Lin Hualu and Qin Hao were both stunned when they heard this. The two of them came to their senses. They kept saying that Su Yan was an ordinary disciple, but how could Su Yan be an ordinary disciple? Su Yan was also a true disciple. In terms of status, he was on the same level as the two of them. When Qin Hao heard that Su Yan was a true disciple, he was furious. However, he quickly calmed down. He looked at Lin Hualu and sneered, "Junior sister Lin, you heard it too. Su Yan is no longer an ordinary disciple. He's a true disciple. Since he's a true disciple, I won't bully the weak. Why can't I teach him a lesson today?" When Lin Hualu heard Qin Hao's words, she did not know how to reply. Just now, she wanted to use Su Yan's identity as an ordinary disciple to remind Qin Hao not to forget his own identity and not to bully the weak. However, now that Su Yan was also a true disciple, this problem no longer existed. Lin Hualu did not know how to reply at that moment. Looking at Qin Hao's surging spirit qi, Lin Hualu gritted her teeth and said, "Senior brother Qin, no matter what, you can't hurt Su Yan today." "Why can't I?" When Qin Hao heard Lin Hualu's words, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. The amethyst sword in his hand trembled because of his anger. "There is no reason." Lin Hualu regained her cold and elegant expression and coldly said. Only when she looked at Su Yan, her eyes emitted a resplendent light. "There is no reason." When Qin Hao heard Lin Hualu's words, he instantly burst into laughter. "Haha, junior sister Lin, I think it's not that you don't know the reason, but that you have an affair with this brat." This was the world of martial artists. Everyone only obeyed the strong and there was no discrimination between men and women. However, as a woman, she still valued her reputation very much. When she heard Qin Hao's slander, Lin Hualu's cold expression turned gloomy. She pointed at Qin Hao and shouted, "Senior brother Qin, I have always been on good terms with you. Why do you say such filthy words?" Qin Hao looked at Lin Hualu's expression and could not help but laugh. "Junior sister Lin, You said that you have always been on good terms with me. Then, you should also know that I have feelings for you. Lin Hualu naturally knew Qin Hao's feelings for her. However, she only had feelings for Qin Hao as a fellow disciple and did not have any other thoughts. Now that she heard Qin Hao's words, Lin Hualu did not know how to reply. When Qin Hao saw that Lin Hualu did not know how to reply, he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. He no longer hid his feelings for Lin Hualu in his heart. Lin Hualu, I, Qin Hao, like you. I have always liked you. Qin Hao shouted. The killing intent in his eyes had actually disappeared. Looking at Lin Hualu, his eyes were filled with a deep sense of love. When Lin Hualu heard this, she was stunned and did not know how to reply. Lin Hualu had always been on good terms with Qin Hao. When she went in and out of the sect, they often went in and out together. At that time, Lin Hualu already knew about Qin Hao's feelings for her. At that time, Lin Hualu also felt that she might be together with Qin Hao in the future. After all, the two of them were both true disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. They were both geniuses of the Hidden Sword Tomb. The two of them could be considered a perfect couple. However, when Lin Hualu heard Qin Hao's words, she did not know why she looked at Su Yan. When she thought of that day at the sword well, a complicated feeling surged in her heart. When Qin Hao saw that he had expressed his love for Lin Hualu, but Lin Hualu looked at another man, he was instantly furious and said, Lin Hualu, I already said that I like you. Why don't you have any reaction? Lin Hualu struggled for a while. Then she put on a cold expression and said, Senior Qin, I am sorry. My heart is focused on the Tao. I have never cared about the matters between men and women. Never cared about anything? Ha ha ha. When Qin Hao heard this, he suddenly laughed out loud. Looking at Lin Hualu, his expression became ferocious. Lin Hualu, I think it's not that you don't care about anything. You only care about Su Yan. When Lin Hualu saw Qin Hao's crazy expression, she knew that it was useless for her to say anything now. She did not bother to explain and maintained her cold expression. When Qin Hao saw that Lin Hualu did not reply, he was even more furious. He roared, Lin Hualu, since you said that you are unconcerned about the matters between men and women, Su Yan has nothing to do with you. I will kill him today. As he spoke, Qin Hao immediately raised his sword and stabbed towards Su Yan. Lin Hualu was shocked. She hurriedly chased after Qin Hao and stopped him. Qin Wu's actions were merely to test Lin Huatu. When he saw Lin Huatu blocking him, he immediately laughed out loud in a sinister manner. Haha, Lin Huatu, you still dare to say that you don't care about the matters between men and women? Then why are you protecting this Su Yan? Could it be that your relationship with him is even deeper than the relationship between you and me? Lin Hualu did not know how to reply to Qin Hao's words. She could only look at Su Yan with a bright light in her eyes. After a long while she opened her mouth and said, Senior Qin, no matter what you think, Su Yan saved my life. I will not let you kill him. Saved your life? Qin Hao laughed even more crazily. Haha, Lin Hualu, do you think that I will believe your nonsense? How powerful is Su Yan to be able to save you? And when did you fall into danger? Lin Hualu naturally did not have the face to talk about what happened in the sword well. Only the bright light in her eyes grew brighter. Senior Qin, I am speaking the truth. It is up to you to believe it or not. Lin Hualu was not only comforting Qin Hao, she was also comforting herself at the same time. She did not know why she was protecting Su Yan. Thinking about it, it could only be because Su Yan had saved her that day. Therefore, she could not watch Su Yan be killed by Qin Hao. That's right, it must be like that. I am repaying Su Yan's kindness. Lin Hualu secretly thought in her heart. When she looked at Su Yan, there was no longer that complicated look in her eyes. Chapter 108. However, how could Qin Hao believe Su Yan's words? He only thought that Lin Hualu had an affair with Su Yan. In Qin Hao's heart, Lin Hualu had already been decided to be his wife. Now that Lin Hualu said this, Qin Hao suddenly felt that he had been cuckolded by Su Yan. The anger in his heart was self-evident. Both of his eyes turned red because of anger. He looked at Lin Hualu and asked word by word, Lin Hualu, are you really not going to let me go? That's right. Lin Hualu nodded slightly. Her eyes were filled with determination. All right. All right. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not being courteous. Qin Hao smiled coldly. Immediately, a strong spiritual energy exploded. The long sword in his hand was directed downwards. This time, it was not aimed at Su Yan. Instead, it was aimed at Lin Hualu. Lin Hualu did not expect that Qin Hao, who had always been on good terms with her, would actually attack her. Instantly she shouted coldly, "Qin Hao, you're crazy." "I'm crazy. I'm really crazy." Qin Hao burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, Lin Hualu, I'm being driven crazy by you today. Since I can't get your heart, I'll get your body. Today, I'll defeat you and make you mine. Haha, Lin Hualu, do you know? I've been spying on you for a long time." Qin Hao's words were getting more and more unpleasant. Initially, Lin Hualu was still thinking about the relationship between the two of them. At this moment, anger could not help but surface on her face. She shouted, "Qin Hao, you've gone too far. If you continue to act like this, don't blame me for not thinking about the relationship between us." Thinking about the relationship between us. Qin Hao laughed out loud once again. His messy long hair and tattered clothes, coupled with his sinister laughter, made him look like a lunatic. And it was precisely this lunatic that emitted a strong spiritual energy from his body. It was like a storm that swept out. The surrounding inner sect disciples all took a few steps back. When Lin Huatu saw Qin Hao's boundless spirit qi, she couldn't help but frown slightly. She had a good relationship with Qin Hao, so she was naturally aware of Qin Hao's strength. However, the strength that Qin Hao was currently displaying was never something that he would normally display. Lin Hualu couldn't help but look at Qin Hao with worry in her eyes. She hurriedly reminded him, "Senior brother Qin, please don't do anything foolish." Lin Hualu was a successor disciple and was naturally very knowledgeable. He knew that there was a special battle technique that could allow one's strength to suddenly increase by several folds. This characteristic was somewhat similar to the demonic frenzy pill, but while it increased one's strength, the consequence was that one would never be able to step into the next realm. That was why no one would pay such a high price. In fact, they would rather die than use this battle skill. It was also because of the strangeness of this battle skill that it was listed as a forbidden technique. However, Lin Huatu knew that Qin Hao had seen this forbidden technique when he was at the Earth Sword Peak. Now that he saw Qin Hao's spirit qi suddenly become stronger, Lin Hualu was really afraid that Qin Hao would use this forbidden technique. If that happened, Qin Hao would be destroying his own future. Although Lin Hualu was enraged by what Qin Hao had just said, he was still worried because they were from the same sect. "Ha ha ha, Lin Hualu. Do you think that you're worthy of me using this forbidden technique? You're not worthy." At this moment, Qin Hao had already completely entered into a state of madness. With regards to Lin Hualu's concern, he only felt that Lin Hualu was insulting him. Qin Hao immediately laughed malevolently. "Lin Hualu, do you really think that you're stronger than me? Don't forget, my surname is Qin." Roar. As Qin Hao spoke, he suddenly raised his head and let out a bestial roar. That's right, it was a bestial roar. Following that, Qin Hao's body started to tremble and countless scales actually grew out from his body. At the moment when the scales grew out, Qin Hao's face became more and more malevolent. He looked at Lin Hualu and laughed mockingly. "Haha, Lin Hualu, you want me to use this forbidden technique for you? Impossible." "Haha, Lin Hualu, you've always thought that you're stronger than me. Let me tell you, that's just on the surface. Lin Hualu, do you still want to save this kid now? Let me tell you there's no way. Lin Hualu, you're destined to be mine today." Roar. Roar. As Qin Hao spoke, he let out a few roars. Suddenly, the scales on his body covered his entire body. Qin Hao was no longer standing. Instead, he stood on all fours like a demonic beast. Not only that, his clothes burst open at this moment. His entire body was covered by countless scales. If it wasn't for Qin Hao's head, he would be a demonic beast now. What's this? Senior brother Qin, how did he become like this? When all the inner sect disciples saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. When Lin Hualu saw this scene, her heart couldn't help but tremble. She carefully thought about what Qin Hao said about him being a member of the Qin clan. She suddenly understood. Qin clan, that hidden clan that can establish bloodlines with demonic beasts. Qin Hao is actually a member of that clan? Why haven't I heard him mention it before? Lin Hualu thought. Her eyes that were looking at Qin Hao no longer had the previous look of worry. In exchange, there was only a strong sense of disgust. Now, she clearly knew that the reason why Qin Hao didn't tell her about the Qin clan was that he must have planned for this day to come. For the first time, Lin Hualu felt that Qin Hao, this senior brother Qin that she had been interacting with day and night, was actually so despicable. Lin Hualu didn't want to be enemies with him just now. However, at this moment, Lin Hualu held onto her sword tightly. When Qin Hao saw Lin Hualu holding onto her sword tightly, he laughed sinisterly. Haha, Lin Hualu, do you think you can stop me? Ayo! As he spoke, Qin Hao suddenly let out a beastly roar. At the same time, his demonic beast-like body immediately jumped up. His entire body suddenly pounced towards Lin Hualu like lightning. His speed was so fast that only an afterimage was left in the air. When Lin Hualu saw this, she was shocked. Before she could react, she felt a huge force attacking her. Lin Hualu instantly felt a huge pain in her entire body. With a loud bang, her entire body was directly sent flying and fell onto the ground. Poochie! A mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. When the various inner sect disciples saw this scene, they were all shocked. Most of them didn't understand. What exactly is going on? Why? Senior Sister Lin's strength is clearly much stronger than Qin Hao. Why can't she even block one of his attacks? Why did Qin Hao become like this? While the crowd was shocked, under the pressure of the majestic spiritual qi on Qin Hao's body, they continuously retreated. Lin Hualu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at the demonic Qin Hao. She thought to herself, I didn't expect Qin Hao to be so powerful in his demonic state. Lin Hualu, you are mine. Qin Hao looked at Lin Hualu's seductive body. Suddenly, a greedy look appeared in his eyes. Immediately, he pounced towards Lin Hualu again. Lin Hualu was shocked and hurriedly jumped up. The long sword in her hand was raised horizontally and directly attacked Qin Hao's body. Her speed was so fast that it was like a long rainbow. However, when Qin Hao saw this, he burst out laughing. Haha, Lin Hualu, do you think it will work? You are only a saint with 3 meridians. Now, I am at least a saint with 5 meridians. So, you should obediently wait to be mine. Ayo! As Qin Hao spoke, he suddenly let out a low roar. His front claw slapped across and directly slapped Lin Hualu's long sword away. Not only that, Qin Hao suddenly opened his huge claw and directly hugged Lin Hualu between his body. The strong spiritual qi directly pressed on Lin Hualu's body. Lin Hualu instantly felt the qi and blood in her body tumbling. Poochie! Another mouthful of blood gushed out. Qin Hao looked at Lin Hualu without any pity. He laughed sinisterly and said, Haha, Lin Hualu, you can't escape. Now, I will kill your little lover first. Let's see what other thoughts you have. As he spoke, Qin Hao's body moved and directly arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan was currently using all his strength to break through to the 13th level of the spirit realm. Although he was distracted, he heard every word that Qin Hao and Lin Hualu said. Similarly, from these words, Su Yan also knew that Lin Hualu was in danger. However, Su Yan knew that he couldn't move right now. He could only continuously break through to the 13th level of the spirit realm. Only by reaching the 13th level of the spirit realm would he and Lin Hualu be able to escape this calamity. When Qin Hao leaped down, Su Yan also felt the strong spiritual qi sweep over. However, Su Yan didn't move. Only the cultivation method in his body quickly circulated. The continuous absorption of spiritual qi condensed in Su Yan's dantian, and the barrier to the 13th level of the spirit realm slowly appeared. Now is the time. Su Yan let out a low roar in his body and tried to break through to the 13th level of the spirit realm. However, after a few tries, he failed. The barrier to the 13th level of the spirit realm was like an iron wall. It couldn't be broken through at all. How do I break through? How do I break through? Su Yan's heart was burning with anxiety. The Virokana-colored glazed sword manual in his body continuously circulated. Suddenly, a strong sword qi came over. Su Yan's heart suddenly shook. Could it be that the Virokana-colored glazed sword manual can absorb the sword qi between heaven and earth? While thinking, Su Yan suddenly understood something. He immediately freed a hand and patted his storage bag. Suddenly, the scarlet fire sword case appeared in front of him. At the same time, countless sword qi surged out from the sword case and flowed into Su Yan's body. At that moment, the impenetrable barrier to the 13th level of the spirit realm seemed to have loosened a little. Haha, Su Yan, You brat. You really think you can defy the heavens? You dare to break through in front of me? Go die. Qin Hao looked at Su Yan's continuously condensing spiritual qi and laughed ferociously. He immediately opened his hand and slapped towards Su Yan. Chapter 109. Haha, Lin Hualu, watch how your little lover is killed by me. Qin Hao looked at Su Yan with a ferocious expression. With a wave of his beast claw, he threw Lin Hualu out. He wanted Lin Hualu to watch Su Yan die. This was the only way to satisfy the twisted feeling in his heart. Qin Hao was no longer the genius of the hidden sword tomb. He was a wild beast. That's right, a wild beast. Qin Hao, if you kill him, I will not rest until you are dead. Lin Hualu looked at Qin Hao's ferocious expression and hurriedly shouted. The cultivation technique in her body quickly circulated. Although she was severely injured, she was still a true disciple of the hidden sword tomb, a genius of the hidden sword tomb, and a saint with 3 meridians. How could she not have some tricks up her sleeve? Haha, you want to use that move? Do you think you can stop me? Qin Hao felt the fluctuation of Lin Hualu's spiritual energy, and immediately revealed a mocking smile. As for the threats that Lin Huatu had just uttered, it was even more indifferent. With a tremble, its body that was like a demonic beast seemed to have grown a little, and a dense spirit qi instantly erupted from it. Su Yan die. Qin Hao let out a ferocious roar. The 4 corpses suddenly surged and directly pounced towards Su Yan's body. Although this move was simple, it had to be known that Qin Hao, who was currently in his monstrous form, each and every one of his movements carried the power of 1,000 jin. If this pounce landed on Su Yan would definitely be pounced on. When all the inner disciples saw Qin Hao pounce, their entire bodies shrunk together. Although they could not feel the powerful force, they knew that if this attack landed on Su Yan would definitely die. Stop! Lin Hualu had personally experienced how powerful Qin Hao was after his demon form. When she saw Qin Hao pounce on Su Yan, her heart immediately filled with sorrow. That's right, it was sorrow. She did not know why she felt this way. Under the sorrow, there was more anger. She looked at Qin Hao with a glint in her eyes. Qin Hao, if you kill Su Yan today, I will definitely be buried with you. I want you to be buried with me. Lin Hualu's heart was constantly roaring. The cultivation technique in her body was also constantly condensing. In her heart, she was constantly urging herself, faster, faster. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Lin Huatu tried, she could only watch helplessly as Qin Wu's huge body pounced towards Su Yan. She was unable to do anything. Su Yan will definitely die today. That was the thought in everyone's mind. Boom! At this moment, a huge muffled thunder suddenly came from the horizon. The thunder resounded through the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a dazzling lightning bolt struck down. It was so fast that Qin Hao did not even have time to react. The lightning bolt just happened to hit Qin Hao's body. Roar! Qin Hao let out a miserable cry. At the same time, he quickly reacted and looked at the lightning bolt that was constantly resounding in the sky. Qin Hao was furious and shouted, "Damn it, where did this lightning come from?" Boom! At this moment, another loud sound was heard. The lightning bolt struck down and directly hit Qin Hao's scale-like body. The power of the lightning bolt was so fierce that Qin Hao did not have time to block it. He was directly hit a few more times. His body, which was about to pounce on Su Yan, was also forced to retreat. What is this? When Lin Hualu saw the sudden lightning bolt, she was stunned at first. Then, a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Under this smile, a ray of red light blossomed from her body. Now is the time. Lin Hualu looked at Qin Hao's retreating body and narrowed her eyes. Her entire body was like the lightning bolt just now and attacked directly. In an instant, a red shadow glided across the sky. Heavenly maiden scattering flowers. At the same time, Lin Hualu's delicate voice rang out in the sky. While shouting, Lin Hualu's body seemed to be dancing as she leaped up. The red light on her body continued to blossom, like countless flowers falling down. The flowers fell down and attacked Qin Hao's body directly. Although the flowers were beautiful, when they streaked across the sky, they immediately formed a terrifying sword shadow and directly pierced through Qin Hao's body. Qin Hao was originally struck by lightning. Now that he was hit by Lin Hualu's heavenly maiden scattering flowers, he instantly let out a miserable cry. The flowers turned into countless sword shadows and pierced through Qin Hao's body and the scales on his body. Qin Hao also continuously let out miserable cries. Cries of pain resounded throughout the entire ancestor pagoda. Qin Hao's body twisted together and the scales on his body continuously fell off at this moment. Qin Hao's battered body slowly appeared. He no longer had the cold appearance of the past. His long hair was messy and his clothes were tattered. There were also countless bloodstains on his body. Poochie! A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Qin Hao's pupils immediately contracted and he looked at Lin Hualu in disbelief. You actually killed me. Lin Hualu no longer felt the slightest bit of pity for Qin Hao. Even her cold face did not have any fluctuations of emotions. She only looked at Qin Hao and waved the long sword in her hand, directly piercing through Qin Hao's body. Ah! Qin Hao instantly let out a miserable shriek. He widened his eyes and stared at Lin Huatu. Unwillingness continuously gushed out from within his eyes. As his gaze blossomed, his pupils gradually shrunk together. Not a moment later, there was no longer any trace of light. Pudong! Qin Hao's body directly fell to the ground and he died. Is he finally dead? When Lin Hualu saw that Qin Hao was finally dead, her heart heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the side effects of using the heavenly flower scattering petals came over her. Poochie! Immediately, a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Lin Hualu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled bitterly. It seems that it is still difficult for me to control the heavenly flower scattering petals with my current strength. Pudong! At this moment, there was suddenly a loud sound. This loud sound immediately woke everyone up from the news of Qin Hao's death. What is that? Why is there suddenly lightning? Look, that lightning seems to be striking towards Su Yan's body. Yes, it is striking Su Yan. When the crowd saw the lightning continuously striking towards Su Yan, they immediately became excited. In the midst of this excitement, it also attracted Lin Hualu's attention. When Lin Hualu saw the constantly flashing lightning, she frowned slightly. Very quickly she reacted, "Not good, this is very likely a lightning tribulation." Lin Hualu thought. Without hesitation, she patted her storage bag and swallowed a spirit-gathering pill. Ignoring the injuries in her body, she flew towards Su Yan. Bang! At this moment, a bolt of lightning directly struck towards Su Yan. In a moment of panic, Lin Hualu did not care whether she could block this bolt of lightning. Her entire body floated up and directly blocked in front of Su Yan. Bang! That huge bolt of lightning directly struck down, striking towards Lin Hualu. Even though Lin Hualu used her spirit energy to protect her body, she still felt her entire body tremble under this bolt of lightning. Her entire body directly fell to the ground. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Unfortunately, the lightning did not stop because of this. When Lin Hualu saw the continuous lightning striking towards Su Yan, she knew that if she did not help Su Yan block it, Su Yan would definitely not be able to escape death today. Lin Hualu looked at the constantly flashing lightning. She clenched her teeth and patted her storage bag lightly. Immediately, a crystal-colored stone appeared in her hand. Rainbow Thunderstone. Although Su Yan was still in a state of cultivation, he had not completely lost his senses. Instead, his eyes were now open and he could see everything clearly. When he saw Lin Hualu take out the crystal-colored stone, he immediately recognized that it was a Rainbow Thunderstone. It had the effect of absorbing the lightning power of heaven and earth. Not only that, but the greatest effect of the Rainbow Thunderstone was to refine spiritual swords. If the Rainbow Thunderstone was used to refine a spiritual sword, then the spiritual sword that was refined would definitely be an immortal weapon. A material that could be used to refine an immortal weapon was enough to show the preciousness of the Rainbow Thunderstone. Just now, when Lin Hualu blocked the next lightning strike for him, Su Yan was already very touched. He did not expect that Lin Hualu would even take out such a precious material to refine a sword like the Rainbow Thunderstone for him. Others did not know what was going on with the lightning, but Su Yan knew very well that this was the heavenly tribulation for him to enter the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm. The 10th level of the spirit channeling realm was originally a place that surpassed heaven and earth. It broke the rules, so it would trigger heavenly tribulation. Su Yan avoided the first heavenly tribulation because of the divine sword. The other two heavenly tribulations were in the Sword Well and in the Buddha Pagoda, where they were broken by the restrictions of the Buddha Pagoda. Su Yan did not truly feel the power of the heavenly tribulation. But this time, in the Ancestor Pagoda, because the Ancestor Pagoda was open, the restrictions outside the Ancestor Pagoda could not block the lightning strikes of the heavenly tribulation. Countless lightning bolts fell, wantonly exploding in the Ancestor Pagoda, making Su Yan truly feel the power of the heavenly tribulation. If it was up to Su Yan to block it, he would definitely not be able to do so. Seeing Lin Hualu take out the Rainbow Thunderstone, Su Yan did not say anything. Only his eyes kept condensing, and a bright light surged out. He secretly swore in his heart, "After this tribulation I, Su, will definitely not let you down." Lin Hualu naturally did not know what Su Yan was thinking. She only noticed Su Yan's gaze and could not help but frown. She said, "Su Yan, today I did these things for you only to repay your kindness in the sword well." As she spoke, Lin Hualu thought of what happened in the sword well that day, and her face could not help but blush. Su Yan looked at that blush, and a ripple appeared in his heart. But as the lightning flashed, Lin Hualu quickly put away the distracting thoughts in her heart. She urged the Rainbow Thunderstone to move closer to Su Yan. Chapter 110. After the Rainbow Thunderstone absorbed the lightning, the light it emitted became even more dazzling, forming countless waves that swirled in the void. As the light became even more dazzling, Lin Hualu's body also began to tremble. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. He wanted to shout, but unfortunately, the cultivation technique in his body was still circulating. He couldn't move at all now, and he couldn't even speak. He could only shout in his heart, "Senior Sister Lin, quickly throw away the Rainbow Thunderstone, quickly!" Bang! While Su Yan was shouting in his heart, there was a sudden loud sound, and the Rainbow Thunderstone exploded. Although the Rainbow Thunderstone could absorb the power of lightning, it couldn't absorb too much. As Lin Hualu was injured, the spiritual energy in her body wasn't enough to support the Rainbow Thunderstone. Su Yan felt his body shake. Countless spiritual energy surged out instantly. He stretched out his palm. It was a breakthrough. The Rainbow Thunderstone exploded, and a huge force spread out. Lin Hualu's body was directly sent flying. No! When Su Yan saw this scene, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. With a shout, a powerful force gushed out. Su Yan's body suddenly leaped up and directly flew towards Lin Huatu. Before Lin Huatu fell to the ground, Su Yan caught Lin Huatu. Hugging Lin Hualu's delicate body, Su Yan didn't have the slightest bit of distracting thoughts. There was only pity in his heart. Gazing at Lin Hualu's beautiful face, Su Yan slowly said, "Senior Sister Lin, why are you so foolish?" "Su Yan, Lin Hualu, don't owe you anything in this life," Lin Hualu said softly, and then fainted. When Su Yan heard Lin Hualu's words, he didn't know why, but when he saw Lin Hualu faint, he didn't say anything. The cultivation technique in his body circulated, and suddenly, a wisp of spiritual energy surged into Lin Hualu's body. Under the continuous transfer of spiritual energy, Lin Hualu gradually opened her eyes. When Lin Hualu saw that Su Yan was still hugging her, she immediately jumped up. Because of the lack of spiritual energy in her body, the moment she jumped up, her delicate body went soft and fell to the ground. Su Yan reacted quickly. He immediately hugged Lin Hualu and said gently, "Senior Sister Lin, you haven't recovered yet. Su Yan, let me go." "Su Yan," Lin Hualu looked at Su Yan and said softly. When Su Yan heard Lin Hualu's words, he let go of her reluctantly. However, when he looked at Lin Hualu's seductive body, he seemed to have understood something. He smiled and said, "Senior Sister Lin, I swear that I will not let you down in the future for what you have done for me today." "There's no need, Su Yan. I'm only doing this to repay you for saving me in the well. Don't think too much." Lin Hualu didn't wait for Su Yan to finish his sentence and interrupted her. When Lin Hualu finished speaking, she turned around and walked out. "Lin." Su Yan wanted to stop her, but when he thought of her cold face, he didn't say anything. He only felt a bitter taste in his heart. As for the other inner sect disciples, they had already left while Lin Hualu and Su Yan were talking. They were all inner sect disciples and geniuses of the hidden sword tomb. Naturally, they were smarter than others. They already knew that the fight between Su Yan and Qin Hao today was because of Lin Hualu. Just now, Lin Hualu had risked her life to block the lightning calamity for Su Yan. Everyone also understood Lin Hualu's feelings for Su Yan. Although all the male disciples in the hidden sword tomb had feelings for Lin Hualu, They knew that senior sister Lin wasn't someone they could match up to. Only a genius like Su Yan was worthy of Lin Hualu. Therefore, they tactfully created some space for this pair of lovebirds who had just returned from the gates of hell to be alone. How could they have known that this was the outcome? Even Su Yan didn't expect this outcome. He only felt bitter in his heart. When Qin Hao asked him, Su Yan probably didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Lin Hualu. Now he finally understood. Unfortunately, Su Yan looked in the direction Lin Hualu left and laughed at himself. He suppressed the complicated feelings in his body. Since senior sister Lin doesn't have any feelings for me, then there's no reason for me to stay in the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan originally wanted to find a chance to leave the hidden sword tomb. However, he never thought of when to leave. Now, after hearing Lin Hualu's words, Su Yan was determined to leave. Su Yan originally planned to leave when he reached the Saint Bloodline realm. However, now that he had reached the 13th level of spirit channeling realm, Su Yan could feel the majestic spirit qi. Although he might not be able to defeat Qin Hao with such strength, Su Yan was confident that he would definitely be able to remain in an invincible position when facing Qin Hao. If a 13th level of spirit channeling realm could fight against a saint with 2 bloodlines in the Saint Bloodline realm, Su Yan thought that it was time to leave the hidden sword tomb. Someone from another sect dares to enter my hidden sword tomb's ancestral pagoda. Just as Su Yan was about to leave, he suddenly heard a loud boom. A strong spirit qi came directly at him. Su Yan didn't even have time to react. His entire body was sent flying by the majestic spirit qi. What the hell is going on? Su Yan was shocked. He only felt his vision go black. When he opened his eyes, he was already out of the ancestral pagoda. Standing in front of the 5-colored boulder in the martial arts field, he wasn't the only one. The rest of the people in the ancestral pagoda also appeared on the ancestral pagoda at this moment. What the hell is going on? The elders who were guarding outside all noticed this strange phenomenon and came up one after another. Not only the elders of the hidden sword tomb, but even the sect master, Sky Sword Sage, also noticed this strange phenomenon at the same time and hurried to the martial arts field. How can the hidden sword tomb's ancestral pagoda allow outsiders to enter? At this moment, a loud and clear voice resounded. A bright light surged out from the 5-colored boulder. As the huge light spread out, it immediately condensed on the 5-colored boulder. A huge figure appeared on the boulder. The figure was an old man. He had a kind face, but there was an irresistible pressure between him. The powerful spiritual pressure was so strong that no one in the hidden sword tomb dared to breathe. Only Sky Sword Sage and the elders trembled when they saw this figure. They all knelt down and said, "Greetings, old ancestor of the hidden sword tomb." The old ancestor's expression didn't change at all when he saw Sky Sword Sage kneeling down. His gaze swept across Su Yan. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual pressure came over. Puchi. Under this powerful spiritual qi, Su Yan did not have any ability to resist. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "You entered my hidden sword tomb sect and joined another sect. You even dare to enter my ancestral pagoda. Today, I'll punish you to leave the mountain immediately." The old ancestor said slowly. It was like a muffled thunder that exploded in the hidden sword tomb. "This boy is no longer a member of our hidden sword tomb." As he said that, a powerful spiritual pressure rushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan suddenly felt the qi flow in his body reverse. His whole body was in great pain. This pain was even more painful than the double dragons that entered his eyes and blood that entered his body in the Well of Swords. "Ah!" Su Yan couldn't help but scream. At this moment, the figure of the old ancestor disappeared from the 5-colored boulder. However, no one saw the smile in the old ancestor's eyes. Although the old ancestor of the hidden sword tomb only appeared for a few breaths of time, it brought an unprecedented shock to everyone in the hidden sword tomb. Especially the last sentence that the old ancestor left. This boy was no longer a member of the hidden sword tomb. Although the old ancestor didn't mention a name, everyone knew that he was talking about Su Yan. The entire square was immediately filled with excitement. They were all discussing what the old ancestor of the hidden sword tomb had said. Only the hidden sword tomb's sect master, Sky Sword Sage, looked at Su Yan with a melancholy expression. After thinking for a long time, he smiled bitterly and said, "Fine, fine. Anyway, the hidden sword tomb can't keep this person. If he's kicked out of the hidden sword tomb, then so be it." Thinking about this, Sky Sword Sage immediately jumped up and shouted, Su Yen, you have violated the Hidden Sword Tomb sect rules. From now on, you are no longer a member of our sect. I order you to leave the mountain today. After saying this, Sky Sword Sage's body disappeared, leaving behind a majestic voice that reverberated in the square. However, Sky Sword Sage's face was full of smiles. The 13th layer of the spirit realm shouldn't be bound to the Hidden Sword Tomb. With this order, the entire square was immediately filled with excitement. Su Yen has been kicked out of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yen has actually been kicked out of the Hidden Sword Tomb. How is this possible? Among the disciples in the square, some were happy, some were sad. Su Yen, on the other hand, felt bitter in his heart. Although he had already planned to leave the Hidden Sword Tomb, he didn't expect that he would be kicked out of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Fine, fine. Su Yen was melancholy for a while, then shook his head with a bitter smile. He didn't say anything else and walked down the mountain alone. Su Yen. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded. Su Yen didn't need to turn around to know that it was Lu Fei. Su Yen, I. Lu Fei looked at Su Yen and wanted to say something, but at this moment, he couldn't say a word. He didn't know what to say, and only his eyes were filled with confusion. Seeing his appearance, Su Yen smiled and patted Lu Fei's shoulder. Fatty, after I leave, you have to take good care of yourself. Woo-woo. When Su Yen said this, Lu Fei finally burst into tears. When Su Yen heard Lu Fei's cries, he felt a burst of sadness in his heart. However, he didn't show it. He just took a deep breath and said, Fatty, it's okay. We will meet again. No, Su Yen, I don't want you to leave. I'm going to reason with the sect master. Lu Fei said and was about to walk inside. Su Yen grabbed him and said, Fatty, it's useless. This is an order from the Hidden Sword Tomb ancestor in the ancestral pagoda. Even the sect master can't make the decision. When Lu Fei heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. He just looked at Su Yen with tears in his eyes. It's okay, Fatty. If you enter the sacred bloodline realm in the future, just leave Jingzhou City to find me. Su Yen comforted Lu Fei. Chapter 111. A few of Su Yan's good friends also came up to say their goodbyes. Among them were Ouyang Tiancheng, Qiao Linglong, Pu Tiandao, Jing Yi, and others. Su Yen said his goodbyes to them one by one. Not only them, but the other inner sect disciples also said their goodbyes to Su Yen. In the end, Su Yen turned around and went down the mountain. The moment he went down the mountain, he came to the stone tablet in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yen sighed in his heart. At that time, he entered the Hidden Sword Tomb for the Sword Well. He didn't expect so many things to happen. And now, I've been expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although Su Yen would have to leave the Hidden Sword Tomb sooner or later, he still couldn't help but feel bad for being expelled. After all, Su Yen had stayed in the Hidden Sword Tomb for a long time. He had already built up feelings for the place. Su Yen stroked the huge stone tablet. After a long time, he smiled and said, Fine, fine. Since I'm out of the Hidden Sword Tomb, I don't need to bear the name of the Hidden Sword Tomb anymore. I will be a member of the Buddha Sword sect from now on. When Su Yen thought of this, his heart relaxed a lot. However, when he looked at the Hidden Sword Tomb and the Sky Sword Peak, Su Yen couldn't help but think of the graceful figure in red. Su Yen thought of that figure and couldn't bear to leave. After waiting for a long time, Su Yen showed a self-deprecating smile. It seems that she won't be coming to see me off. Su Yen smiled bitterly and did not linger any longer. Since he carried the fate of the Buddha Sword sect on his shoulders, he could not indulge himself in this. Farewell to the Hidden Sword Tomb. If you are in trouble in the future, I will definitely help you, Su Yen said deeply as he looked at the stone tablet in the Hidden Sword Tomb. He did not linger any longer and turned to leave. He resolutely stepped out of the boundary of the Hidden Sword Tomb without the slightest hesitation. However, he didn't expect that the moment he left, a figure in red would immediately appear where he was standing and stare at him for a long time. Su Yen left the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although he had decided to leave the Hidden Sword Tomb at that time, he didn't plan where to go. All of a sudden, he became melancholic. Glory to the Buddha Sword sect. Where should I go now? Su Yen had stayed in the Immortal Sword Peak Sutra Pavilion for a long time, so he naturally knew how big the Heaven Realm was. For a moment, he was at a loss, not knowing where to go. Su Yan thought for a long time. Suddenly, he remembered every detail of the Su family. Before Su Yan left, he had already said that the Su family would have nothing to do with him. However, Su Yan's surname was still Su. It's been a few years since I left the Su family. I wonder how Su Yan, Su Kuang, and Su Tiantu will react when I return. Su Yan thought about what Su Tiantu and the others did to him and couldn't help but smile. Originally, he didn't know where to go, but now he had a purpose. That was to return to the Su family. Su Yan didn't think too much about it. He stepped on the sword dragon and flew towards Celestial Twin City. Celestial Twin City was a small city in the 5 counties. However, there were no forces like the hidden sword tomb in this city. This caused Celestial Twin City to be unknown in the 5 counties. However, there were many cultivators in Celestial Twin City. For example, the Su family and the several large families nearby were all cultivators. A few years ago, the Su family produced a disciple who ranked first in the Hidden Sword Tomb trial. This absolutely shocked the entire Celestial Twin City, and the Su family's status in Celestial Twin City also skyrocketed. Unfortunately, Su Tiantu, Su Kuang, and the others were ignorant. They made the first place in the Hidden Sword Tomb trial, Su Yan, into Su Yan. Not only that, they also suppressed Su Yan everywhere, causing Su Yan to be angry. After Su Yan left the family, Su Yan said that he would no longer have anything to do with the Su family in the future. This made the Su family become the target of all the forces in Celestial Twin City overnight. After a few years, the Su family was constantly pressured by the other families, causing their forces to become smaller and smaller. They had long lost their former glory. Although Su Tiantu was at the peak of the Fate Soul realm and could be considered an expert in Celestial Twin City, unfortunately, under the encirclement of so many experts from the other families, he couldn't fight them all. He was heavily injured and suffered from a hidden illness, so he no longer had his usual pressure. The Su family was even worse. They had long lost their former prestige in Celestial Twin City. Every member of the Su family lived in fear, afraid that the other families would come and destroy their Su family. Su Tiantu spent his days in the Su family. Whenever he thought about his choice back then, he would feel a wave of regret in his heart. At that time, if I had trusted Su Yan and him, my Su family wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. Su Tiantu looked towards the hidden sword tomb with a blurred look in his eyes. Father, not good, not good. At this moment, a shout came from the outer courtyard. Not long after, a figure appeared in the inner courtyard. It was none other than Su Yan's uncle, Su Kuang. After Su Kuang went crazy for a while, Su Tiantu spent a lot of money to cure him. Although he was cured, his strength remained stagnant. As for Su Yan's matter, it was Su Kuang who planned it all. Su Tiantu felt irritated just by looking at him. Now that he saw his panicked appearance, Su Tiantu became even more furious and shouted, "What are you panicking for? I'm still alive and well, what's wrong with that?" Su Kuang naturally knew that his father had been holding a grudge against him because of Su Yan's matter. Hearing his father's angry shout, he immediately shrunk his body and whispered to the side, "Father, the Wang family is here again." What? Su Tiantu's body trembled when he heard this. At this moment, a burst of laughter came in from the outside. A few figures had already appeared in the Su family's courtyard. "Haha, Su family head. How have you been recently?" The leader of the Wang family was the head of the Wang family, Wang Hongyan. He was also at the peak of the life-soul realm. Very well. As the saying goes, those who come do not come with good intentions. Su Tiantu naturally knew that the arrival of the Wang family today was definitely not good. Although the Su family's strength was not as strong as before, Su Tiantu's old face still maintained its arrogance. Looking at the many experts of the Wang family, he was fearless. Wang Hongyan looked at Su Tiantu's appearance and laughed out loud. "Su family head, I'm here to visit. Why do you have such an expression?" "Visit?" Su Tiantu immediately laughed and said, "Wang Hongyan, do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" "Do you know?" Wang Hongyan smiled and touched his nose. "Since you know, that's good. Su Tiantu, your Su family is already at its end. Obediently hand over the Su family's territory and get out of Celestial Twin City. Don't even think about it." This time, without waiting for Su Tiantu to speak, Su Kuang shouted first, "Wang Hongyan, how is my family's end? You want us to leave Celestial Twin City? You're a fool." "I'm a fool." Wang Hongyan suddenly laughed and said, Su Kuang, the entire celestial twin city knows how many people are left in the Su family. Do you think you have the strength to resist our Wang family? When Su Tiantu heard Wang Hongyan's words, his eyes suddenly widened and a ray of light burst out. He shouted, Wang Hongyan, don't be so arrogant. As long as my Su family doesn't fall, don't even think about touching our Su family's property. As Su Tiantu spoke, a majestic spiritual energy suddenly surged from his body. The strength of the peak life soul realm instantly erupted. Although Su Tiantu had some hidden injuries in his body, he was still an expert at the peak life soul realm. When the majestic spiritual energy came out, Wang Hongyan and the others immediately took a few steps back. However, Wang Hongyan's expression didn't change. He still maintained his sneer and said, Su Tiantu, I admit that you're very strong. However, do you think you have the strength to resist our two families? Two families. When Su Tiantu heard Wang Hongyan's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, several figures appeared in the courtyard. When Su Tiantu saw these people, his body couldn't help but tremble. Gao Ming, my Su family has always been on good terms with your Gao family. On good terms. Before Su Tiantu could finish his words, he was interrupted by the old man called Gao Ming. Su Tiantu, in the past, your Su family was famous in Tianshuang City. Naturally, my Gao family wanted to be on good terms with you. However, your Su family is just a stray dog. Why should my Gao family be on good terms with you? You. When he heard Gao Ming's words, Su Tiantu was instantly enraged. However, Gao Ming ignored him and laughed. Su Tiantu, cut the crap. Hand over your Su family's property and cripple your cultivation. Then, get out of Tianshuang City. I can spare your Su family on account of our past friendship. Don't even think about it. Su Tiantu knew that he couldn't avoid a battle today. He coldly shouted and immediately floated into the air. Gao Ming, Wang Hongyan, let me tell you this. As long as I, Su Tiantu, am still alive, your two families can forget about having any ideas about my Su family. Su Tiantu, you're courting death. Don't blame us for being rude. Gao Ming and Wang Hongyan sneered at the same time. They looked at each other and channeled their cultivation methods at the same time. Immediately, they charged towards Su Tiantu. Both of them were experts at the 8th level of Fate Soul. If they were to fight Su Tiantu alone, perhaps neither of them would have a chance of winning. However, with the two of them working together and Su Tiantu suffering from a hidden illness, it was hard to say who would lose. While Su Tiantu, Gao Ming, and Wang Hongyan were fighting, the disciples of the Su family, Wang family, and Gao family were also fighting. Although the Su family had many young disciples, such as Sun Yan, who was once a heaven's pride, the Wang family and the Gao family had more people. In addition, the Su family had been in constant conflict with the other families in the past few years. Many of the Su family's disciples were suffering from hidden illnesses, so the three families were fighting. It became a one-sided situation. It didn't take long for all the Su family's disciples to fall to the ground. In the entire Su family, Su Tiantu was the only one who could stand up. Su Tiantu was indeed an expert at the peak of the Fate Soul realm. Facing Gao Ming and Wang Hongyan, he brandished his sword. He was old but strong, and did not show any signs of being defeated. Chapter 112. Unfortunately, the Su family's descendants were continuously defeated by the alliance of the Gao family and the Wang family. The Su family's status in Tianshuang City was originally quite high. First, there was Su Yan's father, Su Lin, who was an outstanding talent of his generation in Tianshuang City. This allowed the Su family to maintain a stable position in Tianshuang City. Then there was Sun Yan, who was also an outstanding talent of the Su family. Unfortunately, the decline of the Su family was also due to Sun Yan's existence, causing everyone to forget about Su Yan. Su Tiantu and Su Kuang had suppressed Su Yan countless times for the sake of the family's benefits. However, they did not know that Su Yan was the true genius of the Su family, the heaven's pride of Tianshuang City. Su Yan obtained the #1 position in the hidden sword tomb, but from then on, he and the Su family became estranged. Under Su Yan's suppression, Sun Yan's cultivation path was hindered. After a few years, Sun Yan's strength remained stagnant, and he became a complete waste. The Su family's two geniuses, Sun Yan and Su Yan. Of the two geniuses, one became a waste, while the other was forced out of the Su family by Su Tiantu and the Su family. The Su family's status in Tianshuang City was no longer the same as before. In the past few years, the Su family had been suppressed by other families several times. At this moment, the Su family was an arrow at the end of its flight. The Su family had lost its successor and was not far from extinction. When Su Tiantu heard Su Yan's words that day, he had already expected that the Su family would face such a day. Now that the Wang family and the Gao family had besieged them, this day had come ahead of time. Su Tiantu watched as his descendants were defeated one by the Wang family and Gao family. His heart was filled with grief. He knew that the Su family would end up like this on the day Su Yan left. However, when faced with such a day, Su Tiantu's eyes were still filled with unwillingness. At the same time, a wave of anger surged within him. Wang Hongyan, Gao Ming, since the two of you want the Su family to perish, then even if I, Su Tiantu, die, I will drag the two of you down with me. As he spoke, Su Tiantu's entire body suddenly leaped up. As he circulated the cultivation method in his body, a burst of bright light suddenly erupted from his body. That light quickly curled up, and the surrounding Ling Qi, which was originally invisible and intangible, began to revolve along with the light. Unexpectedly, a visible fog appeared. That fog quickly condensed and surged into Su Tiantu's blood vessels, quickly converging under his dantian. The moment the Ling Qi surged, Su Tiantu's old face immediately showed a delighted expression. His entire face became ferocious because of his delight and anger. When Wang Hongyan saw Su Tiantu's appearance, his heart suddenly shook, and he hurriedly shouted, "Not good, Su Tiantu wants to self-destruct, quickly retreat." "Retreat? Do you think I will give you this opportunity?" When Su Tiantu heard Wang Hongyan's words, a sneer slid across his ferocious and old face. At the same time, his arms shook, and suddenly a majestic Ling Qi was emitted. The entire Su family's courtyard seemed to be wrapped in layers of fog at this moment. The Wang family and the Gao family wanted to retreat, but when they encountered the fog condensed by the Ling Qi, they were directly blocked by it. "Su Tiantu, you have to think clearly. If you self-destruct, your Su family's children are also here. Your Su family won't even leave behind the last trace of bloodline. Our Wang family and Gao family, on the other hand, are not all here today, and still have the bloodline of our family left behind." When Gao Ming saw the powerful Ling Qi emitted from Su Tiantu's body, his expression changed greatly. However, he was much calmer than Wang Hongyan, and he knew to tell Su Tiantu the pros and cons, the last trace of bloodline. Gao Ming's words really did cause Su Tiantu's entire body to tremble. His ferocious face immediately surged with a compassionate expression. Just as Gao Ming said, even if he self-destructed here today and perished together with Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming, his Su family wouldn't even leave behind a trace of bloodline. As for the Wang family and the Gao family, they would be able to survive and leave behind a bloodline. In the end, the ones who would be injured would still be his Su family. Ancient Dao inheritance. Bloodline affection. Every family absolutely valued bloodline inheritance the most. This was especially true for the patriarch of the family. If his bloodline were to end under his rule, it would definitely be the greatest humiliation for the patriarch. Thinking that even the last trace of his Su family's bloodline couldn't be preserved, Su Tiantu's entire body couldn't help but tremble. The bright light emitted from his body also dimmed at this moment. Now is the time. At this moment, Gao Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. He patted his storage bag and a golden cloak immediately flew out from it, directly covering Su Tiantu's body. In the midst of Su Tiantu's sorrow, he suddenly thought of Su Yan in the sword-hidden tomb. Although Su Yan had already said that he would no longer care about the Su family when he left that day, Su Yan had already said that he would no longer care about the matters of the Su family. Even so, the blood of the Su family flowed in Su Yan's body. This was an unchangeable fact. Su Yan's surname could not be erased in the end. Even if the entire Su family dies here today, my Su family's bloodline can still be preserved, Su Tiantu thought, and a bright light immediately condensed in his eyes. He no longer hesitated as before. He formed a seal with both hands and attacked his dantian. He didn't care about the golden cloak flying towards him. However, in just half a breath, Su Tiantu's face stiffened. He discovered that all the spirit qi in his body had been frozen. He couldn't move at all. Even his spirit qi had dried up, so how could he self-destruct? Only then did Su Tiantu truly notice the golden cloak. Looking at the light emitted by the golden cloak, Su Tiantu's eyes suddenly emitted a strong killing intent. He looked at Gao Ming and shouted, "Gao Ming, what kind of monster are you using?" When Gao Ming saw Su Tiantu's spirit chi slowly weaken, he knew that the person hadn't lied to him. This golden cloak could erase the spirit chi of any powerhouse at the life-soul realm. When Gao Ming saw the power of the golden cloak, he didn't hide it from Su Tiantu. However, when he looked at Su Tiantu, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Monster, Su Tiantu, how can you recognize this spirit weapon, golden spiritual pung?" Spirit weapon. Golden spiritual pung. When Su Tiantu heard that this seemingly ordinary golden cloak was actually a spirit weapon, his face turned even uglier. Although he was angry, the spirit chi in his body was blocked. He couldn't even self-destruct, let alone attack Gao Ming. Su Tiantu, obediently hand over the Su family's seal and destroy your cultivation. Perhaps I will spare your life. Gao Ming might have been afraid of Su Tiantu's self-destruction earlier. However, now that Su Tiantu's spirit chi was suppressed, he wasn't afraid at all. He looked at Su Tiantu with disdain. To him, Su Tiantu and the Su family were just lackeys. Impossible. However, even so, Su Tiantu didn't retreat at all. He looked at Gao Ming and shouted, "Gao Ming, Wang Hongyan, let me tell you. Even if I die, I will not hand over the Su family seal to you." Every family had a family token. This token not only represented the family, but also represented the family's status and territory in a city. If another family wanted to obtain the family's territory, they must obtain the seal. Only then could they truly obtain the family's territory. Otherwise, without the seal, even if the Su family was destroyed, the entire Su family's territory would be ownerless. Any family or family could snatch it. Of course, it didn't matter if they didn't obtain the seal. They could use their own family's power to snatch it and leave behind the trouble left behind by the destroyed family. However, Gao Ming was a smart person. The Su family was already at his mercy. He wasn't stupid enough to not let Su Tiantu hand over the seal and compete with other families for the Su family's territory. Not only that, but the entire Su family was just trash in Gao Ming's eyes. And a piece of trash dared to be so stubborn. Especially when Su Tiantu's mouth twitched, he faintly emitted the aura of someone at the peak of the Fate Soul realm. This made Gao Ming very unhappy. He was instantly enraged. He pulled out his sword and pointed at Su Tiantu. He coldly shouted, "Su Tiantu, if you don't hand over the seal today, then I will let the Su family's descendants die in front of you one by one." As Gao Ming spoke, whoosh, his sword came out and directly slashed at the third-generation disciple of the Su family who was closest to him. The third-generation disciple was already injured. Moreover, he was only at the third layer of the spirit realm. After being hit by Gao Ming, he immediately died with a cry. "My son!" At the moment of his death, the entire Su family's courtyard was immediately filled with cries of anguish. Su Tiantu watched his grandson die in front of him. His face couldn't help but twitch. Gao Ming looked at Su Tiantu's appearance and coldly smiled. He pulled out his sword and pointed at another Su family disciple. Seeing Su Tiantu's increasingly ugly expression, Gao Ming slowly raised his long sword. "Grandfather, save me, save me." The third-generation disciple of the Su family that was chosen by Gao Ming saw the long sword in Gao Ming's hand that was emitting a cold light. He was so scared that he kept shouting. Seeing his grandson's terrified expression, Su Tiantu's last bit of determination finally fell. His entire face seemed to have aged a lot at this moment. He looked at Gao Ming and said, "Enough, Gao Ming, I'll hand over the seal." Hand over the seal. When Gao Ming heard Su Tiantu's words, a smile immediately appeared on his face. However, when he saw Su Tiantu, his expression turned cold. He coldly smiled and said, "Su Tiantu, I just asked you to hand over the seal, but you didn't. Now it's too late. Today, I'm going to slowly exterminate your Su family." As he spoke, Gao Ming raised the long sword in his hand. The third-generation disciple of the Su family was so scared that he kept shouting, "Grandfather, save me, save me." Although Su Tiantu looked at his grandson's cowardly appearance with disdain, that person was still his grandson. Su Tiantu couldn't bear it. He looked at Gao Ming and said, "Gao Ming, what will it take for you to spare our grandson's life?" "Beg me," Gao Ming said with a smile. He had been friends with the Su family for many years. Even so, the Su family's strength had always been above his own. Su Tiantu's strength was even slightly above his own. In the past, Gao Ming always acted like a grandson in front of Su Tiantu. Now that he finally saw Su Tiantu acting like this, how could he let it go? I beg you. When Su Tiantu heard Gao Ming's words, he suddenly felt a burst of anger. However, when he saw his own descendants in the Su family's courtyard begging for mercy one by one, Su Tiantu suddenly became weak and knelt on the ground with a plop. I didn't expect the Su family to be so spineless in just a few years after I left. Chapter 113. Su Tiantu, don't you feel ashamed to be begging for mercy like this? When the voice rang out again, a white figure flashed past, and a young face appeared before the crowd. When they saw the white robes fluttering in the wind and the handsome face, the crowd was stunned. The disciples of the Su family recognized him and their hearts were filled with excitement. Su Yan. Su Yan is back. That's right, the person who came was Su Yan, who left the Su family for the Hidden Sword Tomb a few years ago. After Su Yan left the Hidden Sword Tomb, he didn't know where to go. Therefore, he thought of returning to the Su family to see what the Su family had become. He didn't expect to see Su Tiantu begging for mercy. Su Yan's face suddenly showed a trace of disdain. Su Tiantu, are you still going to kneel and beg for mercy? Su Yan looked at Su Tiantu who was still kneeling on the ground and shouted coldly. Suddenly, a majestic aura spread out. Su Tiantu's face suddenly flushed. He hurriedly stood up and looked at Su Yan. When he thought of what he did to Su Yan in the past, his face became even redder. However, Su Yan ignored him and turned to look at Gao Ming and Wang Hongyan. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it to be Nephew Su. When Gao Ming saw Su Yan, he was stunned at first. However, he reacted quickly. When he saw Su Yan looking at him, he immediately laughed and said, Nephew Su, you have left the Celestial Twin City for a few years. I wonder how you are doing in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Why did you come back today? While Gao Ming was talking, he saw that Su Yan didn't pay attention to him. He didn't care and smiled. Nephew Su, I know that you have suffered a lot of humiliation in the Su family. Now, the Su family has received their retribution. You don't need to be angry, you don't need to do anything. Just watch. In the past, when the Su family produced a #1 in the Hidden Sword Tomb, the heroes of the Celestial Twin City came to congratulate them. Everyone knew that in the end, the Su family made a mistake. They actually thought that the #1 in the Hidden Sword Tomb was just a useless Su Yan. At that time, Gao Ming also heard Su Yan say that he was no longer a member of the Su family. Now, in his opinion, Su Yan must have returned this time to punish the humiliation he suffered in the Su family. Today, he destroyed the Su family. It could be said that he had indirectly helped Su Yan. Therefore, when Gao Ming saw Su Yan, he didn't have a trace of fear. Instead, he was anxious to establish a relationship with Su Yan. After all, the Hidden Sword Tomb was the #1 sect in the entire Jingzhou city. Establishing a relationship with Su Yan was equivalent to establishing a relationship with the Hidden Sword Tomb. With the Hidden Sword Tomb as a backer, not to mention the Celestial Twin City, even the entire Jingzhou city would have a place for the Gao family in the future. Little nephew Su, I know that at that time, it was Su Kuang who wanted to take your life, and it was also Sun Yan who almost killed you. Today, I will kill the two of them first to wash away the enmity of that day. While Gao Ming was speaking, he leaped forward and attacked Su Kuang and Yan. Su Kuang and Sun Yan were naturally aware of the mistakes they made in the past. If the heavens gave them a second chance, they would definitely not go against Su Yan. Instead, they would help Su Yan obtain a spot in the Hidden Sword Tomb. It wasn't just the two of them. The one who regretted it the most was Su Tiantu. Su Tiantu wished he could kneel down and beg Su Yan to spare his family on account of the Su family. However, when he thought of that friendship, before Su Tiantu could speak, he felt his face heat up. When had the Su family ever done anything to Su Yan? In the past, Su Yan's father, Su Lin, was the one who raised him. The Su family didn't do anything for Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan's cold expression, Su Tiantu didn't dare speak. Only his heart was filled with waves of regret. Although Gao Ming killed Sun Yan and Su Kuang, he had always been paying attention to Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was still a member of the Su family. He was really afraid that Su Yan would change his mind. However, when he made his move, he saw that Su Yan didn't have any change in expression, nor did he make any move. A smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that Su Yan believed in his words, so he didn't do anything. The long sword that was stabbing towards Su Kuang and Sun Yan also sped up. At the same time, he shouted, "Su Kuang, Sun Yan, today I will avenge the humiliation you've suffered towards Su Yan." Sun Yan and Su Kuang looked at each other. They looked at Gao Ming's fast and fierce sword, and saw that Su Yan didn't make any move. Their hearts sank to the bottom. "Die!" Gao Ming shouted. He directly stabbed towards Sun Yan and Su Kuang's throats. In these few years, Su Kuang and Sun Yan knew that Su Yan was the real Heaven's pride. They both regretted it. Every time they were cursed by Su Tiantu, they thought that death might be a relief for them. Now that they were facing death, they couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Their bodies trembled. Clang! At this moment, a clear sound suddenly rang out. A sword blocked in front of them. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Sun Yan and Su Kuang, who had almost stepped into the gates of hell, opened their eyes. They saw a person standing in front of them. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. When Gao Ming saw the person in front of him, he asked in disbelief, "Nephew Su, I'm helping you take revenge. Why are you stopping me?" "Revenge?" Su Yan smiled coldly. He waved his hand, and a majestic spiritual qi suddenly burst out. Gao Ming's body immediately flew out, but before he landed on the ground, Su Yan's figure once again appeared in front of Gao Ming. That speed was as fast as lightning. Everyone who saw it was stunned. Their faces were filled with horror. Because everyone only saw a white shadow jump. They saw Su Yan's sword had already pierced through Gao Ming's body. Why? Gao Ming's eyes narrowed. He looked at Su Yan and asked unwillingly, "Why?" Su Yan smiled coldly. He directly put away his sword and swung it. Gao Ming's body flew out. Bang! Gao Ming's body hit the ground and died. Countless people were left in shock. They couldn't recover for a long time. Instant kill. Just a moment ago, Gao Ming was still majestic. He even stopped Su Tiantu from self-destructing. At this moment, he was actually killed by Su Yan. He didn't even have the ability to defend himself. Just how strong was Su Yan? Under everyone's shocked eyes, Su Yan slowly turned his head to look at the outsiders. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Although I no longer have anything to do with the Su family, the Su family is not for ants like you to bite." Although Su Yan's voice wasn't loud, it was very domineering when it rang in everyone's ears. Even when his voice fluctuated, everyone felt their hearts tremble. In the entire courtyard, all the focus was on Su Yan. Looking at Su Yan's white robe fluttering in the wind, no one dared to breathe loudly. Su Yan didn't want to care about the Su family's affairs and the various things that Su Tiantu and the others did to him. But no matter what, this was the place where he was born and raised. Su Tiantu and the others could be unrighteous, but Su Yan couldn't be unkind. Moreover, Su Yan was no longer the Su Yan of the Su family. After experiencing the tempering of the endless corridor for 100 years, Su Yan no longer cared about many things. Therefore, for the sake of the Su family, the family that gave birth to his father, Su Yan wouldn't ignore it. Su Yan wouldn't be polite to those who violated his family. The moment he saw Gao Ming die, Su Yan raised the shocking celestial sword in his hand and pointed. He said coldly, "Do you people want to end yourselves, or do you want me to do it?" As soon as these words came out, the Wang family and the Gao family trembled. Putting aside Su Yan's identity as a disciple of the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan's speed was enough to suffocate everyone. And Gao Ming was dead. Wang Hongyan obviously became the leader of the two families at this moment. Everyone looked at Wang Hongyan. When Wang Hongyan saw the crowd's gazes, a cold smile emerged from the corners of his mouth. Under the fearful gazes of the crowd towards Su Yan, Wang Hongyan's eyes were like torches. He stared at Su Yan for a long while before he said, "Su Yan, what an arrogant aura. If my information is correct, you have already been expelled from the hidden sword tomb." Su Yan heard Wang Hongyan's words and his face couldn't help but darken. Although it wasn't a secret that he was expelled from the hidden sword tomb, it only existed in the hidden sword tomb. And it had only been a day. How could Wang Hongyan know that Su Yan was expelled from the hidden sword tomb? Wang Hongyan looked at Su Yan's expression and smiled. He didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned and walked in front of Gao Ming and pulled off the storage bag on his waist. Looking at the body that died with grievances, a look of disdain appeared on his face. "Gao Ming, when you were planning, did I really not know? Do you think you're the only one who received guidance from that person? Wang Hongyan's words to Gao Ming immediately caused the entire Su family to fall into an uproar. No one understood why Wang Hongyan said these words. Even Su Yan didn't know. Wang Hongyan slowly turned and walked towards Su Yan under everyone's astonished gazes. He looked at Su Yan and sneered. Su Yan, do you really think you can save the Su family? When Su Yan heard Wang Hongyan's words, his eyes were filled with disdain. If it was a moment ago, Su Yan definitely wouldn't hesitate to take Wang Hongyan's life. However, after hearing what Wang Hongyan said to Gao Ming, Su Yan was quite interested in the meaning behind Wang Hongyan's words. Therefore, Su Yan didn't immediately take Wang Hongyan's life. Instead, he looked at him calmly. Wang Hongyan looked at Su Yan and didn't panic. Instead, he smiled and said, Su Yan, do you really think I'm as childish as Gao Ming? Do you believe what you said back then? Chapter 114. And then, Su Yan faintly smiled. He didn't care about Wang Hongyan's words at all. For Su Yan, Wang Hongyan was only a dead man in his heart. For him, the only value he had left was what he said to Gao Ming that could arouse Su Yan's interest. Otherwise, Wang Hongyan would already be a dead man. And then, Wang Hongyan looked at Su Yan with a faint smile, but he didn't rush to answer. Since he could become the patriarch of the Wang family, he naturally wasn't a fool. Not only that, the Wang family was only a small and unknown family in the Celestial Twin City. It couldn't be compared to the Gao family or the Su family. And Wang Hongyan, in just a dozen years after taking over as patriarch, was able to let the Wang family occupy a place in the Celestial Twin City. One could see that Wang Hongyan was a capable person. Facing the disciples of the hidden sword tomb that everyone in the Celestial Twin City was afraid of, Wang Hongyan was very calm. Especially when he saw Su Yan's indifferent expression. He stared at Su Yan for a long time, but he couldn't see through Su Yan's strength. Then he continued, Su Yan, since I have calculated that you would take action when the Su family is in trouble, it proves that I have already included you in my plan. And then, Su Yan still maintained his calm expression and smiled at Wang Hongyan. His eyes were full of disdain. Wang Hongyan was looked at with disdain by Su Yan. Even if he had a good mind at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. However, he was able to maintain his composure. He didn't get angry. Instead, he retorted, Su Yan, you were able to enter the hidden sword tomb as the first place in the Celestial Twin City's hidden sword tomb trial. I have no choice but to admit that you are a heaven's pride of the Celestial Twin City. However, Wang Hongyan's expression suddenly changed as he sneered. Su Yan, if you were still a disciple of the hidden sword tomb, perhaps I wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you are no longer a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. And then, Su Yan asked again as if it was a matter of course. Although these three simple sentences seemed ordinary, Wang Hongyan felt that they were extremely sarcastic. He had said so much to make Su Yan back off. He wanted to let Su Yan know that everything was under Wang Hongyan's control. Perhaps the first two times that Su Yan said, and then, Wang Hongyan thought that Su Yan didn't understand what he meant. However, Wang Hongyan had already said it so bluntly. Su Yan still had the same expression and asked the same question as before. This made Wang Hongyan feel a deep sense of irony. Originally, Wang Hongyan only wanted to make Su Yan back off. Although Wang Hongyan wasn't afraid of Su Yan was still a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. Although Su Yan had been expelled from the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan had stayed in the hidden sword tomb for a long time. However, Su Yan had stayed in the hidden sword tomb for so long, and Wang Hongyan did not know how much Su Yan had grown, so he did not want to provoke this trouble. Not wanting to get into trouble didn't mean that Wang Hongyan was afraid. At this moment, being looked at with such contempt by Su Yan, Wang Hongyan's calm expression began to surge with anger. He took out the long sword in his hand. As soon as the long sword was taken out, sword energy surged and a bright light shone. The strong sword intent that was emitted went straight to the heart. The surrounding people couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the long sword. Even Su Yan's eyes condensed a bright light. Although this sword couldn't compare to his pagoda sword and ghost howl sword, it couldn't compare. However, one could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary item. Su Yan was a sword cultivator, so he was naturally obsessed with swords. Not to mention, Su Yan now had the Scarlet Fire sword box, which could hold thousands of swords in the world. Su Yan really didn't mind having more swords. So when Su Yan saw the sword, his eyes immediately surged with light. That light was his admiration for the sword. However, when Wang Hongyan saw the light in Su Yan's eyes, he thought that Su Yan was shocked by his sword. He smiled and raised the long sword in his hand. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, I'm sure you know how the Su family treated you in the past. I advise you not to get involved in this mess." "Don't get involved in this mess?" Su Yan looked at Wang Hongyan. Finally, he no longer looked like he was looking at a dead man. He lazily stretched. Wang Hongyan saw the change in Su Yan's expression and thought that Su Yan was afraid. He secretly rejoiced. Even though he wasn't afraid of Su Yan, he still couldn't see through Su Yan's strength. He was still somewhat afraid. Now that Su Yan was willing to admit defeat, he was naturally happy. He smiled and said, "Su Yan, as the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances." "You, Wang Hongyan, I originally wanted to hear about the person you mentioned to Gao Ming, but it seems there's no need for that now." Su Yan didn't wait for Wang Hongyan to finish and interrupted him. Wang Hongyan couldn't help but be stunned. Then he shouted, "Su Yan, what do you mean by this?" Su Yan didn't answer Wang Hongyan's words. Instead, he smiled and suddenly rushed out like a ghost. The frightening immortal sword in his hand suddenly attacked. Suddenly, like an arrow leaving the bow, it went straight for Wang Hongyan's throat. Wang Hongyan didn't expect that Su Yan would suddenly attack. He was shocked, but he reacted quickly. While operating the cultivation method in his body, he quickly moved back and avoided Su Yan's attack. He dodged it. Su Yan saw that Wang Hongyan could actually avoid his attack. He couldn't help but frown, but then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Interesting, interesting. No wonder you keep saying that you're not afraid of me. Su Yan, what do you mean by this?" When Wang Hongyan dodged Su Yan's attack, he immediately became angry. He clearly saw that Su Yan had admitted defeat. When he took out his sword, he obviously didn't have the same look of contempt as before. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. Why would he suddenly attack him? Little did he know that the reason why Su Yan no longer looked at Wang Hongyan like a dead man was because Wang Hongyan was still a dead man. Since he was a dead man, how could Su Yan be willing to look at him? In Su Yan's eyes, the only value on Wang Hongyan's body was the sword in his hand. "Su Yan, I was afraid that you were once a disciple of the hidden sword tomb, but since you're courting death, then don't blame me for being impolite." Wang Hongyan coldly shouted. Suddenly, all the spiritual energy in his body bloomed, and the majestic spiritual energy immediately emitted a sense of pressure. Not only that, when Wang Hongyan's spiritual energy bloomed, Wang Hongyan's entire body also exploded, forming a vortex above his head. The vortex spiraled and instantly surged into Wang Hongyan's body. The spiritual energy in Wang Hongyan's body suddenly increased a little, and at the same time, it emitted a bright light. When the people standing around the Su family's courtyard saw this scene, they were all shocked, including Su Tiantu. Su Tiantu looked at the spiritual energy leaping around Wang Hongyan's body, and his eyes were filled with surprise. This Wang Hongyan is actually not at the 8th level of the Life Soul realm, but at the peak of the Life Soul realm. How did he manage to hide his strength? Su Tiantu looked at Wang Hongyan with surprise in his eyes. When he turned back to look at Su Yan, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, Wang Hongyan was at the peak of the Life Soul realm. When Su Yan left, he was only at the 5th level of the Spirit realm. Although a few years had passed, to reach the peak of the Life Soul realm from the 5th level of the Spirit realm would take at least 10 years, even if he entered the hidden sword tomb. Then will Su Yan be a match for Wang Hongyan? Su Tiantu looked at Su Yan with a worried expression. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Su Yan's calm expression, he didn't say anything in the end. Su Yan looked at Wang Hongyan's sudden increase in strength. His expression was still calm, but the corner of his mouth curved slightly. He said, "Interesting, interesting. Su Yan, if you know what's good for you, I won't stop you if you leave now." Wang Hongyan looked at Su Yan and shouted. At that moment, the spirit chi in his body surged, and his every move was dignified. But this dignified look in Su Yan's eyes was so laughable. At the same time, Su Yan suddenly had a childlike playfulness in his heart. The peak of the Life Soul realm. I wonder if I can withstand it with my current strength. Su Yan smiled with interest. At the same time, his eyes suddenly shrank, and he leaped out. The awakening celestial sword in his hand struck out at the same time. His speed was like that of a hunting beast. The moment the awakening celestial sword struck out, the sword hummed loudly. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their hearts trembled. Only Wang Hongyan saw this scene, and a disdainful look appeared at the corner of his mouth. So the hidden sword tomb is only a... As he spoke, Wang Hongyan's body followed the attack. His speed was as fast as lightning, and the unknown long sword in his hand suddenly moved like a long dragon. All of a sudden, the surrounding air swept up like a storm, sweeping towards Su Yan. Su Yan, be careful. Su Tiantu saw this scene and could not help but remind him. Unfortunately, it was too late. When Wang Hongyan's body rushed out, the long sword in his hand had already landed on Su Yan's neck. Seeing that Su Yan was about to be cut to death, the Su family looked at Su Yan with pity in their eyes. One had to know that Su Yan was their family's hope at the moment. The Su family did not dare to watch the bloody scene and closed their eyes. When the rest of the Wang family and Gao family saw this scene, their eyes widened. Their faces were filled with unconcealable excitement. If Su Yan died, the Su family would be completely finished. Not only that, the rest of the people were not convinced that Su Yan could become a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. If Su Yan died today, they would feel some comfort in their hearts. Unfortunately, Su Yan would not let their twisted hearts get what they wanted. Chapter 115. While speaking, Su Yan's cultivation method suddenly changed, and a powerful spiritual energy gushed out. At the same time, a white shadow flashed, and Su Yan's body disappeared. What? Wang Hongyan's sword went straight for Su Yan. He originally thought that he would succeed, but now he saw that he had stabbed nothing. Moreover, Su Yan's figure was nowhere to be seen in front of him. His face immediately filled with shock. Not only that, when the Wang family and Gao family saw the scene, their eyes were also filled with shock. Some people even kept rubbing their eyes. Su Yan, where did he go? Su Yan, where did he go? Everyone was looking for Su Yan's figure. At this time, the Su family also reacted. When they saw that Su Yan's figure was nowhere to be seen in the Su family's courtyard, they were all shocked. Impossible, impossible. Wang Hongyan shook his head again and again. His body kept spinning and he shouted angrily, Su Yan, get out here. Come out. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the horizon, and then a white shadow flashed by. Su Yan appeared in front of Wang Hongyan. This sudden appearance scared Wang Hongyan so much that he staggered back a few steps before stabilizing his body. If it wasn't for Wang Hongyan's amazing strength, he would have been embarrassed. However, even if he didn't fall, Wang Hongyan was still furious. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Su Yan, what kind of sorcery did you use? Sorcery. Su Yan smiled slightly, and the spiritual energy in his body surged. He said, this is not a sorcery. I just used spiritual energy. What? When everyone heard this, they were even more shocked. If what Su Yan said was true, then Su Yan's first attack and second attack did not use spiritual energy, but only his physical strength. His physical strength could reach such a ghostly speed, then. Everyone looked at Su Yan in horror, and there was no way for them to understand this phenomenon. Wang Hongyan was also shocked when he heard Su Yan's words, but he immediately reacted and shouted, Su Yan, stop talking nonsense. How can you have that kind of speed with just your physical strength? Su Yan couldn't be bothered with him. Originally, Su Yan had wanted to use his physical strength to compete with Wang Hongyan. However, after comparing with Wang Hongyan, he was able to verify his thoughts. His physical strength was not a match for Wang Hongyan, so he lost interest. He didn't waste any more words and activated his cultivation method, causing the boundless spiritual energy in his body to explode. Wang Hongyan was shocked by this boundless spiritual energy. He couldn't help but be shocked, but he could feel the dense spiritual energy. Wang Hongyan's mouth immediately cracked into a smile. Haha, spirit realm. Su Yan, you've been in the hidden sword tomb for so long, but you're only in the spirit realm. How laughable. Before Wang Hongyan could finish his words, he felt a huge pain in his chest. When he opened his eyes, he saw blood continuously flowing out from his chest. Wang Hongyan collapsed and roared. Ah! The surrounding people were also stunned. This was because they didn't see when Su Yan attacked. They only saw that Su Yan had already passed through Wang Hongyan's body. They didn't see how this strange phenomenon happened at all. Only by the time they reacted, their faces were filled with shock. Is he still human? How? How is this the strength of a spirit realm cultivator? Just how strong is the hidden sword tomb? While everyone was shocked by Su Yan, they were also a bit fearful of the hidden sword tomb. They didn't know that there was only one such monster in the hidden sword tomb, and Su Yan was the only one. How is this possible? Su Yan's sword didn't take Wang Hongyan's life. Wang Hongyan looked at his chest that was constantly flowing with blood. His eyes no longer had the power from before, only fear. Su Yan looked at Wang Hongyan's appearance and faintly smiled. He held the thrilling sword in his hand and approached him step by step. When Wang Hongyan saw this, he immediately shouted in fear, "Su Yan, you can't kill me. Otherwise, that person won't let you go." "I don't know that person." Su Yan faintly smiled and slowly raised the startling celestial sword in his hand. "Ah!" When Wang Hongyan saw this, he screamed in fear and hurriedly shouted, "That person is in the Wang family. He is a saint bloodline expert. If you kill me, he definitely won't let you go." A saint bloodline expert. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He was even more interested in what Wang Hongyan had just said. He raised the startling celestial sword in his hand and shouted at Wang Hongyan, "Wang Hongyan, if you don't want to die, then tell me about that person." "No, that's impossible." When Wang Hongyan heard this, his body suddenly trembled. He repeatedly shook his head and said, "If I tell you, that person definitely won't let me go. In that case, there's no value in your existence." As Su Yan spoke, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly gushed out. Just now, Su Yan could have taken Wang Hongyan's life with one sword. The reason why he didn't immediately take his life was because he wanted to get some information about the person Wang Hongyan had just mentioned. Although Su Yan was conceited, he wasn't arrogant. Moreover, now that he had left the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan naturally knew how many capable people there were in the entire Gon territory. Therefore, the moment Su Yan entered the hidden sword tomb, he knew that he had to be careful. And now, since Wang Hongyan didn't want to talk, then there was no value in his existence. This person offended the Su family, which was already a death sentence. When Wang Hongyan saw the killing intent in Su Yan's eyes, he was frightened and shouted, "Su Yan, I have no enmity with you. You have to think clearly. For the Su family you have to become enemies with that person. Is it worth it? Is it worth it?" Su Yan faintly smiled. A trace of coldness flashed across his face. The startling celestial sword in his hand was no longer slow and slashed down. Wang Hongyan's entire head was immediately separated from his body. "The Su family's matters are not for you outsiders to decide," Su Yan coldly said. Only then did he put away the startling celestial sword in his hand. At the same time, he also put away Wang Hongyan's sword into his storage bag. Wang Hongyan was dead. Gao Ming was dead. This was definitely a fatal blow to the Wang family and the Gao family. The people of the two families looked at Su Yan with fear in their eyes. Of course, there was even more disbelief. Su Yan was only in the spirit realm. How could he kill two Fate Soul experts in a row? Of course, in the midst of their disbelief, some people quickly reacted. "Run!" Someone shouted. Immediately, the entire Su family's courtyard went into a frenzy. The people of the two families who had been wantonly killing each other in the Su family's courtyard all rushed out. When Su Yan saw this person leave, he didn't stop him. When Su Tianta saw this scene, he wanted to make them all stay here. He originally wanted to shout, but when he saw Su Yan, he fell silent. In the world of martial arts, the strong were respected. At this moment, Su Tianta knew that the Su family didn't have the power to make decisions for themselves. Moreover, Su Tianta knew that he owed Su Yan. Although Su Yan had saved the entire Su family, the relationship between the two had yet to be clarified. Who knew if Su Yan would make things difficult for them because of what happened back then? Therefore, when Su Tianta saw that Su Yan didn't stop them, he didn't dare to make a rash decision. He could only quietly look at Su Yan. However, Su Yan's mind wasn't on this matter. What he was interested in was the person Wang Hongyan had mentioned. That person was in the Saint bloodline realm. Su Yan was from Tianchuang City, so he naturally knew that there were no saint bloodline experts in Tianchuang City. Even the strongest Tianchuang City lord was only at the peak of the Fate Soul realm. Moreover, due to the geography of Tianchuang City, there was a lack of materials and thin spiritual energy in Tianchuang City. It wasn't enough to attract the attention of other experts. So why would a saint bloodline expert appear here? Moreover, from Wang Hongyan's words, it was obvious that the saint bloodline expert was plotting something big. The beginning of everything seemed to be related to the Su family. Could it be that there's something in the Su family that's tempting? Su Yan frowned and looked at Su Tiantu. The moment he looked over, Su Yan was shocked. With Su Tiantu taking the lead, the rest of the Su family members, including the servants of the Su family, were all kneeling in front of Su Yan. I'm sorry for what happened in the past. Please forgive me, Su Tiantu said respectfully when he saw Su Yan looking over. I'm sorry for what happened in the past. Please forgive me. At the same time, Su Kuang, who was behind Su Tiantu, also said respectfully. At the same time, he kept kowtowing to Su Yan. Not only that, even Su Yan, who had always been arrogant in front of Su Yan, kept kowtowing. There was no trace of pretense on his face. He was full of sincerity. After going through so many things, Su Yan had long seen through everything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to the Su family this time. Now that he was being worshipped by the Su family, Su Yan didn't care about those things anymore. However, he didn't put down his pride. After all, this was the world of the strong. Only strength could decide everything. Get up, everyone. Su Yan waved his hand for everyone to stand up. Su Tiantu and the others then climbed up from the ground with trembling hands. The Su family, for Su Yan, could be important or not. After all, Su Yan wasn't really a member of the Su family. However, when he entered the Well of Swords, he received the inheritance of his physical father. Thinking that his father was a member of the Su family, Su Yan couldn't bear to see the Su family perish. Not only that, Su Yan also obtained the invincible golden body from the ancestor pagoda. He relied on the invincible golden body to escape death several times. Speaking of which, the Su family had been kind to him. Moreover, when he saw Su Tiantu, Su Kuang, Su Nian, and the others in dire straits, how could Su Yan bicker with them? Not only did he not bicker with them, but he also felt a little sad. Chapter 116. No matter what, the Su family was where Su Yan rose to power. If Su Yan didn't come back, it would have been fine. But now that he was back and saw the Su family in such dire straits, Su Yan couldn't just leave them be. After hesitating for a while, Su Yan thought that since he had just left the hidden sword tomb and didn't know where to go, he might as well stay with the Su family for a few days and help the Su family rise to power before leaving. Moreover, Su Yan was quite interested in the Saint Vein expert that Wang Hongyan mentioned. At the moment, Su Yan was at the 13th layer of the spirit realm. Although he was still in the spirit realm, Su Yan was still confident that he would be invincible against a Saint Vein expert. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the Saint Vein expert that Wang Hongyan mentioned. Not only was he not afraid, but he was even more interested. Stepping into the Saint Vein realm was truly entering the world of the strong. Only by entering the Saint Vein realm could one be considered an expert. In a sect, a Saint Bloodline realm cultivator was considered a genius. Su Yan really wanted to know what this Saint Bloodline realm cultivator was planning to do in Heaven Twin City. Thinking about this, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to leave. He looked back at Su Tiantu and asked, "Patriarch Su, now that the Su family has fallen to such dire straits, what do you plan to do?" Su Tiantu was flattered that he was called Patriarch Su, and his whole body shook. Although he was still the patriarch of the Su family, this world was a world of the strong. Only the strong could stand at the peak and become the leader of a family. The Su family was almost destroyed, and it was Su Yan who saved the entire Su family. Without a doubt, Su Yan was the strongest person in the Su family. Of course, Su Yan was the one who could truly support the position of the Su family's patriarch. Su Tiantu also thought the same. The moment Su Yan killed Wang Hongyan, Su Tiantu already thought that Su Yan was the patriarch of the Su family. Now that he heard Su Yan call him that, Su Tiantu didn't know how to respond. "Patriarch Su, the Su family has fallen to such a state. Have you thought of anything?" Su Yan asked again. Because Su Tiantu didn't answer his question, his expression became more serious than before. Su Tiantu couldn't help but tremble. His knees suddenly went soft, and he knelt in front of Su Yan. The Su family was almost destroyed by my hands. How can I still talk about the Su family's matters? Su Yan saw Su Tiantu's appearance as if he had lost all his backbone. He couldn't help but feel angry. He wanted to scold him, but then he saw the Su family's appearance. He couldn't help but shake his head and bitterly smiled. It seems that it's impossible to rely on Su Tiantu to support the Su family. Forget it, forget it. Su Yan helplessly shook his head. He didn't ask Su Tiantu anymore. Instead, he glanced at the Su family and directly said, "The Su family has been standing in Tianshuang City for hundreds of years. Although it's not a big family in Jingzhou City, it's still a family with prestige. Since that's the case, as a member of the Su family, you should have the pride of being a member of the Su family." Although Su Yan's voice wasn't loud, his words were filled with spirit energy. When it spread to everyone's ears, it was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Especially when Su Yan finished speaking, the pride of the Su family's people made everyone's body tremble. The depressed appearance from before also disappeared a lot. Su Yan saw this and felt quite satisfied. After all, the Su family couldn't rely on one person to support it. Instead, it relied on the efforts of all the Su family's children in order to hold up the sky in Tianshuang City. If the Su family's children lost their confidence and their pride, then even if Su Yan wanted to revitalize the Su family, it would be futile. Therefore, if he wanted to revitalize the Su family, he had to help all the family members and all the children of the Su family walk out of the haze that had been oppressed for the past few years. He had to help them regain the pride in their hearts. Remember, no matter what happens in the future, the Su family's people can die, but you must never submit. As the saying goes, there is gold under a man's knees. He must kneel to the heavens and kneel to his parents. Even if you die, you must never submit to the enemy. Only then will you be worthy of the Su family and the blood that flows in your body. Su Yan still maintained his neither servile nor overbearing expression as he spoke. However, such a simple sentence caused the Su family's children to tremble. Their dim eyes suddenly condensed into a bright light. Su Tiantu, who was still kneeling on the ground, also felt a burst of heat on his old face. He hurriedly got up from the ground. Su Yan saw this scene and nodded with satisfaction. He smiled and said, "This is the pride that only belongs to our Su family." Every single one of them carefully listened to Su Yan's words. The light that blossomed in their eyes became even more resplendent. In the end, an unknown disciple of the Su family suddenly shouted, "The Su family is mighty, Su Yan is mighty." As soon as this voice rang out, the Su family's children immediately followed and shouted. Their voices were like muffled thunder. This phenomenon and this momentum had not appeared in the Su family's courtyard for a long time. As for Su Yan, with just the return of Su Yan, the Su family was revived once again. Su Yan saw that the Su family's spirits were finally lifted. He smiled with satisfaction and repeatedly said, "Good, good, this is the spirit that the Su family's children should have." As Su Yan spoke, he turned his head to look at Su Tiantu. He saw that Su Tiantu was still entangled by the Jinling Peng. He slightly flicked the Jinling Peng in his hand and immediately weakened the Jinling Peng from Su Tiantu's body. Su Tiantu saw this scene and immediately bowed again. He wanted to thank Su Yan. However, he was stopped by Su Yan. "Patriarch Su, since you are the patriarch of the Su family, you naturally have to shoulder the heavy burden of the Su family. Why be so humble?" Su Tiantu's face suddenly turned red after hearing Su Yan's words. However, when he looked at Su Yan's eyes that were constantly blooming with light, he seemed to have understood something. He nodded heavily, then turned to the Su family's children and said, "All the Su family's children, listen carefully. From today onwards, our Su family must take back everything that we have lost." While speaking, Su Tiantu's old face no longer had the same dejection as before. Instead, a pressure was projected from his brows. The Su family's children were slightly stunned when they saw this scene. At the same time, their faces surged with joy. The reason why the Su family had declined so quickly was related to the loss of many of the core members of the Su family. At the same time, Su Tiantu complained every day that he shouldn't have trusted Su Kuang's decision. Now that Su Tiantu had regained the prestige of the past, it naturally ignited the confidence of the entire Su family. Su Yan saw this and nodded with satisfaction. He smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he retreated to the back and quietly watched Su Tiantu manage the entire family. After all, if the Su family wanted to truly rise, they still had to rely on Su Tiantu and the Su family's children. Su Yan would leave sooner or later. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. What Su Yan wanted to do now was teach a man to fish, and he wanted the Su family to be able to truly stand on top of Tianshuang City, even if they were to leave him. When Su Tiantu heard Su Yan's words, he seemed to have understood something. His face suddenly glowed, and his brows constantly emitted a majestic aura. At this moment, he no longer asked Su Yan anything. Instead, he directly issued an order to the Su family's children. All the Su family's children were to recuperate and wait until tomorrow to regain the face they had lost. Soon, the Su family's children also dispersed, leaving only Su Tiantu and Su Yan. Su Tiantu looked at Su Yan. Although he no longer had the humility from before, when he thought of the past, his face still had a bit of unnaturalness. When Su Yan saw his current appearance, the humiliation in his heart had long disappeared. He thought that Su Tiantu did so many things for the sake of the Su family. Since he was selfless, Su Yan no longer held any grudges. He smiled and said, "Patriarch Su, let's not talk about the past. Since I'm here today, I naturally won't stand by and do nothing about the Su family's matters." Although Su Tiantu had just regained his former dignity, he still wasn't confident in his heart. After all, the Su family had been stagnant for the past few years. Their influence wasn't as strong as before. If they really wanted to regain some face, they still needed Su Yan to hold the fort. Now that he heard Su Yan's words, Su Tiantu was completely relieved. He stroked the few white beard on his chin and smiled. "Yan, I've long known that you're a loyal person." Su Yan smiled in response to Su Tiantu's praise, but didn't say anything. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, "Patriarch, let's skip the pleasantries. I want to know what's going on with that Saint Bloodline expert." Saint Bloodline expert. When Su Tiantu heard Su Yan's question, he couldn't help but frown. After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't think of a reason. He shook his head and said, "I've never heard of this Saint Bloodline expert. However, since the Wang family and the Gao family were able to directly fall out with our Su family, they must have that expert behind them. Moreover, as far as I know, Wang Hongyan's sword and Gao Ming's golden spiritual pong didn't belong to the two of them. They must have been given to them by the person behind them." Su Yan didn't care about the golden spiritual pong and Wang Hongyan's sword. After all, the golden spiritual pong was effective for those at the life-soul realm. In Su Yan's eyes, it was just a decoration. What Su Yan was worried about now was the Saint Bloodline expert. What was he planning to do? Why did he target the Su family? Su Yan thought for a long time. He turned to Su Tiantu and asked, "Patriarch, does our Su family have any treasure?" Treasure. When Su Tiantu heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. He then smiled bitterly and said, "Yan, if the Su family really had any treasure, would we have fallen to such a state?" Su Yan thought it made sense. However, if the Su family didn't have any treasure, why would this Saint Bloodline expert control the Wang and Gao families to destroy the Su family? If the Wang and Gao families wanted to take over the Su family's territory, Su Yan might believe it. However, if the Saint Bloodline expert wanted to take over the Su family's territory, Su Yan didn't believe it. Chapter 117. If a Saint Bloodline powerhouse could even seize Tianshuang City, why would he want to snatch the Su family's territory? Su Yan did not believe that this Saint Bloodline powerhouse had manipulated the Wang family and the Gao family just to snatch the Su family's territory. However, Su Yan could not think of any other reason for this Saint Bloodline powerhouse's actions. Was it just for fun? Su Yan immediately rejected this idea. Every powerhouse was busy with cultivation. Who would be so bored as to wipe out a family for fun? Su Yan and Su Tiantu could not come up with anything after discussing it for a while, so they simply stopped thinking about it. After chatting with Su Tiantu for a while, they returned to their former residence. Although Su Yan had said before he left that the Su family would no longer have anything to do with him, Su Yan's room was still intact. Not only that, but as soon as Su Yan stepped into his former residence, he knew that Su Tiantu must have sent people to clean it every day, from the clean and tidy table and the spotless floor. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Su Yan could not help but smile as he looked at the clean and tidy room. However, his expression did not change. After all, Su Yan had still chosen to revive the Su family, so he would not take the past to heart. Su Yan and Su Tiantu had already reached an agreement. They would first wipe out the Su family that had recently provoked the Su family so that the Su family could regain its reputation. Of course, Su Yan did not intend to do this himself. Instead, he left it to Su Tiantu. Su Yan was now more concerned about the Saint bloodline powerhouse. However, Su Yan did not think that there would be a Saint bloodline expert. He did not think too much about it. Looking at his familiar room, the memories of the past surged into his mind. From the day Su Yan arrived at the Su family, he had never stopped to rest. He did not even have a good night's sleep. His nerves had always been in a tense state. Feeling the thin spiritual qi in the surroundings, Su Yan suddenly had an idea to have a good sleep tonight. Thinking of this, Su Yan did not hesitate and did not cultivate as hard as he did in the past. Instead, he cleaned himself up and lay down on the bed, abandoning all distracting thoughts in order to have a good night's sleep. Perhaps it was because Su Yan hadn't had a good rest for a long time, or perhaps it was because he had returned to a familiar place, but Su Yan didn't lie down for long before falling asleep. While Su Yan was sleeping, the Wang family and the Gao family, which were dozens of miles away from the Su family, could not sit still. Both of their patriarchs had lost their lives in Su Yan's hands today. How could their two great clans sit still? Fortunately, Su Yan had only taken the lives of the two family heads and did not harm the Wang family and the Gao family. The two families had been developing well in the past few years, and the younger generation of geniuses had emerged one after another. After learning that their families had fallen, a new generation of experts immediately replaced them. At this moment, the higher-ups of the two families were sitting together in a circle. In this group of people, there were two middle-aged men sitting opposite each other. One was called Gao Tsong, and the other was called Wang Lai. They were the new family heads of the two families after the fall of Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming. The new family heads of the two families would have been a joyous occasion in the past, but at this moment, there was not a trace of joy on their faces. This was not because they were reminiscing about Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming, but because they were worried. They were worried about how to deal with Su Yan. The elders of the two families sitting in a circle also looked worried. Although there were many people sitting in a circle in the hall, there was a deathly silence. After a long time, Gao Tsong finally could not sit still. He stood up and said, "Family head Wang, in my opinion, our two families should join forces again and mobilize the entire family to directly attack the Su family. That Su Yan has only demonized a little. Can't we subdue him?" When Wang Lai heard Gao Tsong's words, his heart also moved. However, he was calmer than Gao Kong. He frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. After a long time he slowly said, "We are not in a hurry. Let's wait for that person to appear." That person. When Gao Tsong heard this, he could not help but frown. He then muttered to himself, "That person appears and disappears like a ghost. Will he know about today's matter?" At this moment, a majestic spirit qi suddenly surged from the outside. Everyone present was shocked and hurriedly circulated their qi to resist. Unfortunately, no matter how they circulated their qi, they still felt their bodies tremble. At the same time, everyone saw a person in a black robe walk in. The majestic spirit energy was emitted from this person. He was wearing a black robe. Not only was his body covered, but his entire face was covered as well, making it impossible to see his face. The Wang family, the Gao family. So you're just trash. As soon as the person walked in, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. His disdainful voice caused the faces of everyone present to twitch. Gao Tsong had a violent temper. Moreover, the new head of the Gao family was even more domineering. When he heard the black-robed person's words, he immediately lost it and shouted sternly, "Who the hell are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in our family's territory?" Compared to Gao Tsong, Wang Lai was more observant. When he saw the black-robed person, he suddenly thought of something. This person was probably the person his previous head of the family had mentioned. This person was in the Saint bloodline realm. Wang Lai's body trembled as he thought of this. When he heard Gao Tsong's words, his heart twisted together. He kept praying in his heart, "Please don't be angry. Please don't be angry." Unfortunately, his prayers clearly did not come true. A voice came from the black-robed person, "What's the use of keeping trash like you around?" As he spoke, the majestic spirit energy emanated from the mysterious black-robed person. The spirit energy attacked like a sharp blade. Ah! There was a blood-curdling scream. The head of the Gao family's new head fell to the ground. When the Wang family and Gao family saw this scene, they all began to tremble. Ah! Someone reacted and screamed in horror before fleeing outside. Unfortunately, the mysterious black-robed person did not give them the chance. With a turn of his body, that person was immediately sent flying. Plop! He fell onto a stone pillar beside him and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already dead. When Wang Lai saw this scene, he hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. "Saint, please spare my life. Saint, please spare my life." Unfortunately, the mysterious black-robed person completely ignored Wang Lai's pleas. His body floated up again as blood-curdling screams continuously sounded. Fresh blood constantly burst out and filled the air. There was a strong smell of blood. It was a massacre. It was an absolute massacre. The Wang family and the Gao family were more or less reputable families in Tianchuang City. Unfortunately, all the disciples of the two families were killed overnight. Not a single one was left alive. This news quickly spread to the Su family the next day. Su Yan had a good night's sleep yesterday and woke up early the next day. When he woke up, he heard that the Wang family and the Gao family were destroyed overnight. When he heard this news, Su Yan could not help but frown. At the same time, he quickly reacted and said to Su Tiantu, "Head, let's go to the Wang family and the Gao family to take a look." Okay. Although Su Tiantu was still the head of the Su family, everyone knew that Su Yan was the true head of the family. When he heard Su Yan's words, Su Tiantu did not hesitate. He ordered the servants in the family to prepare horses and immediately followed Su Yan to the Wang family and the Gao family. Su Yan looked at the blood on the ground and the smell of blood permeating the air. He was furious at the cruel methods of the murderer. Although Su Yan had the intention to revive the Su family, and today Su Yan and Su Tiantu had discussed it and decided to use the Wang family and the Gao family as an example, Su Yan did not think of using such cruel methods. No matter what, these were all red lives. Apart from that person, there was no one else who could destroy the two great clans in a single night. A saint bloodline expert? No matter what your purpose is, I will make you pay the price. Su Yan clenched his fists and turned to leave the Wang family and the Gao family. Su Tiantu and the others also followed him out. When the two returned to the Su family, they saw that the Su family was surrounded by many people. Countless voices of protest broke out in the Su family. "Su Yan, get the hell out here. Su Yan, get the hell out here and accept your death. Su Yan, you have done such a cruel thing. Come out here and accept your death." Those voices of protest were obviously directed at Su Yan. Su Yan also understood the meaning of those words. Obviously, these people had misunderstood that the Wang family and the Gao family were destroyed by him. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, the major families in Tianchuang City did not know that there was another person after the Wang family and the Gao family. It just so happened that yesterday, the patriarchs of the Su family and the Gao family were killed by Su Yan. It was not unreasonable for these people to suspect Su Yan. After being enlightened by Su Yan yesterday, Su Tiantu regained his former dignity. At this moment, seeing that the entire Su family courtyard was filled with countless people from other families, he was not afraid at all. He coldly shouted, "Who is so bold to come to our Su family and spread rumors?" As he spoke, Su Tiantu's majestic spirit qi burst out in an instant. The Su family's gate, which was originally packed with people, suddenly opened up and made a path. Su Yan and Su Tiantu walked in. When the people from other families saw Su Yan and Su Tiantu enter, they immediately surrounded them and shouted with righteousness, "Su Yan, you are so cruel. You actually destroyed the Wang family and the Gao family." The person who spoke was no stranger to Su Yan. He was the patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Baidao. He was at the peak of the life-soul realm, the same as the Su family. The Chen family's status in Tianchuang City was comparable to the Su families in the past. Moreover, the Chen family did not participate in the family disputes in Tianchuang City. They had a good reputation in the city, especially Chen Baidao, who had always been righteous. Chapter 118. In fact, Su Yan wasn't very familiar with Tianchuang City. However, he knew Chen Baidao because Chen Baidao was an upright person. Su Yan didn't dislike him. However, even so, he couldn't allow others to point at him and scold him. Not to mention, he was wrongly accused. "Patriarch Chen, we still don't know who killed the Wang family and the Gao family. You came to my Su family to cause trouble. Are you trying to bully my Su family because there's no one left in my family? Su Yan looked at Chen Baidao calmly. There wasn't the slightest change in his expression. No one could tell what was going on in his mind. However, although his words weren't loud, they were both respectful and dignified. In particular, the bright light that shot out from his eyes made people feel a slight sense of oppression. Chen Baidao intended to oppress Su Yan with his words. Moreover, he was an ambitious and ruthless person in Tianshuang City. However, when facing Su Yan at this moment, he felt a little guilty. However, Chen Baidao was still the older one. He smiled coldly and said, Su Yan, yesterday, the Wang family and the Gao family had a dispute with your Su family. This is obvious to all. As for you killing Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming, this is something that everyone has witnessed. Yesterday, the Wang family and Gao family were suddenly annihilated. Let me ask you, other than you, who else in the entire Celestial Twin City has such strength? So, you're sure that I did it? Su Yan smiled faintly. He wasn't angry and didn't deny Chen Baidao's words. He only asked back. If it wasn't you, then who was it? The calmer Su Yan appeared, the more Chen Baidao couldn't stay calm. His face was obviously filled with anger as he shouted at Su Yan. In particular, Su Yan's eyes, which had been staring at him, emitted a bright light, which made Chen Baidao feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, he sighed in his heart, as expected of a disciple from the hidden sword tomb. Even I can't handle such a mind. From the first day that Su Yan came back and saved the Su family, if not for Wang Hongyan conceitedly revealing the person behind him, perhaps Su Yan would have thought that the whole thing was just a dispute between the powers in Heaven Twin City. If that was the case, Su Yan would only need to wave the flag again and make an example out of the Su family. He would be able to re-establish the prestige of the Su family in Tianshuang City, and reclaim the status of the Su family in Tianshuang City. But ever since Wang Hongyan revealed that person, Su Yan knew that the whole thing wasn't so simple. Why would a saint bloodline expert covet a remote little city like Tianshuang City? Su Yan couldn't believe this matter. Not to mention, today's matter made Su Yan feel even more strange. Although Su Yan hadn't met him before, he had heard of his reputation. This person's reputation in Tianshuang City was quite resounding. He was called the embodiment of justice by the people of Tianshuang City. Moreover, Chen Baidao was very particular about his reputation. He had always been very careful in his work. Today, the Wang family and Gao family were exterminated. However, Chen Baidao didn't ask about the rights and wrongs of the matter. How could Su Yan not be suspicious? Especially when Su Yan repeatedly questioned Chen Baidao, he already knew that there was something wrong with Chen Baidao. However, Su Yan didn't show it. Su Yan wasn't interested in Chen Baidao or even the whole Tianshuang City. Su Yan was more interested in the saint bloodline expert now. What was he trying to do? Since you want to slowly waste time, I'll play with you. Su Yan smiled faintly in his heart, but there was no expression on his face. He looked at Chen Baidao and said indifferently, Patriarch Chen, if I say that this matter wasn't done by me, what will you do? Humph, if it wasn't you, who else could it be? Chen Baidao shouted sternly. Perhaps his usual personality wasn't suitable for such things. When he said this, he couldn't help but pinch his eyes to hide the nervousness in his heart. Although this was only a weak performance, it didn't escape Su Yan's eyes. This made Su Yan even more certain that there was something wrong with Chen Baidao. Patriarch Chen, remember that you need evidence for everything. Since he knew that there was something wrong with Chen Baidao, Su Yan didn't want to be entangled with him. His calm face immediately turned gloomy. Evidence. When Chen Baidao heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly turned pale, especially when he saw the light emitted from Su Yan's eyes. It made him feel a deep sense of fear. However, when he thought about what that person had said, Chen Baidao gritted his teeth and shouted, Su Yan, don't be so arrogant. You are a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. Yesterday, everyone saw with their own eyes that you killed Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming. In the entire Sky Twin City, other than you, Su Yan, who else could destroy these two great families in one night? As Chen Baidao spoke, he quickly shouted to the people from the other families who had come with him. Everyone, don't you think so? Now that the strength of the entire Sky Twin City is here, who else do you think has such strength? The reason Chen Baidao was so anxious was that he was afraid that Su Yan would see through him. He wanted to use the power of the masses to pressure Su Yan. The people from the other families didn't see anything different about Chen Baidao. In their hearts, Chen Baidao had always been the embodiment of justice. Compared to Su Yan, who had suddenly appeared, they believed in Chen Baidao more. When they heard Chen Baidao's words, the surrounding people immediately shouted, "That's right, Su Yan is the murderer." Yes, Su Yan is the murderer. A murderer must be punished severely. Kill Su Yan. Kill Su Yan. Return peace to Sky Twin City. Kill Su Yan the devil. Many people gathered together and shouted loudly. Their voices were so loud that it shook the entire Su family's courtyard. At this moment, Su Yan was the patron saint of the Su family in the hearts of the Su family. When they heard someone blaspheme the patron saint of the Su family, a wave of anger surged in the hearts of all the Su family members. They stepped forward to confront these people. However, they were stopped by Su Yan. Compared to the Su family members, Su Yan's expression didn't change. He still maintained a calm expression and looked at those people without moving. He just let those people shout. Those people shouted for a while, but when they saw that Su Yan's expression didn't change, they finally closed their mouths. When Su Yan saw that they finally quieted down, he smiled and took a step forward. He patted his storage bag and immediately took out the astonishing immortal sword. The astonishing immortal sword jumped and with a flash of white light, it directly attacked Chen Baidao's body. Chen Baidao didn't expect that Su Yan would suddenly attack him. He felt a huge pain in his throat and his whole body twisted together. He looked at Su Yan in disbelief. You. Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't give him a chance to speak. With a wave of the astonishing immortal sword, Chen Baidao's head was directly cut off. Everyone was shocked and looked at Su Yan in surprise. At the same time, a wave of fear surged in their hearts. However, after a short moment of shock, someone was the first to react. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted angrily, "Su Yan, you! What about me?" Su Yan smiled and didn't give those people a chance to speak. He pointed at Chen Baidao and said, "Look carefully. Is this person still our Sky Twin City's Chen family patriarch?" Ah! When everyone heard Su Yan's words, they all looked at Chen Baidao's corpse. Seeing the corpse's strange appearance, everyone's face was filled with horror. At this moment, the corpse lying on the ground wasn't Chen Baidao's body, but a monster beast. What's going on? Everyone looked at the corpse of a monster beast lying on the ground with puzzlement in their eyes. Su Yan couldn't be bothered to explain to these people. Instead, he leaped onto the roof of the house and activated his cultivation method. He pressed it against his throat and shouted, "Don't try to be mysterious here. Come out." Although his voice wasn't loud, it was mixed with majestic spiritual energy and spread throughout the entire Sky Twin City. When everyone in the city heard this voice, they were all shocked. When the people from other families saw Su Yan's sudden action, they were puzzled. Just when everyone was puzzled, a burst of laughter came from the horizon. "Ha ha ha, what a good Su Yan! You actually saw through it so quickly." When the laughter fell, a black figure had already landed in front of Su Yan. Under the black figure, there was a faint bright light. The light overflowed and a majestic spiritual energy condensed in the surrounding area. When the people in Sky Twin City saw this scene, they were all shocked. At the same time, they were secretly guessing who this mysterious black-robed man was. However, when they saw the spiritual energy surging from Su Yan and the mysterious black-robed man, the people on the ground kept quiet out of fear. They didn't dare to breathe loudly and just looked at Su Yan and the mysterious black-robed man. When Su Yan saw the mysterious black-robed man appear, he knew that the murderer of the Wang family and the Gao family was this person. Looking at the spiritual energy surging from the mysterious black-robed man, his face sank and he asked coldly, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" The mysterious black-robed man's entire body, and even his face were wrapped in a wide black robe. It was impossible to see what expression he had on his face. However, from his voice, one could still hear the disdain in his words. He raised his head slightly and looked at Su Yan, shouting, "Su Yan, you don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I'm here to take your life." As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, his body moved and suddenly turned into a long dragon that attacked Su Yan. He was so fast that it was like lightning falling from the sky. A tuple saint? When Su Yan saw this person, he couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he wasn't afraid at all. When he saw the mysterious black-robed man's body move, his eyes suddenly shrank. The shocking celestial sword in his hand suddenly attacked at the same time. Suddenly, the sword hummed and the sword light flashed. Everyone who saw this was afraid. Of course, under that fear, there was more surprise. Today, most of the people who came to suppress Su Yan were the geniuses of various families in Sky Twin City. Their strength was basically at the life-soul realm. Chapter 119. Yesterday, everyone had heard that Su Yan had killed Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming. Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming were both experts at the 8th level of Fate's Soul. To be able to kill the two of them, Su Yan's strength was at least at the peak of Fate's Soul. Even the Saint bloodline realm that they had always looked up to. Now that they saw that Su Yan was only at the spirit channeling realm, there was an uproar. Spirit channeling realm, This Su Yan is only at the spirit channeling realm. How did he kill Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming? Also, how could someone at the spirit channeling realm destroy the Wang family and Gao family do that? While the crowd was in an uproar, their gazes focused on the mysterious black-robed man. Most of them were shocked. A Saint bloodline realm expert. That's right, a Saint bloodline realm expert. When has a Saint bloodline realm expert ever appeared in our celestial twin city? Countless people looked at the surging spirit chi on the mysterious black-robed man, and all of them cast gazes of admiration towards him. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between a Saint bloodline realm expert and a Fate Soul realm expert, there was an insurmountable gap between the two. Only by entering the Saint bloodline realm could one be considered a saint, a true expert. Although Celestial Twin City was filled with families and talented people, the strongest person in Celestial Twin City was only at the peak of the Fate Soul realm. Now that a Saint bloodline realm expert had suddenly appeared, how could they not be shocked? Of course, other than their shock, the Su family was also worried. Ever since Su Yan had resolved the crisis of the annihilation of the family yesterday, Su Yan had become the guardian of the Su family. Su Yan was the strongest person in the Su family. If Su Yan were to fall, then the Su family, which had just stood up again, would definitely fall apart. Especially after seeing the black-robed mysterious man's powerful attack, all the members of the Su family felt as if their bodies and minds were twisted together. Su Qiantu was even more alarmed as he shouted, "Yan, be careful." Compared to the shock and worry of the crowd, Su Yan's expression did not change. He activated the cultivation technique in his body, and the rich spiritual energy continuously flowed into the shocking celestial sword in his hand. Suddenly, the sound of the sword resonated loudly. It emitted a dense light and attacked the mysterious black-robed man's body. As expected, people from small sects can't be brought to the table. When the mysterious black-robed man saw Su Yan's attack, he coldly snorted in disdain. Suddenly, that leaping body of his suddenly leaped up. His entire body was still hovering above the ground. His hands rapidly formed hand seals, and at the same time, he rapidly pushed forward. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy swept out, and the surrounding air exploded. Bang! Su Yan was no match for it, and his body was directly hit by the powerful spiritual energy. With a blood-curdling scream, he was sent flying backward. When Su Tiantu saw this scene, he panicked. However, he reacted quickly and leaped up to catch the falling Su Yan. You! When Su Yan was caught by Su Tiantu, he unwillingly looked at the black-robed old man on the roof beam. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but unfortunately, he did not manage to finish his words. Poochie! A mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth. His head tilted to the side and he lost all signs of life. When Su Tiantu saw Su Yan fall, tears immediately flowed down his old face. Everyone in the Su family was shocked and looked at this scene in disbelief. Su Yan was dead. The Su family's guardian had fallen. Then, was the Su family going to be finished as well? The confidence that the Su family members had built up yesterday completely collapsed at this moment. They could not help but stagger backward. Heaven's pride? So you're just a piece of trash. The mysterious black-robed man looked at Su Yan's body with disdain, then turned to Su Tiantu and shouted, "Su Tiantu, the Su family's last hope has been destroyed by me. Hurry up and hand over the Su family's seal." As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, a majestic spiritual power surged from his body. Immediately, everyone in the Su family's courtyard felt their bodies tremble. When the other family members saw this scene, they were all shocked. Of course, under the shock, they were even more calm. Just now, Su Yan had only shown the strength of a spirit realm cultivator. With this strength, he was able to kill the Wang family and the Gao family's two powerhouses of the 8th level. This was enough to shock them and even topple their view of the spirit realm. Just now when they saw Su Yan, who was only a spirit realm cultivator, face a saint bloodline cultivator with an expression that was neither arrogant nor humble, everyone's hearts froze as they held their breaths. Seeing Su Yan die at the hands of the mysterious black-robed man, everyone let out a sigh of relief. A saint bloodline cultivator was a supreme existence to them. If Su Yan, who was only a spirit realm cultivator, blocked it, then they would definitely feel that the world had gone crazy. Now that they saw Su Yan killed by the mysterious black-robed man in one move, their hearts were calm, but they were even more afraid of the mysterious black-robed man. Under the pressure of the mysterious black-robed man's majestic spiritual power, everyone felt their hearts tremble. Of course, there were also people who quickly reacted and quietly retreated towards the Su family's courtyard. Before they could even take a step, they heard a mocking laugh come from under the black robe. "What, since you're already here, you still want to leave?" Although this mocking laugh wasn't loud, when it reached everyone's ears, they all felt their bodies tremble. Those who wanted to escape all stopped in their tracks. When the mysterious black-robed man saw everyone stop, another devilish laugh came from under the black robe. Although they couldn't see what kind of expression the person under the black robe had, they could still feel the spiritual power of the saint bloodline. However, he could still feel the pressure emitted from his body. Under those cold eyes, he emitted a domineering aura that seemed to be in charge of all living things. "Su Tiantu, hand over the Su family seal." The mysterious black-robed man looked at Su Tiantu once again and shouted. At the same time, a powerful wave of spiritual power rushed towards Su Tiantu's body. Su Tiantu's body trembled and he suddenly retreated a few steps. Due to the powerful spiritual power, the Su family members standing behind Su Tiantu were also affected and retreated. Those who were weak even directly vomited blood. This majestic spirit chi pressure not only brought about pressure on the body, but also brought about a strong sense of awe in the heart. Under this powerful pressure, the Su family members couldn't help but feel a strong sense of fear. They all trembled and some even knelt on the ground. Although Su Tiantu was much better than the Su family members, from his distorted expression, he wasn't much better. However, when he saw the Su family members kneel down, he shouted loudly. Su Tiantu shouted, "As a disciple of the Su family, you should have the pride of a disciple of the Su family. Why are you so disappointing?" Su Tiantu's shout immediately caused the entire Su family members to tremble. They all recalled the words that Su Yan had said yesterday. As a member of the Su family, they should have the pride of a member of the Su family. Each and every one of them thought. Although their hearts and bodies were still suffering from the pressure of the spiritual power, each and every one of them had an unswerving determination in their eyes. "Yan, our Su family won't lose face for you." Su Tiantu saw that the Su family members had pulled themselves together and turned to look at Su Yan's body with a faint smile. Suddenly, the spiritual power in his body surged. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the mysterious black-robed man. Although he was suppressed by the powerful spiritual power, he didn't feel any fear. The pressure of the patriarch of that generation appeared on his slightly aged face in an instant. "If you want my Su family's seal, then you'll have to kill me first." Su Tiantu looked at the mysterious black-robed man and said word by word. Although he was suppressed by the spiritual power and couldn't speak clearly, the unswerving determination that was emitted from his body made everyone feel respect for him. When the mysterious black-robed man saw Su Tiantu's appearance, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then, he laughed and said, "A member of the Su family should have the pride of a member of the Su family. I'd like to see how long you can last." As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, he suddenly waved both of his hands. A boundless spiritual power burst forth and directly surged towards Su Tiantu's body. When Su Tiantu saw the powerful spiritual power surging towards him, his body didn't move at all. He stood on the spot and shouted, "Break!" Suddenly, a bright light was emitted from Su Tiantu's body. When the spiritual power came into contact with the bright light on Su Tiantu's body, it was buffered. The remaining power entered Su Tiantu's body. Su Tiantu suddenly felt a surge of turbulence in his body. However, it was forcefully suppressed by Su Tiantu. He staggered a few steps back before stabilizing himself. Su Tiantu steadied himself and smiled. He looked at the mysterious black-robed man and said coldly, "Is this all the Saint Bloodline realm can do?" When the mysterious black-robed man saw Su Tiantu's appearance, he didn't get angry. Instead, he nodded in appreciation and said, "Not bad, not bad. I underestimated the members of the Su family. However, do you really think you can stop me?" Ha ha. As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, he suddenly leaped forward. His body suddenly turned into a long rainbow and attacked Su Tiantu. Not good. Su Tiantu was shocked. He wanted to use his qi to block the attack. Unfortunately, the mysterious black-robed man's speed was too fast. A black shadow flashed and Su Tiantu's storage bag had already fallen into the mysterious black-robed man's hand. You! When Su Tiantu saw his storage bag being snatched away, his face immediately filled with anger. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch the mysterious black-robed man forcibly open his storage bag. The mysterious black-robed man forcibly opened Su Tiantu's storage bag and took out a square seal. The eyes of the Su family suddenly turned cold. This was because they all recognized that it was the Su family's seal. "Give me back my Su family's seal." When Su Tiantu saw his family's seal being taken away by the mysterious black-robed man, he shouted angrily. Immediately, the spiritual power in his body surged and he stepped forward to attack the mysterious black-robed man. Chapter 120. Family Head. When the Su family members saw Su Tiantu being sent flying, they hurriedly rushed forward to catch him. The mysterious black-robed man didn't even look at Su Tiantu. Instead, he stared at the Su family's palm print for a long time. His hands moved as he formed a seal, and a wisp of spirit energy was instantly absorbed into the palm print. At the same time, the palm print suddenly emitted a dense fog. Within the fog, one could faintly smell a strange scent. When the scent spread out, everyone in the Su family's courtyard smelled it. Their faces were filled with joy. When the mysterious black-robed man smelled the fragrance, he was intoxicated. His eyes that were exposed outside the black robe suddenly shot out a bright light. The supreme demon ancient seal is indeed in the Su family. The mysterious black-robed man looked at the shining Su family's palm print. As he spoke, his entire body trembled with excitement. Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. With this Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, I can truly control the Supreme Demon Secret Skill. When that time comes, let's see if anyone in the Monster Palace dares to touch me. Ha ha ha. As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was strange as it spread out, causing the hearts and minds of everyone in the Su family's courtyard to shake. Supreme Demon Secret Skill. Demon Empress. Just you wait. As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, the cultivation technique in his body suddenly revolved. A majestic and strange spirit energy erupted from his body, directly enveloping the entire Su family's courtyard. When the spirit energy was emitted, it shone brightly and attacked like countless bolts of lightning. Everyone in the Su family's courtyard suddenly felt a burst of pressure in their bodies. Their hearts trembled under the pressure of the spirit energy. Invisible fear constantly shot out from the mysterious black-robed man's mournful eyes. "Run, quickly run." It was unknown who took the lead to shout, but the entire Su family's courtyard suddenly erupted into chaos. Countless people who were once ambitious and ruthless in Tianshuang City put down their pride and began to run outside. Their eyes were filled with endless fear as they looked at the mysterious black-robed man. This fear came from the bottom of their hearts, and they couldn't resist it at all. "Run. Do you think it's that easy?" The mysterious black-robed man sneered and shouted, "Explode!" Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The black robe of the mysterious black-robed man exploded, and a body appeared. It had the body of a human and the head of a snake. Its crimson eyes looked at the crowd, and its entire body trembled. A monster. Seeing this scene, countless people were so scared that their faces turned pale. They hurriedly fled out of the Su family's courtyard. The mysterious snake-headed man, who had just taken off his black robe, was not worried at all when he saw everyone fleeing. His snake-like mouth slowly cracked open, revealing a strange smile that was not a smile. Bang! Under this smile, the people who were fleeing, no matter which direction they fled in, felt as if they had been struck by lightning when they had just taken a few steps. Bang! Bang! After a few loud bangs, everyone was bounced back. An ancient inscription spread outside the Su family's courtyard, and a strong sense of pressure came once again. Under this strong pressure, countless people spat out blood from their mouths. Suddenly, a bloody mist filled the air, and miserable screams rang out. Ha ha ha. When the mysterious black-robed man saw this scene, he let out a strange laugh from his snake-like mouth. His crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, but his body did not move. It was as if everything was under his control. He liked this feeling. He liked the feeling of being in control of everything. Ignorant people of Celestial Twin City, do you really think that a person from a small sect can destroy the Wang family and the Gao family? No, all of this is my doing. I want all of you to gather here and witness me activating the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. As long as I activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, there will be no one in the Monster Palace that can threaten me. I will dominate the entire Monster Palace. It's your honor that ants like you can witness such a magnificent feat before you die. Ha ha ha. As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, he let out another burst of laughter. At the same time, his hands moved, and the Fong family's palm seal in his hand leaped up. It floated in mid-air and emitted a strange light. That light instantly wrapped the mysterious black-robed man's entire body. A strong smell of blood wafted from his body. When the people of Celestial Twin City saw this scene, their hearts sank. Looking at the mysterious black-robed man's mocking smile, they all felt powerless. They were all famous people in Celestial Twin City, but they never thought that they would be fooled by an outsider. They were angry, but they were powerless to resist. Under the strong smell of blood emitted from the mysterious black-robed man, each and every one of them became dispirited. Their eyes suddenly lost their light. As a member of the Su family, I should have the pride of a member of the Su family. I can't just give in like this. Su Tiantu looked at the bewitching light that was constantly being emitted and roared in his heart. The cultivation technique in his body followed and he tried to resist. However, the bewitching light emitted from the mysterious black-robed man's body was too strong. Su Tiantu just stood up and fell down. It's useless. Don't make a meaningless struggle. When the mysterious black-robed man saw this scene, he laughed sinisterly. With a wave of his hand, the strong smell of blood on his body suddenly turned into a rain of blood that sprinkled over the entire Su family's courtyard. Under the rain of blood, everyone standing in the Su family's courtyard felt a sense of fear. It was the fear of death. When the mysterious black-robed man saw the fear in those people's eyes, the smile on his snake head became even wider. Ha ha ha, enjoy the feast of death. Enjoy the struggle of hell. The rain of blood continued to fall. Everyone in the Su family's courtyard began to twitch. After a few breaths, everyone's blood vessels seemed to have been opened. Fresh blood gathered and the strong smell of blood spread throughout the entire Su family's courtyard. Seeing the blood gathering, the smile on the black-robed man's face abruptly disappeared. A greedy light flashed in his scarlet eyes. His entire body began to tremble with excitement. The Supreme Demon Ancient Seal is about to open. Open. The Supreme Monster Palace will be mine. Monster Palace Master. Just you wait. Wait for me to ravage you. Ha ha ha, Monster Palace Master. You never thought that the Snake King Chao you chased out of the Monster Palace would have such a day. Ha 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 ha. The mysterious black-robed man, Snake King Chao, laughed ferociously. The spiritual energy in his body burst out. He activated the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and shouted, Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, open! Snake King Chao opened his hands and squinted his eyes. He was waiting for the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal to give him endless power. However, after waiting for a few breaths, there was no change at all. Snake King Chao was stunned. He made another hand sign and shouted, Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Before he finished speaking, Snake King Chao looked at the person in front of him and was stunned. His face twitched and he shouted, Where is the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal? Where is my Supreme Demon Ancient Seal? Ha! At this moment, a hearty laugh came from the horizon. When the Snake King Chao heard this voice, his snake face immediately showed a sad expression. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a white figure floating not far away. He couldn't help but tremble. You didn't die. The white robes of the person standing nearby fluttered in the wind. A faint smile appeared on his handsome face. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Snake King Chao. This person was none other than Su Yan, who had just been killed by Snake King Chao. I won't die before you. Su Yan looked at Snake King Chao with contempt and said, How is this possible? I tested you just now. You didn't have any signs of life. How can you not die? Snake King Chao looked at Su Yan in shock. Haven't you heard of the nether grass? Su Yan looked at Snake King Chao with disdain and said. Nether grass. Snake King Chao's body trembled when he heard this. Nether grass was a mysterious grass that existed between heaven and earth. Once swallowed, it could make a person lose all signs of life for a short period of time. This grass grew in cold places, so its production was very low. After swallowing it, other than temporarily losing one's life, there was no other effect. Very few people would go out of their way to find it. Even though Snake King Chao had heard of it, he didn't expect Su Yan to have it. In fact, Su Yan didn't go out of his way to find it. He found it in the scripture pavilion of the hidden sword tomb. At that time, Su Yan didn't care about it. However, after meeting Snake King Chao, Su Yan had a plan. Su Yan was more interested in Snake King Chao's secret in Tianshuang City. If he killed Snake King Chao in one fell swoop, he wouldn't be able to get the secret. So Su Yan thought of faking his death. As expected, the Snake King Chao had been fooled. Su Yan didn't expect Snake King Chao to be from the Monster Palace, and that the Su family seal was the Supreme Devil Ancient Seal. Monster Palace was located in the south of the 5 counties, in the south of the South Sea. Its power was far beyond the hidden sword tomb. It was rumored that Monster Palace was filled with monsters and ghosts. Monster Palace had always been low-key, never interfering with the affairs of other sects in the South Sea. How did the Supreme Devil Ancient Seal end up in the Su family's hands? As Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but take another look at the palm print in his hand. Snake King Chao also noticed the seal in Su Yan's hand. His whole body trembled. It's you. You're the one who stopped my plan. I was just one step away from opening the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, but all of this was ruined because of you. I betrayed Monster Palace to find the Supreme Devil Ancient Seal. It took me 100 years, but I didn't cultivate in seclusion during that time. I didn't stop for 100 years to find the Supreme Devil Ancient Seal. Chapter 121. 100 years! Su Yan, I've spent 100 years on this, and now it's all gone. Su Yan, I want you to pay with your life. Snake King Chao's eyes were red as he clenched his fists tightly. His long hair was scattered, and his body was trembling. His face was twisted as if he had gone mad. Snake King Chao looked at the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal in Su Yan's hand. His heart was bleeding, as if an invisible sword had torn open his chest and pierced his heart. His arrogance of destroying all living beings was destroyed. Poochie. Snake King Chao's body was trembling violently. His mind was roaring, and the blood in his body was boiling. He had paid a huge price, and even betrayed the Monster Palace. He had even stopped cultivating for 100 years just to get the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Now, everything was ruined because of this person in front of him. Poochie. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the snake's mouth and dyed the robe on his body red. It was a ghastly sight. It was as if he had paid a huge price and spent countless days to win the heart of a beautiful woman, and had even hugged her in the bridal chamber. The moment his clothes were taken off and he was about to pounce on her, he found that someone had taken it away from him. Moreover, it was taken away right in front of him, by a person who he thought was dead. This was unforgivable. Su Yan, I'm going to kill you, kill you. Snake King Chao's face was twisted together as he roared crazily. The spirit energy in his body exploded, and with a wave of his hand, his body suddenly turned into a rainbow and rushed towards Su Yan like a phantom. At this moment, he was like a crazy beast, without the slightest move. His red eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted to tear Su Yan to pieces to release the resentment in his heart. Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, Supreme Demon Secret Technique. He had worked hard for 100 years. For this, he did not hesitate to live in seclusion in this remote town, and did not hesitate to play tricks with a group of ants. All for today, to open the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and inherit the Supreme Demon Secret Technique. But now, they were all destroyed. The secret technique had been activated, but it was interrupted. The secret technique of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seals would definitely be resealed. If he wanted to undo the seal, he, the Snake King Chao, could no longer do so. The essence blood of the Demon Empress that he stole from the Monster Palace was gone. Unless he obtained the Demon Empress blood essence again. But how was that possible? A single drop of blood had almost cost him his life in the Monster Palace. Now that he was a traitor of the Monster Palace, How was it possible for him to obtain the Demon Empress blood essence? 100 years of hard work, 100 years of foundation, all destroyed. Su Yan, I'm going to tear you apart. Tear you apart. Snake King Chao roared crazily. His leaping body suddenly formed a hand seal and slapped towards Su Yan's chest. Although Su Yan had stopped the Snake King Chao from unlocking the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, he was not careless. After all, the Snake King Chao was a saint with 2 bloodlines. Su Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed. He patted his storage bag and took out the pagoda sword. It was not the shocking celestial sword that he used when he returned to the Su family. It was the pagoda sword. Although the pagoda sword was not a divine item, because it was the sword of the pagoda inheritance, it naturally had the pagoda light. It was best to use it to slay demons and devils. Su Yan now knew why the Snake King Chao wanted to destroy the Su family, and why he used those methods. Naturally, he did not hold back. Immediately, he stepped on the sword dragon. His body was like lightning. The sword flashed, and the sword hummed. Suddenly, a wave of turbulent waves surged in the void, attacking the Snake King Chao. The secret technique of unlocking the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal was blocked by Su Yan. Everyone in the Su family courtyard slowly woke up. As the crowd watched the battle between the two, they were all stunned. When they saw the rapidly leaping white figure, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Su Yan, that person is actually Su Yan. How is that possible? He's not dead. No way. Isn't he only in the spirit realm? How can he be so fast? Compared to the shock of these people, the Snake King Chao's eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not care about Su Yan's spirit realm at all. He only wanted to kill. Only by killing Su Yan could he vent the hatred in his heart. Dang! The Snake King Chao seemed to have fainted at this moment. He did not use any techniques, and only relied on his strength. As he waved his hands, he continuously chopped down on Su Yan. This gave Su Yan a lot of advantages. Su Yan used his eyes to avoid the Snake King Chao's attacks, and occasionally, he would even stab the Snake King Chao with his sword. Although it was not enough to kill the Snake King Chao, it greatly consumed his strength. Ha ha ha, die together, die together. The Snake King Chao actually stopped his attacks after missing Su Yan several times. He landed in the courtyard and laughed sinisterly. His hands formed a seal, and he was about to attack Su Yan's dantian. Self-destruction. Seeing this, Su Yan's heart could not help but twitch. He never thought that the Snake King Chao would be so crazy. Before the outcome of the battle was decided, he wanted to self-destruct his dantian. The self-destruction of a saint bloodline expert was enough to destroy the entire Su family. Perhaps before Su Yan left the Su family, if a saint bloodline expert wanted to self-destruct, the entire Tianshuang city would be destroyed. That Su Yan would only look at them coldly and would definitely not stop them. But now that Su Yan had returned to the Su family, the grudges between them had long been resolved. The Su family was the birthplace of Su Yan. Su Yan naturally could not watch the Su family be destroyed. Everyone back off. Su Yan shouted and immediately floated down with the sword dragon, blocking in front of the Snake King Chao. The self-destruction of a saint bloodline expert was far more powerful than that of a fate soul expert. When Snake King Chao moved, the surrounding Ling Qi started to move crazily and rushed into Snake King Chao's body. At the same time, a powerful force burst out and attacked Snake King Chao. The beams and pillars of the entire Su family's courtyard also emitted loud cracking sounds. Inside the Su family's courtyard, all the people of the Tianshuang city were stunned when they saw this scene. Why are you still not backing off? Su Yan saw that these people were still in a daze and shouted angrily. Under this angry shout, these people finally reacted and retreated out of the Su family's courtyard. Ha ha ha, all of you must die, all of you must die. At this moment, a sinister laugh came from the horizon. The Snake King Chao's body suddenly compressed together. Pudong. With a loud sound, an invisible wave rushed out and destroyed everything in the surroundings. Su Yan's entire body started trembling as well. However, Su Yan still managed to endure it. He quickly circulated the cultivation technique within his body and shouted out, "Invincible golden body!" Suddenly, a gorgeous ray of light descended and bloomed. Unfortunately, not long after, before the light could shine, it was covered by an invisible giant wave that poured out. Even the invincible golden body can't withstand this self-destruction? An invisible force penetrated the golden light and Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body began to tremble under this power. Am I going to die? Su Yan felt this force and laughed at himself. He didn't regret it. After all, the Su family couldn't be separated from him. Xiao. At this moment, a majestic force suddenly surged from his dantian and rushed into the invincible golden body. Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. The invisible wave weakened a lot under Su Yan's resistance, giving the other people in Heaven Twin City a chance to escape. The people in Heaven Twin City looked at the Su family's courtyard that had turned into ashes behind them and were shocked. Rumble. The explosion lasted for a few breaths of time before it stopped. The entire Su family's courtyard had turned into ashes, leaving only a thick fog in the air. Su Tiantu looked at the Su family's courtyard with sadness on his face. The various forces in Heaven Twin City who wanted to crusade against the Su family also showed sadness on their faces when they saw this scene. Everyone was silent for a long time. Suddenly, someone from an unknown family knelt down in front of the Su family's courtyard. As soon as this person knelt down, all the forces in Heaven Twin City followed suit and knelt down one by one until everyone was left standing. Regardless of whether it was the elders or the patriarchs of the various families in Heaven Twin City, they were all kneeling in front of the Su family's courtyard with sadness on their faces. Many experts from Heaven Twin City knelt down quietly. After a long time, they slowly stood up and an old man walked towards Su Tiantu. He cupped his hands and said, Su family patriarch, Su Yan is the hero of our Heaven Twin City. Hero. Su Tiantu's face was filled with sadness. Why would he care about these titles? The old man looked at Su Tiantu and sighed. He then turned to the others and said, Everyone, I believe everyone knows what happened today. Su Yan is not the murderer, but the hero of our Heaven Twin City. Hero, that's right. Su Yan is the hero of our Heaven Twin City. Following the old man's words, countless voices echoed, all calling for Su Yan to be the hero. Cough, cough, cough. Just as everyone was shouting, a weak cough was heard from the ruins of the Su family's courtyard. Everyone was stunned as they looked towards the ruins. When they saw the handsome face of the white-robed figure, everyone was stunned. Su Yan. It's actually Su Yan. He's not dead. He actually blocked the attack of a Saint Vane Realm expert. This is too amazing. Chapter 122. The Su family is not something you can invade. It was just a simple sentence, but it was mixed with a powerful aura. It was also this simple sentence that re-established the Su family's position in Tianchuang City. Back then, the Su family had fallen into a state of depression because of Su Tiantu and Su Kuang's wrong decision. The Su family's strength in Tianchuang City had been steadily declining. They had almost walked the path of destruction. However, because of Su Yan's return, the Su family's image in Tianchuang City had been re-established. This image was not only a symbol of strength, but also because of Su Yan's performance that he had received the recognition of all the major forces in Tianchuang City. Su Yan believed that after this incident, as long as the Su family no longer remained muddle-headed and stubborn, the Su family's position in Tianchuang City would be greatly guaranteed. Su Yan had returned to the Su family mainly to see how the Su family was developing. He had decided to stay because he wanted to re-establish the Su family. Now that he had achieved his goal, Su Yan naturally chose to leave. This was because Su Yan had more important things to do. Why had the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal appeared in the Su family? Su Yan had always felt that this secret was fishy. Although Su Yan did not understand the Monster Palace, he was no stranger to the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, which was the Monster Palace's most precious treasure. It was rumored that whoever grasped the secrets of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal would have grasped the lifeline of the Monster Palace. Why would such an important item be in the hands of the Su family in a small, remote city like Tianchuang City? Moreover, after all these years, had the Monster Palace not looked for the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal? The Hidden Sword Tomb was the #1 sect in Jingzhou City. However, compared to the Monster Palace, it was probably not even comparable to a corner of the Monster Palace. Why would such a powerful force allow the sect's most precious treasure to fall into the hands of the Su family without looking for it? Strange. There must be something strange about this. The more Su Yan thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was definitely not so simple, and it was precisely because of this matter. Su Yan, who had just left the Hidden Sword Tomb and didn't know where to go, suddenly had his own goal, which was to go to the Monster Palace. This was because Su Yan had a faint feeling that this supreme demon ancient seal was related to his father. After returning to the Su family this time, Su Yan inquired about his father's situation. With Su Yan's current status in the Su family, Su Yan could not help but ask about his father. Su Tiantu naturally didn't hide anything from Su Yan and told him everything about Su Yan's father and Su Yan's father. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but feel deep respect for his father. Su Lin and Su Yan were the same. They had entered the Hidden Sword Tomb by taking first place in the trial. After entering the Hidden Sword Tomb, they had met Su Yan's mother. The two of them had left the Hidden Sword Tomb and returned to the Su family to give birth to Su Yan. That had been the most glorious days of the Su family. However, the good times didn't last. When Su Yan was 1 year old, Su Yan's parents had both left for some unknown reason. Ever since then, no one had heard any news about Su Lin. Everyone had also heard rumors that Su Yan's parents had passed away. After all, it had been such a long time, so everyone was right to think so. However, for some reason, when Su Yan obtained the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, Su Yan felt that his father wasn't dead and that he was still alive in this world. Su Yan suspected that the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal was also brought by his father. Since that was the case, no matter what happened to his parents, the Monster Palace was worth a trip for Su Yan. However, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry. This trip to the Monster Palace was definitely not a place that Su Yan could casually enter with the monstrous strength of the Monster Palace. If he wanted to enter the Monster Palace, he had to increase his strength. Su Yan had entered the legendary level, the 13th level of the Spirit Channeling Realm. He had crossed the Life Soul Realm and could directly form a holy vein. However, Su Yan also knew that there was a huge gap between the two. If he wanted to cross this gap, he definitely wouldn't be able to cross it so quickly. Therefore, after leaving the Su family, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to go to the Monster Palace. Instead, he traveled all the way from Wushuang City to the territory of the 5 counties subduing demon region. The Gan territory was divided into 5 counties and 9 prefectures. These 5 counties and 9 prefectures weren't divided into 5 counties and 9 prefectures. Instead, they were divided into 2 continents, the 5 counties continent and the 9 prefectures continent. Jingzhou City was a small city on the 5 counties continent. The subduing demon region also existed on the 5 counties continent. However, the subduing demon region wasn't like the major cities on the 5 counties continent. There weren't any family forces in the subduing demon region, nor were there any sects established. There were only martial artists who had gone through this before. The subduing demon region was located in the center of the 5 counties continent. If one wanted to reach the other cities in the 5 counties continent, they had to pass through the subduing demon region. Because of this, although there weren't any family forces or sects in the subduing demon region, the subduing demon region was filled with people. The hidden devil region was a boiling cauldron of voices. Every day, there would be countless cultivators shuttling back and forth. Where there were people, there would naturally be merchants. The daily flow of people caused the subduing demon region to become the largest underground black market in the 5 counties continent. In the subduing demon region, in addition to the warriors who set up stalls every day, there were also regular auctions. The right to control the auctions was in the hands of the Monster Palace. Although the Monster Palace was located in the South Sea of the 5 counties continent and didn't care about worldly affairs, the auctions in the subduing demon region were in the hands of the Monster Palace. It was funny to say that the Monster Palace was mostly filled with demons and ghosts, but this place was called the subduing demon region. This was also the purpose of Su Yan's visit. Now that he couldn't enter the Monster Palace immediately, and the auctions in the subduing demon region were in the hands of the Monster Palace, it was naturally the best place to observe the forces of the Monster Palace. As soon as he entered the subduing demon region, Su Yan felt the splendor of the place. There were many magic weapons, spiritual medicines, and spiritual swords on display in every stall. However, Su Yan didn't observe these things. Spiritual swords. Who in the world could carry tens of thousands of spiritual swords in one go? Who else could do it except for Su Yan? Su Yan was a swordsman. He was only interested in swords. Now that he had so many hidden swords, why would he look at those ordinary swords? Immediately, he found an inn to stay in. As soon as he stayed in the room, Su Yan operated his cultivation method. However, he didn't absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Instead, he inspected his dantian. That day, Su Yan blocked the Snake King Chao's self-detonation attack. Su Yan clearly remembered that his invincible golden body wasn't enough to block that powerful self-detonation attack. Just when he thought he was going to die, he clearly felt a powerful force coming from his dantian. That powerful force resolved his crisis. Unfortunately, after a round of inspection, Su Yan didn't find any power in his body. This made Su Yan feel strange. He clearly felt that strange power, and the power contained in that power would always surpass his invincible golden body. However, why couldn't he feel it now? After a few more tests, he still couldn't find the strange power in his body. Su Yan could only give up and look at this not-so-luxurious room. Su Yan suddenly remembered the records he had read about the Hidden Demon Area. The Hidden Demon Area wasn't just a place where many merchants gathered. It was also the largest black market in the 5 counties. Many warriors, after killing people and robbing them, would sell them in the black market to avoid being hunted down by the sections. Within the Hidden Demon Area, there was also an unwritten rule. This rule could be traced back to who knows how many years ago. However, it had been around for a long time and no one dared to disobey it. The rule was actually very simple. Within the Hidden Demon Area, one couldn't form a gang. All the competitions could only be fought by one person. This also caused the entire Hidden Demon Area to have no power. Even the people of the Monster Palace didn't directly participate except for the auction. This place is suitable for me. Su Yan had always liked to be alone. Thinking about this unwritten rule, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. Ever since I entered the Hidden Sword Tomb, I haven't set foot in other places. Now that I've reached the peak of the 13th level of spirit channeling, unless I condense a holy vein in my body, it's useless to absorb spirit energy. I might as well go out and walk around. Maybe there really is something I want in the Hidden Demon Area. Su Yan muttered. Thinking about going out to buy things, he naturally thought of the spirit stones he obtained in the mysterious ice-cold pond in the Sword Well. Under the mysterious ice-cold pond, the spirit stones he obtained could be measured with a mountain. A mountain of spirit stones, at least several million. With several million spirit stones in his hands, Su Yan naturally felt rich when he went out. Su Yan still remembered the time when he was forced by Lu Hong to ask for spirit stones in the Hidden Sword Tomb. At that time, because of the Hidden Sword Tomb, he ate and lived in the Hidden Sword Tomb. He didn't realize the importance of spirit stones. However, after leaving the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yan realized the importance of spirit stones. Without spirit stones, it could be said that it would be difficult to move an inch. Not only that, spirit stones could even be used to hire some experts to do things that were inconvenient for him. Especially for some families that did business, perhaps there were no experts in the family, but they had spirit stones. With spirit stones, they could hire assassins to become the family's guards. Such a rich family was also indispensable in this society. The beauty of spirit stones was indescribable. Fortunately, there are spirit stones in the mysterious ice-cold pond, otherwise, I'm afraid I would still be worried about spirit stones. Su Yan muttered, thinking of the spirit stones he obtained in the mysterious ice-cold pond. He felt like a rich man. Thinking that he really didn't carefully look at how many spirit stones there were, Su Yan wanted to take out and carefully count them. If there was an auction in the Hidden Demon Area, he would have the confidence to participate. Patting the storage bag, a spirit stone suddenly appeared in Su Yan's hand. Patting again, another spirit stone appeared. Patting again, another spirit stone appeared. Patting again, another spirit stone appeared. Now that Su Yan knew the benefits of spirit stones, he naturally enjoyed this feeling, so he didn't take out all the spirit stones at once, but one by one. Enjoying this feeling, but after Su Yan patted a dozen times, there were no more spirit stones in the storage bag. How is this possible? Su Yan remembered clearly that he had at least several million spirit stones, but there were only a dozen spirit stones. Su Yan patted the storage bag a few more times, but there were still no spirit stones. Su Yan suddenly panicked, and a spirit entered the storage bag to search. There was no trace of spirit stones.